Hey guys, welcome back to another demo in our channel after a long break. It's due to some academic research that actually kept me away, but right now we are back again. So the first demo we're going to have is we're actually going to build this website. We're seeing it right here on the screen. We're going to build a website, a simple website, a simple hotel booking website where we can actually go and book for hotel rooms. Right, so exactly it's going to look like this. This is exactly what we're going to build from the scratch using Spring Boot and Reactjs. So right here we can actually view all rooms. We can view all rooms from here, and also we can actually paginate between all rooms. We can paginate between all rooms to actually show different rooms from our database. And also we can just go here, we can actually filter with this component. So if we just go here, you see we can filter rooms by their types. Right here you see that we can actually filter rooms by their type. And also we can go here, this tab is strictly exclusive to the admin user. So right here we can actually manage rooms. So in the manage rooms, we can actually we can view rooms, we can delete rooms. So here we can just view rooms, and we can go back. We can update the rooms here as well, like editing the rooms information. And also right here, we can just delete a room from here. We can just delete a room from here as well. And also we can just go here to click on this tab to actually add a new room. So we can just add a new room from here. And also this is the room types that we have gotten from the database, but in a situation whereby we cannot, the room type we want to enter has not yet in existence, we can just click on this one here to get a new component to add a new room, to define a new room type, right? So for example, if we select an image here, we can just select maybe any image, and we can actually see the image preview right below the form. So we can add room, we can actually find booking right from here. Okay, let's take for example, we go to manage rooms, and now we go to manage bookings, right? So right here we can actually filter all bookings based on different criteria, right? We can just filter booking we had last week, so this booking is for last week, and we can have booking for this month. And also we can just go here to have bookings for next month if there's anyone in existence. So we can just say, okay, let's find if we have any booking for next month. So we have one booking for next month. So we can just clear filter. And so this is the website. Okay, what is something? So now let's, for example, we just copy this booking confirmation code, and we go here to actually find booking. We can just paste this one in here and find our booking, and right here we're going to see the booking information from the database. So we can do this is just the website. So here we can log in as a login user. We can actually authenticate the user, and the user can actually view profile and bookings and so many other things here, right? Okay, so this is what we're going to build from the scratch. And also we can just come here to search room availability. So let's just, for example, that we want to search a room from 14th of September to 20th of September, and let's assume we want to search suits. We need a suit, right? So if we just go here and say search room, we're going to see all suits that are available within this date. And here we have a fully paginated result right from here. Okay, so this is the website we're going to build from the scratch in this demo. So just grab a cup of coffee and sit with me. Let's take a ride together to actually get this done.
Okay guys, so now we are here in IntelliJ. So what we're going to be doing in this project, we're going to be building both the front end and the back end alongside with each other. So we are going to use VS Code at the front end, and at the back end we're going to use IntelliJ. Okay, so now in the IntelliJ we're just going to generate a brand new project as usual. So here we have a new project. So this project we're going to call Lakeside Hotel. So this one is Lakeside Hotel, and we're going to use Maven as usual. And here we're going to change daily code work. So here we change to daily code work, and so we're going to go next to pick some dependencies. So as usual, we're going to need the web and the JPA, and we're going to need database, MySQL, and we are going to need, what else are we going to need? We need Lombok. Yeah. So I think these are the 4 dependencies we need for now, and as usual, we're going to come back here later to add as many dependencies as we want. Okay, so now we're just going to click on create. And here I'm just going to say this project should open on the same window. Okay, so we see that our project has been generated. So I'm just going to close down this. So what I'm just going to do here is to open a POM file. And there are some, I'm just going to go here. Let's go to the dependencies here. And I'm going to highlight all the dependencies here. And I'm going to paste in the dependencies I've prepared down before. So there's a link below this video. Just follow that link and take the dependencies for a start. Okay, just follow the link and download the dependencies for a start. So here I have added some other dependencies like Jackson data binder, and I will have the Apache Commons and some other things. So just follow the link below and get this list of dependencies. So just replace this, the one you copied from, you download, with the dependencies in your project, your just generated project. Okay, so having done this, now I'm going to close this down, and now I'm just going to open here as usual. So here we have our project open. So what we're just going to do here is I'm going to right click on this, and we're going to create a couple of packages here. So the first one we're going to create is the model, right? And the next one we're going to create, we're going to say the repository here. And the next one we're going to create is the service model, the service packages, or the service package, the service. And also we're going to have the controller. Here. And after this, we're going to have another package. We have the controller, the module, the repository, the service, and we're going to handle some exceptions. So we're going to have a package called exception right here. Exception. Okay, so I think these are the packages we need right now. As time goes on, we can actually create any package as demanded, right, as needed. Okay, so now that we have done this, we're just going to create. I'm going to create here. We have rooms. We're going to right click on the model package, and we're going to create a new class called room. And this one's going to be class, and here we're just going to hit on enter. So right here we have the room. Yeah, just do this, add everything to Git. So we're going to right click again and create another one here. We'll call this one booked room. Here, and we're going to hit on enter. So here we have this already here, so we're going to close down this and close this too. So here we're going to right click on the controller and create a class called room controller. Oh, sorry. So have the room controller. There's a mistake here. room and controller. This is correct, right? Okay, so we hit on enter, and we're going to right click again and create another class for booked room. Booked, this is going to be booked. What am I doing? This room controller. So here we have the booked room, is that correct? Yeah, booked room controller right here. Now we're going to just hit on enter, right? Okay, so having done this here, so we have the room controller, the booked room controller. We'll close this down. So we have the room model and the booked room model. We close this down. So here we're going to have the room repository, room repository. What am I doing? My shift key is not working. Room repository, yeah, as usual. So have the room repository. This one is going to be an interface here, and also we're going to have the booked room repository, another one called the booked room repository. So we'll say booked room repo. The booked room repository is going to be an interface as well. And then I'm just going to right click on this and close all tabs. So here we have the two repository created here, and now we're going to go to the services. So I'm going to create an interface here for room service. Is an interface, and after that we're going to create, we're going to right click again and create a class to actually the implementer. Room service import, and this is going to be a class. So we hit on enter. So having done this, we're going to right click here again and create another class called, and it's going to be an interface as usual. So this one is going to be I booked room service, right? I booked room service. So this one is going to be here. I think I would have, I think, changing this room to bookings. Maybe it's okay like this. So now we're going to click, we're going to create another class to actually implement this booked room. So here we just say booked room service import, right? Implementer import. So this one is going to be a class. So we'll just hit on enter. All right, so I'm going to right click on this and close all tabs. So now we can see that we have created our service classes and interfaces, and we have created our repository interfaces, and we have created our module entity classes, and we have created our controller. So in our next video, we're going to go to our front end to generate our front end and create the necessary packages, the components as usual. Okay, let's go there. All right, so right here we are at the front end with the client side of our project, and here you can see I've created an empty folder here called clients. And inside this client is where we're going to create our project, our hotel project in, right? So using Windows, I'm just going to press the Control key and the back tick to open a new terminal. So right here, I'm going to use Vite to generate our project because I don't want too many unnecessary files and codes to be generated for us. When we use create React app, we have too many files and too many unnecessary files and code generated. So because of that, I'm going to use Vite so we can have a clear, just the files that we needed. So here I'm going to say npm create Vite, and I'm just going to say at latest and hit enter. So here we can see that our project is going to be created using Vite. Now we're going to specify a name for our project, right? So here I just want to say Lakeside Hotel. So this is the name of our project, Lakeside Hotel. Hit enter, and here we see that it's asking us if we want to create the package name called Lakeside Hotel. So here we just hit on enter and it's going to be created. So now we're going to choose, here we have vanilla JavaScript, we have Vue, we have React. So here we're going to choose React and hit enter, and right here we have some options to use. Are we going to use TypeScript or JavaScript? But in this project we're using JavaScript, not TypeScript yet. So we're just going to choose JavaScript and hit enter. And right here we see that our project has been created. You see that a folder has been created for us called Lakeside Hotel. And right here we have given instruction on what to do here. So we're just going to cd into this folder and install npm install. Then we run npm dev. So now we're just going to cd the first command. Then we're going to cd Lakeside. So here we have the Lakeside Hotel and we have enter. So here we're just going to run the npm install and we hit enter. So we're going to wait for a while this project gets installed for us. Okay, so here we see that our dependencies have been installed. So the next thing we're going to do here is to run this command, npm run dev. So here I'm just going to say npm run dev, and here we're just going to hit on enter. And so our project is going to we're going to wait for some seconds while our project gets run. So now we see that our project has started. So let's follow this link. If we follow this link here, and we're just going to go to our browser and view our initial home page. So right here we have a brand new project created for us here. So we have Vite React. So as usual, the empty template. So now let's go back to our project. And so I'm going to leave this running, and then I'm going to open another node. So we're going to open another terminal where we can be installing the necessary dependencies we need. So this one here, I'm just going to cd into our project and enter. So here we're going to leave these two terminal running. But meanwhile, I'm going to close this down. If we close this down, the project will still be running. Okay, so I'm just going to close this down. So now our project has been generated. So let's open up our project. So here we have the source. You see, we have minimal file generated for us. Unlike when we're using React, create React app, we have too many things that we don't need, right? So here is the main file, and this is the index. So the first thing I'm going to do here, I'm going to just highlight this, remove this, and paste in some. I've prepared down some customized CSS for us. So I'm just going to paste this in here, and the link to this CSS is down below as well. So you can just download this CSS for a start, as a starter file. So just download this and paste it here in your index file. Just paste it here. And here I'm going to save. So the link is below the video, so you can download it. So I'm just going to But meanwhile, this file here, I put this image here will not be present in your system, so you can just replace this with your actual directory to get your image. Okay, so I'm just going to close this down. So now the next thing we're going to do here, we're going to create a couple of folders where we're going to be writing our codes. So the first thing we're going to do here, I'm just going to close this down. I'm going to close this, and I'm not closing it. I'm going to right click on this here. Either we right click and create a new folder, or we just highlight on it as it's been highlighted, and I'm going to create a new folder. And this one here I'm going to call components. And maybe I'm just going to write add s to be components. And now the first thing we're going to create here, inside this component, we're going to have a couple of other components here. So I'm going to create the first one I'm going to create here is I'm going to create common, this n, and another one here I'm going to create another one called, this one here I'm going to call room. So this one is going to hold all our rooms, and another one here I'm going to call bookings, which is going to be the one that will be holding all our bookings, like the books, like the books room component we create at the back end. So this one we're going to call bookings here, bookings. And the next one we're going to create here, we're going to have the home. Yeah. Another one we're going to have this component, they're actually going into each other, which I don't want. So I'm going to separate them from the backstage. So here I'm just going to, so if we see here, let me bring this on stage. So if we see here, all our components are being created in each other here. So the source, the components. So I'm just going to, so here we have the components, the common. So I'm going to cut this and bring it out, paste it here. Common room. So I'm going to cut it and bring it out and just put this here. Okay, I'm going to come back here after a minute. Let me just get it done and come back here. All right, so here I have separated all these components. So just make sure you have all your folders, different components, not building inside one another, right? So just 5 minutes, make sure your components appears like this. So the next one I'm going to create here, I'm going to call this one, we've created bookings, room, home, bookings, common, home. So we're going to create layer. I'm going to call this one layout. This correct? Yeah, this correct. So the next one we're going to create here is inside this, click on this component, and I'm going to create another one called, this one is going to be called service. Okay, so the next one I'm going to create another component here, another folder, so to speak. This one is going to be utils, and I think the last one we're going to create here is going to be a folder called admin in here. So we're going to call this admin. All right, so these are the components, these are the folders we're going to need in our project, right? So let's go back to our front end. I will see that our home page has come again. And so right here, the beauty of using Vite is because we don't really need, to start deleting unnecessary file. We just get what we want. So now let's open our package.json. So right here, the only dependency we have here right now are the React DOM and the React itself. Okay, so as time goes on, we're going to be installing what we want as as needed, right? So let's close this down. And now we're going to go back to our back end and create our first class, or implement our first model. So let's go there and get it done. So now we are back to our back end, and what we're just going to do here is to go to the model, and what we're just going to do is to start implementing our room entity. So here we just need some few attributes. Private room type, this one is a string. Room type, and we're going to have another string, private, and this one this time around is going to be the room price, right? So we say room price, and then we're going to have another variable to determine if the room is being booked or not. And this one straight, we're going to set it to false. And the last one we're going to have here is a container to actually keep track the booking history of this room. So we're going to have a list of book rooms, okay. So this one will have booked rooms, and this one we're going to call bookings. Sorry, this is actually bookings. And then let's do the import from here. Okay, so this is all we need here right now. But meanwhile, before we go, we're just going to initialize. We're going to put here an empty constructor. And I'm just going to select none. And in here, we're going to initialize the booking to an empty array, the bookings. So this dot bookings, the dot bookings equals new array list. Now, the reason why we're doing this is that because when a new room is being added to the database to our hotel, at that initial stage, the room has not been booked. So if we tend to query all rooms at that moment, we're going to run into a not pointer exception, because we're going to be pointing to these bookings as well. And these bookings at that moment is going to be none. So we're going to have a not pointer exception. But if we initialize this one here as an empty array when a new room is created, which means at the initial state, the new room, this container here is going to hold an empty array of which we can query, right? So this to avoid dot pointer exception. So now we're going to move back to, we're going to go to the booked room, and I'm going to make this a full screen. So right here, we just need a few information. This is the book room. This is the booking information of the guest, right? So here we're going to have the ID. So this one we're going to call booking ID, and then we're going to have the check-in date and the check update private. So it's going to be local. Let's make this local date. Check-in date. And I'm just going to duplicate this and turn this one to checkout date. Checkout date. And then we're going to have the guest information. Private string. So this one is going to be the full name of the guest. Guest name, which is guest full name. Guest full name. Guest email. And haven't got this now, we have to know the number of people that are coming, which is the number of guests that are coming in. Number of adults. Number of adults. And here I'm going to duplicate this a couple of times. So we're going to have children, number of children. So there's children, yeah.
and then we're going to have the total number of guests. Total number of guests. All right, so having got to this now, then the next one we're going to have here is the confirmation code. Private string, so it's going to be string booking confirmation. Booking confirmation code, is that correct? Booking confirmation, yeah, confirmation code. Then after this confirmation code, then we're going to have the room itself, whereby we can actually get the ID of the room, right? So we're going to say private room, which is the room in question. Then we're just going to say room. Okay, so this is what we need here right now. Now the next thing we're going to do here is we're just going to this one here, this total number of guests is going to be the number of adults plus the number of children. Is going to give us the total guests that are coming to our hotel, right? So for that, we're going to create a method that will actually do that for us. So here I'm going to say public void, this is void, public void calculate. We're going to call this one calculate the number of guests. Calculate total number of guests, right? And this one here, we're just going to say, what we're just going to do here is that we're just going to say this dot, this number of adults. Oh, sorry, this dot total guest equals this dot number of adults plus number of children, this one here. So this is just what we need to do to get the total number of guests, right? So now we are setting this one here, the total number of guests, this one here. Are we having something here? Local variable, private field, variable, assign never used, okay, assessed. So here we're trying to say this dot total number of guests equals number of adults plus number of children. That is going to give to us the total number of guests we have. Now we're going to go here to generate setters for the adults and the children. There's the number of adults and the number of children. So alt insert. So I'm going to say setters. So here I'm going to choose the adults and children. This one here, right here. So inside this one here, we're going to call this method here. So I'm just going to copy this and just paste it here, and also just paste it here. Now the reason why we are calling this one here, because when the guests fill the form, they might change minds to change. So any changes that is done here, when any changes is done to number of guests or number of adults, is going to recalculate the number, right? So when they add number of children, it's going to recalculate. When they add number of adults, it's going to recalculate to actually give us the total number of guests, right? So that's what we need. And the next one we're going to do here is to generate setter for our confirmation code. So here we're just going to go here, alt insert using Windows, and here I'm going to say confirmation code, and okay. So this is what sorry, I made a mistake here.
So this one is going to be auth insert setter on our confirmation code right here. Okay, this is what I wanted to do. So let me zoom out a little bit. So I think this is all we need to do here for now. So here we have generated the setter for our confirmation code, our number of children and number of adults, and we have created a function that will actually help us calculate the total number of guests right here. So now the next thing we're going to do here is to bring in the Lombok annotation, which the Lombok we've just generated, right? I mean the Lombok dependencies we've added to our POM file. So here I'm just going to make use of some of the annotations. So here we have the @getter, and here we have the @setter, and here we have the all arg constructor and the no arg constructor. And also here we are trying to convert this entity to a table in our database. So that's why we use this one here, right, as usual. And now we're going to set the primary key to this table. We're just going to say @id. This is coming from Jakarta. And also, as usual, we're going to tell this system how this primary key is going to get generated. So we're just going to set the strategy to ID, that is identity here. And then the next thing we're going to do here is to actually tell our system, JPA, how to name, Hibernate, how to name the columns in our database. So if we leave this one here, our database, the name of this column in our database is going to be something like this by default. It's going to be like this. But I don't want it to be like this. I just want it to be too long like this. So I just want it to be check in, right? So now we're going to specify how we want this name to be named, how these columns to be named in our database. So for that, I'm just going to bring it @column. @column. This one also is coming from Jakarta. I'm just going to say the name here. And this one I'm just going to call check in. Check in. This one is C. We're missing C here. Check in, just like so. Now what we're just going to do here is to copy this column, and I'm going to paste it here. And this one I'm going to change from check in to check out. Check out. I'm just going to give some space. So this one here, I'm going to say guest full name. Yeah, and give some space. Change this to guest. Maybe, okay, it's okay. So guest email. So this is just how I want the names to appear in the database. But meanwhile, I think I like making these names be lower cases. Yeah, just like this. Let that be uniform, right? So next one here, we just say number of adults. I'm going to give space. Just push it down. I'm going to say adults. Adults. And here we're just going to say children. Children. And here we're just going to say total guest. Total guest. Okay, and the last one here, maybe not the next one, so to speak. So this one we're just going to say booking. We're just going to leave the name as it is. So we're just going to say let's just call it a confirmation code. Confirmation code. So instead of booking confirmation code, we want the name to be in our table as a confirmation code. Yes, correct. Then here we're just going to say this one here is room ID. So this one I'm going to call room ID. But this one here, yeah, the room ID.
sorry, the room ID. But this one here is going to be a join column, because this is the column with which we're going to join this table with our room, right? So to get the ID of the room that we are booking for. So for that, we're going to change this one here to a join column. This one is going to be a join column like this. All right, and now so let me just push down a little bit to give space. Okay, so right here, what we're just going to do here, we're going to set up the relationship between this booking, the booked room, and the rooms and the room, because one room is going to have many bookings. Yeah, one room can be booked by many people, right? So we're going to have many booking history to one room. So for that, we're just going to say at many. We're going to use at many to one annotation, and here we're just going to set the fetch type. Fetch we're going to set this one to lazy. Right, we're going to say fetch type. We're just going to say lazy here, lazy, and we get it for us. Okay. All right, so this is what we need to do here. So now we're going to go back to, let's go back to our room. So in our room, we're going to do the same thing as we have done here in the book room class. So for that, we're going to just go here to, sorry, we're going to paste some of this annotation, just the same what we pasted last time from Lombok to save our time. So we're just going to do the import, and also here we need all our constructor, and we just do the import here. All right, so now let's set in the primary key as usual. Use the ID at generated type, and this one also is going to be this one also is going to be identity, so we just say ID. All right, and here we're going to this one is room type and room price. We're just going to leave this one like that to be just the same name in the database, but in here right now we're going to set up the relationship. So this one is going to be the other side of the relationship, so we're going to have it as one to many, and we're going to set the fetch type. Fetch type, this one also we're going to set to lazy, lazy, and after this here we're going to set the cascade type to all. Now this one means when this room is deleted, all the booking history is going to be deleted. Anything we do to this room is going to affect the booking, right? So if we delete this room, the room will be deleted. If we update anything in this room, that update is going to reflect as well. So that is our requirement in this project, right? All right, so now that we have done this, the next thing we're going to do here is we're going to come here to create a convenient method that will actually enables us to add bookings to this room, right? So here I'm just going to come here to say public void. This is going to be void add bookings. So it's going to be add booking, and we're going to have the booked room, object, and we're going to call this booking, which is the new booking. So if bookings equal none, then we'll have bookings. Bookings equal new array list, and if that is not the case, we just go down here to add the new bookings dot add booking, this one here, and here we'll say booking dot set room, this. Yeah. And after this one is done, so what we just need to do here is that, so like I explained last time, so when the new room is added to our database, to our hotel database, at that stage the room is going to be the booking is going to have empty array, right? So that to avoid no pointer exception. So this method here is a method that will actually help us to add bookings to our room, new bookings to our rooms as time goes on, right? So we just make some necessary check here to actually make sure we are not running into any exceptions of no pointer exception, right? Now after that here we're going to, if that booking is none, we're going to just initialize it here to an empty array. And if the booking is not none, we're just going to add the new booking to the booking. And after that, we're going to set this room here. So we're going to set the room to this. We're going to set the booking. We're going to add this room to our booking here. So actually, we are interlocking from both sides, right? Okay. So after that, we're going to set the is booking property to true. So just go here, is booked equals true, because it was false initially here. It was false here when the room is initial, when a new room is added the first time. Now after that, what we're going to do here, we're going to, when a new booking is made, we're going to generate a confirmation code for the user, right? So for that, what we're just going to do here is to generate a string of numbers as a confirmation code for the user. So here we're just going to say string booking code equals random string util, this one here, and we're going to say dot random numeric, and how long is our booking code. So I'm just going to set it to 10 digits as the booking code for the user, right, for the guest. Then we're going to set the booking.set booking code, booking confirmation code, booking code, this one here. So this all we need to do right here to actually add new bookings to our room, right? Okay, so this is just all we need to do here. But before we leave here, I forgot something here. Now this our room here is going to have, this room here is going to have the photo, that the room photo, right? So here we're just going to set it here. So here we're going to say private, and this one here is going to be blob, of type blob, right? So we're going to say blob, this one here, and we're just going to call this one photo here, and we're going to annotate this one here as a large object. So just say LOB, this one here coming from Jakarta. So this is the photo of the room. And now the next thing we're going to do here, we're going to create the room response and the book room response. Now the purpose of this is to act as a data transfer object for us, because sometimes we don't need to return everything in here to the user. So we use the response here. With the response row, we enable us to actually select the attributes or the information we want to return to the user, to the guest, right? So now I'm going to close this down. Just right click and close all tabs. So then I'm going to go here to, I'm going to close this model class. Then I'm going to go here to come to room response. So now the purpose of this room response is that it's just like a data transfer object. So it will enable us to actually select the information we want to show at the front end, right? So for that here, we're just going to paste in exactly the attributes we have in our room entity class. So we're just going to do the import, and in here we're going to include, because when we are returning the information for a room, we also want to return the booking response along with the room, right? So here we're just going to have the private. This one is going to be the list of booking, right? So list, and this one is going to say book room response, this one here. I really want to, so this one just want to say bookings here. But meanwhile, I want to come here. Yeah, I want to come here. I want to rename this name, this book response. Instead of booking response, let's just make it instead of booked room response, let's just make it booking response. So I'm just going to say booking response. So we're going to say refactor. All right. So now I'm going to make this a full screen. So have booking response. So having done this right now, we're just going to come up here to make use of some of the Lombok annotation to actually get the getter setters as usual. And here we're going to have the non-arg constructor, non-argument constructor, .args. And then we're going to come down here to create some overload constructors right here. So I'm just going to say insert, control in alt insert a constructor. Now the first one I'm going to add here is the ID, the room type, the room price. So here 1, 2, 3, and the ID, the room type, and the room price. So this is the 3 attributes here. So I'm just going to say okay. Here is we're going to overload another constructor. So alt insert constructor. So this time around, I'm going to take everything in here. Just take everything, and then I'm going to break this down, and just let's zoom out a little bit. Yeah. So now what we're just going to do here is we're going to assign, because this one here, what we are actually getting from the database here is a string of bytes, right? So now we want to convert this string of bytes to a photo that we can display on our page, right? So for that, I'm going to do something here. I'm going to change this one, a string here. I'm going to change it to byte array, and this one I'm just going to say photo byte to differentiate it from what we have, right? So now I'm going to bring this one here and actually check. So we're going to check this. So if this string, if this variable actually contains a string from the database, then we're going to convert that string to base 64 that we can actually display as a real photo on our web page. So now we're going to check if this one is none, if this one is not none. If it's not none, then we're just going to say base 64 is 64. And this one is coming from Apache Tomcat util here. So we're going to say dot encode, and we're just going to pass the photo byte, photo byte. So here, or else just return none here. So that's just what we want to do here. So this one here, actually, we are trying to check if the string, because here we are getting this one here. We are actually getting this one. We're trying to assign what we get here in here, right? So, but this one here is an empty string. It's a string of bytes from the database, right? So now what we're just going to do here is that we are trying to check if this one here is empty. If it's not empty, we're going to get the string we get from the database. We're going to convert it to, we're going to encode it to a real photo that we can display for the user, for our client on the page, to our client on our web page, right? So that's what we're going to do. That's what we just did here right now. So now I think we are done with our room response. So now we're going to shift to the booking response, this one here. So we're going to start implementing this booking response. So coming over to this booking response, we're just going to have the same attributes we actually had in the original in our booking, in our booked room entity, right? So here we're going to just do the import. So let's do the import here. Okay, so the basic thing we're going to do here is to generate a constructor. So we're going to generate a constructor here, like alt insert constructor. And this constructor, what we just need here, we need the ID, and we need the check-in and check-out date, and also we need the confirmation string. Booking confirmation string. So there's a reason why we are doing this. So here we're just going to click on OK. So this one, I want to break this one down and just zoom out a little bit. So this one here we just have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 attributes returning from here. Now we're going to have another constructor, but that one here we're going to get it through the Lombok annotation. So we're going to request the all arg constructor, so that there's a situation where we're going to need all the attributes here, and there's some situations where we're going to just need this one here, especially when we want to find out when we want to make some validation, right? Maybe like search for rooms later, we're going to use all this. Maybe booking later, we're going to use all this. So now we're going to use this all arg constructor, and also being that we have generated our own constructor here, that we're going to explicitly generate our no arg constructor. So here we're just going to say no arg constructor, right? No arg constructor, and then we're just also going to have the getter and setter right here from the Lombok annotation. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here with our entities. So now I think we have for now we are done with our booking response, our room response, and our room and booked room implementation. So now that we have done with our room entity, our booked room responses, so the next thing we're going to do right now is to create a method with which we can add room to our database, right? But before then, we're going to run our project to make sure our tables are created in our database. So for that, I'm going to come here to the resources. I'm going to right click and rename this file here. So I'm going to change this .properties to YAML. And so I'm just going to open this, and then I'm just going to paste in some properties right here. And now we're just going to specify the name of our database. So this one is going to be Lakeside. Lakeside Hotel. So I'm just going to name this Lakeside Hotel database. So you can just pause the video and take a look of this configuration in our YAML file. So now I'm going to copy this one here, just copy this, and I'm going to, so now we're going to go to our SQL Workbench and actually create this schema here. Make sure this schema actually exists. So now I'm just going to click on apply. Then I'm going to click on apply and finish. So right here our schema has been created. Let's refresh all, and here we have our schema created here. And right now there's nothing inside, right? It's empty, no tables. So now let's go back to IntelliJ and run our project. So now I'm just going to close this down, and but before we run our project, let's check our relationship to make sure everything is in order. So this one here, we have the booked rooms, okay, adjoint column, and the room here we have, okay. So there's something I need to do here. I want to add mapping here, map by room. Is it room here? What is it? Yeah, room, map by room. So this is just what I want to add here. Okay, so this map by, yes, map by. All right, so these are the configuration we just need here. So now let's run this project and see our database, our table created in our database before we continue. So now I'm just going to hit on create. I'm just going to hit on run, the play button. So now we see that our project is up and running. So let's go to SQL Workbench. Here, let's refresh. Okay, so we've seen that tables have been created. Let's check the booked room. So here is the book room. We have the booking ID, the adult, children, confirmation code. Confirmation code, check in, check out, guest email, guest full name, guest total guest, and room ID. So this one is correct. So let's check the room. So the room, we have the room ID, the is booked, we have photo, room price, and room type. So we see that our project is running, and our tables have been created in the database, right? So now let me just going to stop the server for a moment and remove this. Yeah, so I'm just going to remove this. So now we're going to right click on this and close all tabs. So the next thing we're going to do here is I'm going to come here. So just open here, and we're going to start implementing. We're going to create a method to enable us add new room to our database. So for that, now we're just going to come to the service package here. So I'm going to right click on the service package and create a new class. So this one, I'm going to say iService, iRoom service. iRoom service. This one is going to be an interface. And then I'm going to create another class to implement this iRoom service. So I'm just going to create room. Room service. This one is going to be a concrete class. Okay, so now the first thing we're going to do here is I'm just going to open up we're going to create a controller here, this one here. Right click on the controller package. Sorry, this cancel. So just right click on the controller package and create a class called room controller, and this one is a class. So now we're going to create a new method here to actually add new room for us in the database. So I'm just going to have a full screen here and zoom in a little bit. So inside here, I'm just going to say public, and this one is going to return a response entity, a response entity of room response, right? So I'm just going to say response entity, response entity, and it's going to return a room response, and this one we're going to call add new room. And the first one we're going to have here is a multi-part, because this one is going to contain a photo. The next one we're going to have here is the room type, string room type. I'm going to zoom out a little bit, it's too big, and here I'm going to break this down so we can see it clearly. So then we're going to have the room price as big decimal, room price. Then let's add the method body. So now before we move on, what I'm just going to do here is I'm going to break this down to the separate lines, and we're going to have the request param, because they are all going to be requested, right? So we'll say request params, and this one here is going to be photo. So then I'm just going to copy this here and paste a couple of times. So I'm going to change this one to room type. Sorry, something is wrong here. Room type, and this one is going to be the room price. Room price. Okay, so having done this, now the next thing we're going to do here is just to come over here, and so we're going to create a new room container. So we're going to say room saved room equals room
So here we're going to have the object of our room service, private iRoom service. It's always good coding to the interface. Just say room service. Yeah, and this one is going to be final because we're going to inject it, do our constructor injection. So for that, here we're going to come up here to say at required arg constructor. This one is to inject these dependencies into this class. So here we're going to have, let's do this import, and now let's have this room service dot add new room, and then we're going to pass in the photo, the room type, and the room price. All right. So then, having done this, now we're going to the response right here. This is the response we are getting back, right? So we are just trying to get back the newly saved room into our database to be displayed on the home page on our web page. So now we're going to convert this room here, this very room here. We're going to convert it to room response. So for us to do that, we're just going to have the room response. We're going to say response equals new room response. This one here. And what we're just going to do here, we're going to grab some of these properties that we got from the database, that the room attributes, right? So the first thing we're going to do here is the ID. So we're going to say saved room.get ID, saved room.get saved room.get room type. So we'll get the room type, and then we're going to get the room price. Save room dot get room price, right? And this is just what we want to get from. We just want to get back from the saved room. Okay, so I'm just going to break this down. Just break it down from here. And having done this, so now let's go back here. We see that last time we created a constructor, right? We generated a constructor that takes the ID, the room type, and the room price. So that is exactly what we are using here right now. Where's the controller? So that is the constructor we're using here right now, the room price, the ID, the type, and the price, right? So now, having done this, now we're just going to return the response entity back to our home page, but back to our browser, right? So let's just say return response entity dot OK, and the body is the response. So this is all we need to do on our controller. So the next thing we're going to do right here is to recording. So the next thing we're going to do here right now is to create this method in our service layer. So let's just create. Yeah, let's create this method. Okay, so we see that this method has been created here. So let's go to the implementer to actually implement this. So I'm going to zip this in. So what we just need to do here is to tell this guy to implement the room service interface, right? So we just say implement iRoom service, and then we're just going to alt enter or alt insert. We're going to alt insert to actually implement the method, and just click on OK. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit, zoom out a little bit here. So now the next thing we're going to do here, first we're going to do here is just to create. I'm going to come here, room
equals new room. Room.set. Room.set room type. Then we just do pass here the room type, and room.set room price. And now we have gotten the room type and the room price. So the next one we're going to do here is the file, is the selected photo, right? So for that, we're just going to come here to say, so the first thing we're going to do here, we're going to check if a photo is selected, right? So we're just going to say if not file. This one is photo. And meanwhile, let's change this one to file. So we're going to say if not file dot is empty. If not file dot is empty, then let's take the byte that is selected, the byte of the photo selected, photo byte equals file dot get byte. So now we know that our data type here is of type blob. Yeah, so if we go here, we'll see that this photo data type here is of type blob. So now for us to be able to save the selected photo, we're going to convert this byte to blob. So we're just going to come here to say blob photo blob equals new serial blob, serial equals new serial blob. Then we're just going to pass in the photo bytes. So this one actually will convert these bytes to blob that we can actually save to the database. So let's do the import, and then we're going to set the photo room. We're going to say room dot set photo. So here, if you look at the photo here, you see that the photo is actually expecting a blob object, right? So here we just say room dot set photo, then we say photo blob, right? Okay, and after that we're just going to return room response, room repository. So here we're going to have our room repository to actually save this to database. So let's go to our room repository, private room repository. It seems we've not created this, so let's go to our repository. So here I'm just going to say room repository, create a class room repository. This one is an interface, and so here we're just going to extend the JPA repository, and this one's going to be the room, and the room ID is of type long, right? So let's do the import. Okay, so we'll close this down, and now we go back here to say room repository. Yeah, room repository, and I'm gonna make this finer so we can actually inject constructor injection, right? So at required add constructors. Yeah, add constructor. So now we're going to go down here to actually return room repository dot save what? Save the room. So that is just all we need to do here. So we're going to add this section. Yeah, and add this one too. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here to add room to our database, right? And let's go back to our controller. This one here, we're going to add the exception here too. We're going to throw the exceptions. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here to add room to our database. So I'm going to close this down. And now we're going to, this is the constructor here, the controller. So we're going to specify the request mapping here. At request mapping, request mapping. So this one we're just going to say rooms/rooms, right? And here, this one here, we're going to specify the HTTP method. So this one is going to be get. Sorry, it's a post mapping. And this one we're going to say. We're going to give the post mapping ID, like we're going to say for example, we're going to say add new room. So we're going to say add slash let's say new room, add new room. Now, so this one we're going to have room/rooms/add/new room, right? Okay, so that is all we have here. Okay, so now our method has been created. So let's go back to the controller. So the next thing I'm going to do here is to specify the controller at rest controller. Let's say at rest controller. And so now let's go back to our service. Let's go back to our service class. And we are going to make this one here a Spring Bean. So we're going to say at service here. And if we go back to the controller, this error will go away now. Okay, cool. So now the next thing we're going to do here is we're going to run our project and see what we got so far. So here our server is up and running. So I'm just going to zip this down. So let's quickly swing to Postman and test what we got before we move on. So here I'm just going to go here and I'm going to right click on this, or maybe I'm just going to click on the collections, and I'm going to create a new collection here. And this one we're going to call Lakeside, right? So yeah, so this one we're going to call Lakeside Hotel. So this collection is Lakeside Hotel. We're just going to click outside. And inside this Lakeside Hotel, what I'm just going to do here is to right click here, or maybe just follow this ellipse here and create a new folder. So this folder here we're going to call room. So this one I'm just going to call room, and I'm just going to click out. So then I'm going to close this and close this. So now we are going to issue a new request. So I'm just going to click on this one here. I'm going to make it a full screen. So here I'm going to say HTTP. It seems we have similar things here before, similar URL. This one is not exactly the same thing, so let's just slash this here. So this one is rooms. Let's cross check what we had in our back end. We have rooms, add and new room, right? So if we go here, we have rooms, add and new room. Okay, now let's go to the body and specify our data here. So the first key we're going to have here, we're going to say photo, and the next one we're going to have here is room type, and the next one, which is the last one we're going to have here, is the room price, right? Here, room price, and this room price here, this room type, we're just going to say single. We're just going to say single bedroom, and the price we're going to say $200 per night. And here we're going to come here to select the file type, which is the image. And then we're going to pick a photo for our hotel. So we're going to click on this and go to rooms photo. I have prepared some photos here before. So I'm just going to pick on anyone here, just pick on this and open. Cool. So now let's, this one here is a post request. So let's change it to post and let's hit on send. All right. So here we have gotten all this. So we have the room ID is 1 and the room type is single bedroom. The room price is $200. The photo is none, the booking is none, and here we have the booked is false, right? So let's swing over to my SQL Workbench and refresh. So let's refresh. So right here we can see that we have one room with ID number 1. The booked is none, 0 is not yet booked, and here we have the photo as blob saved here. We have the room price and we also have the room type. So which means our method is working successfully. Okay, so now before we move forward, I'm just going to come here and I'm going to save this. So let's say save as, and I'm going to select our project, which is Lakeside Hotel, and I'm going to save it inside this room folder. So I'm going to change this name here to add a new room. So this one is going to be add a new room. Now I'm just going to save here. Okay. All right. So now our method we're done with our add room method. So in our next video we're going to move to the front end to actually create a form so that we can actually test our application from end to end. So we create a form at the front end and actually add a room from the front end to our database. So let's go there and get it done. All right, so now we are back to our front end, and here we're going to start implementing our form to start adding a new room from our form to our database. So now I'm just going to click on this folder called room and create a new component. And this component we're just going to call add room.jsx. And here we generate our component. So before we come here, I want to click on this folder here, this utils, and create a new component, a new file. So this one here, I'm just going to call API functions. Oh, no, this one is .javascript. Now, the purpose of this file is this is where we're going to create all the functions that we interact with our server, with our back end. In this project. So now for that, I'm going to show you something here in our package.json. So right here, I have installed Axios here. This one is to enable us to make REST call to our back end. And also I have installed Bootstrap to make our page look beautiful. And also I have installed the React Bootstrap. So we're going to be using both the Twitter Bootstrap and the React Bootstrap interchangeably based on the kind of component we're going to be creating. So now so you can just pause the video and make sure you get all these ones installed in your system, right? So okay, so you can just pause this video and make sure you get all this one installed. You install Axios, Bootstrap, and React Bootstrap. So now I'm going to close this down, and so the first thing we're going to do here, we're just going to come to this file, this API functions, and import Axios. So I'm just going to say import Axios from Axios here. So having done this, now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to come down here. So the first thing we're going to do here is to create a base URL for our application. I'm just going to say export const API equals Axios dot create equals Axios dot create. So here we're going to create an object that will hold our base URL. Base URL, and this one we're just going to set to our backend server port, right? So we're going to say HTTP localhost
localhost, and our backend port is 9192. Last time we said, right? So we said 91 and 92. So this one's supposed to be local. This is L. Yeah. So we have HTTP column / localhost column 9192. So this one is our base URL. So having done this, now the first method we're going to create here is the function that will actually add new room to our database. So for that, I'm just going to say export. Export is saying function and here this one here we're just going to say add room, and this add room here we're going to have a couple of parameters. So the first one we're going to have is the photo. So the room has a photo. The room has a photo, and the room has a room type, and also the room has a room price. So these are the three parameters these are the three attributes we want to save along with the room to the database. So now the first thing we're just going to create here is to create a new form data object. So this one I'm just going to call form data equals new form data. So here we're just going to say, we're just going to come down here to append form data dot append, and what do we need here? We need the photo, and right here we need the photo, right? We need a photo. So then I'm just going to copy this here and paste a couple of times. So I'm just going to go down here and paste this one here a number of times, and then what we're just going to do is to change this one here to room type, and just come down here and change this one to room price. This one is single C, not double C, and then I'm just going to copy this and paste here, copy and paste here. Okay, then we're going to go down here to actually send this data back to our straight to our back end, right? So here I'm just going to create a variable const response. I'm going to call this one response. So this is the response we're actually expecting from our back end. So I'm just going to say await API dot post. So this one is going to be a post function, and while we're posting, we're actually posting. If we refer back to our back end, the endpoint we've created, we have /rooms, right? And then we have /add, and then we have /new room. So this new room. So this is the endpoint we define in our database. In our back end. So then we're going to append the form data that we'll be sending to the back end. So we're just going to say form data, just append it here. So then we're going to get back the response from the back end. So we're going to say if response dot status equals 201, it means everything everything went well. So we're just going to return true, else return false. I'm just going to say else here and return false here. Else return false. Okay, so this is just the method. This is the function we need to create. We just need to create to actually add room to our database, to interact with the back end to save our room data to our database. Now the next one we're going to create here before we move from here is a function that is going to get all the room types we have gotten in our database. Remember last time when we had the demo, there's a provision for this form where we can actually define a new what we're going to actually use, the select control we're going to use is we're going to populate the select control with all the room types we have in our database. So the function that will do that for us is just what we're going to create here before we move from this file. So for that here, I'm going to create another one, export async function. So this function, yeah, and this function here, I'm just going to call this one here get room types. Get room types, and this one is not going to take any parameter. We're not going to take any argument. So here we're just going to go here to define the try and catch block here. So I'm just going to say try and catch here. Okay, so now we move into the body. Const response. We're just going to get the response from the back end equals await the API.get. This one is going to be a get post, get method. And because we have not defined this method in our back end, we're just going to define how the endpoint is going to look like when we move to our back end. So this one here, I'm just going to say slash rooms slash room types. So this one is going to be the path, which is the endpoint. So now we're just going to go down here to actually return response dot data, right? So that's just what we want to do here. Then now we're going to cache the error if there's any error that happens. So we're going to cache it here. So we're going to say error here, and we're just going to throw a new error, right? So we're just going to come inside the body of the cache and throw a new error. So we're just going to say throw new error, and in here we're going to define a message that is going to be shown to the user. So we're just going to say error fetch room types. So this is just the two functions we need here, right? Now I'm just going to save this one here. Before we move from here, I'm just going to write a comment here. I'm going to put a comment. Okay, here. This function gets all room types from the database. And we're going to go here to comment here. This function is not important, but I just like to do it so that it will be clear, because when we have a fleet of function here, we just look at the comment to actually find what we're looking for, right? So I'm just going to say this function add a new room to the database. This one adds new room to the database. Okay, and now I'm just going to save this here, and then we're going to move down, close this. Now we're going to go back to the component, the add room component. So now we are back here to the add room component, and what we're just going to, the first thing we're going to do here is to create a couple of state variables that will hold different pieces of data as we go along. So the first one we're going to create here is the const, which is the variable that will hold the new room type and information. So I'm just going to say new room, set new room equals usestate, and this one here we're just going to define an empty object at the initial state. So here we're going to say photo
And this one we're going to set to none at the initial state. And we'll go down here to say room type. And this room type we're going to set to an empty string. And also we're going to set the room price to an empty string as well. Empty string. Okay. So the next one we're going to create, I'm going to go down here. The next one we're going to create is a variable that we handle the image preview, because we're going to be previewing image before submitting to the database, right? So we're just going to say image preview, and here we're going to set image preview to use state, and this one is going to be an empty. We're going to set it to empty string at the initial state. And then we're going to go here to create a variable to hold the success and error messages, whatever the case may be. Success. This one is double S. Success message. We omitted A here. And here we're going to set success. Set success message. Yeah, and we're going to set this one to empty string. And the last one we're going to create for now is a variable that we hold error message. Fine, good suggestion for us. So here we're just going to say use state, and we set this one also to an empty string. All right. So the next one we're going to just do here, we're just going to move down here to create a function. The first function we're going to create is the function to handle the input change in our form, right? So I'm just going to say const handle room input change, and this, oh my gosh, handle room input change. Yeah. So this one here, we're just going to have the event. So now the first thing we're going to do here is to actually go inside here to create a variable that will hold the name of the controls, the form controls. So we're just going to say const name equals e.target. e.target.name. This one is going to be the name, this one here. And let's value equals e.target. Oh, sorry, this is target. e.target dot value. Yeah, so this is what we have here. So we're going to say if name is equal room price, then we're going to make sure what is passed to this variable is a number, right? And if not is, if not is number value, then we're just going to say value dot pass int dot pass int. Oh no, that's not what I want to do. Value dot pass int, that will pass in the value. Okay, and else we're just going to set value to an empty string. Okay,
And then we're going to come down here to, here we have the if, okay. We're omitting one if here. This one here, I'm going to remove this one here and take it down here. Yeah, I think let's save and see. Okay, that's correct. So now we're going to come here to actually update. We're going to update the new room properties, that the attribute we've gotten so far. So we're going to say here new room. So we're going to spread the new room and actually so this one I'm just going to change to value, and here we're going to just have a square bracket here. Okay, so this one here, we're just trying to update the new room with the values that we got from the form control, right? So that's what we're trying to do here. So now, the next thing we're going to do here is to come down. So we're just going to come down here, and we're going to create a function to handle the image selected, the image preview, and the image selected image. So we're going to say const handle image. We're going to call this one image change. Handle image change. And now in here we're going to declare a variable to actually handle, to hold the selected image. So we're going to say selected image equals e.target dot files 0, and then we're just going to come down here to set, to update the photo variable, the photo attribute with the selected image. We're just going to say set new room, and here we're going to spread the new room attributes. This new room, and then we'll have the photo, and we're just going to add the selected image, and after that we're going to create a link to preview the image, right? So now we're just going to set image preview. We're going to say url dot create object URL. Create object URL, and we're going to pass in the selected image. Yeah, selected image. So this is what we just need here. All right. So the next one we're going to create here is the method, the function that will actually handle the submit. So here we're just going to say const, and this one we're going to call handle submit. Here, oh sorry, we'll have the error function here. So the first thing we're going to do here is to prevent the default behavior of the form submit, and then we're going to come down here to have the try and catch block. And so what are we catching here? Actually, we're actually catching the error that might occur, right? So we're just going to say error, and inside the body here we're just going to set the error message we defined up last time. So here we're just going to set the error message, and we're going to set to error.message, right? So we're just going to say error dot message. So this is all we need to do here. So now let's go back to let's go back to our try and catch block. So now we're going to send our data to the back end and actually get back the response. So here I'm just going to define a variable called success. Success equals await, and then we're going to call the add room from our data from the back end, right? So we're going to say add room, which is the function we created a few minutes ago. So we're going to say, oh no, there's a mistake. There's an add room, this one here, and then what we're just going to do here is to call the new room dot photo. Yeah, this one here, new room dot room price, room type. Let's pick room type first, and the last one here is going to be new room dot room price. New room dot room price. Room price. This new room. So have new. What is happening here? Stop. So have new room dot room price. So let me make this one full screen and see what is going on here. So here we have await. Okay, we're going to make this one a sync, and so this one will have new room dot photo, new room dot room type, and new room dot price. So what is happening here? Expected 0 argument. Sorry, this one is this. Okay, so now we're just going to do the import. So here we do the import. So let's do it manually if it doesn't want to import automatically. So let's say import add new room, add room, this add room from utils. This one is utils here slash API functions. So this one here we're just going to put in curly braces here. All right, so now we're going to go in here. So if success not equal undefined, that if we have a message from the back end, then we're just going to, that if everything went at the back end, that we're going to set the success message, a message to actually display to the user, right? So we're just going to say success message. We're going to set it to a new room. A new room was added. A new room was added to the database. Okay, and now, so after this, I'm just going to remove this. So after this, now we're going to set the new room object. Just going to set it to empty. So set new room, and we're going to set all the object empty. So we're going to say photo and set this one to none. So we're going to say room type to an empty string, and the room price to empty string. So have room photo, room type, and room price. And then we're going to come here to set the image preview as well. Set image preview to an empty string,
and also set the error message to an empty string if there are any. Set error message to an empty string. Empty string. Okay. Yeah. So this is just what we need here, and then there's the if. Okay. So we're gonna have the S block here. S set error message to a string to display for the user. We're just going to say error adding room. So this is just what we need to do here for now to actually add a new room to our database. So now the next thing we're going to create right now is to actually start creating the UI of our form, right? So we're just going to create the UI of our form. So let's get it done. So now we're going to start creating our UI. So what I'm just going to do here is I'm going to remove this and have a bracket, and then inside this bracket I'm just going to have a fragment. So being that we've already installed Bootstrap, so we're just going to start adding Bootstrap classes alongside with our component, right? So here, the first thing we're going to create here is I'm just going to grab the section. We'll have a section here, and inside this section we're going to have a div, and inside this div we're going to have another div, and inside this div we're going to have a h2 tag, h2 element, and this one here is going to be add a new room. So we're just going to say add a new room. So here we're going to give this section a few classes. So we're just going to say class name. So this one is going to be a class container with the margin top of 5 and margin bottom of 5. And inside this div here we're going to justify all this content center. So we're just going to say class name, and this one here we're just going to say row, and we're going to make sure all the content are centered. So we're going to say justify content center. All right, so now the next one we're going to have, which is the next div here, we're going to come in here to also set some Bootstrap classes. So we're just going to say class name, this one here, and this one we're going to set to column md8 and lg and lg6. Okay, so this is just what the two columns we're going to set here. And in here, the title here will also give some classes, class name, and then we're just going to set the margin top to 5. So we're going to say MB2, which is margin bottom to 2. Okay, so this is all we have to do right here. And after this, now what we're just going to do here is to bring in the form control. So I'm just going to say form, and here we're just going to set the on submit because we've already created this method. So I'm just going to say handle submit, this one here, and submit. Okay, so let's bring in some controls. Class name mb3, okay, so we're going to have mb3, and then we're going to bring in a label.
And this label, we're just going to say room type. Class name. You're going to say form label. And we're going to tie this label to a control. So we're going to say HTML4 room type. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here. And then we're just going to save to have a proper format. So now let's go down here. Now we're going to come back to this one in a moment. So what I'm just going to do here is I'm going to put an empty div here. Remember last time we created a function, right? API, this one here, this form here. Now remember last time we created a function to actually get all the room types from the database. So now we're going to create a control, a reusable control that will make use of that function, and that is the control we're going to put here. So for that, we're just going to leave this one for a moment and we're going to come back to it. So let's go down here to, what I'm just going to do here is to actually grab this div here. So sorry, just copy and go down here and paste. So this one is going to be, instead of room type, we're going to set this one to room price. Right, and this one here we're also going to change to room price. All right, and then we're going to come here to actually bring in an input. I'm just going to remove this. So let's bring in inputs. Yeah, inputs. And then we're going to set some classes to this input. Class name. So this one we're just going to say in form control. Required. So we're going to set the ID. The ID we're going to set to room type. Room price. We need to set this ID. We're going to come back here to set this later. So this one here, we're just going to say room, where is it? Room price. And the name also is going to be room price, right? So we set the name to room price. And have done this now, we're just going to set the value. So the value is going to be new room dot room price, right? Then unchanged. We're going to set the event. So unchanged, we're going to say handle room input change. This one here. Okay, so this is just all we need here. So what I'm just going to do, I'm going to make this one a self-closing tag and remove this one here. Yeah, so this is just all we need to do here. And then what I'm just going to do next is I'm going to copy this div, or maybe I think we still have it in my clipboard. So let me paste. Okay, we still have it here. So this one here is going to be photo. Let me just say room photo, and this one is going to be photo as the label. And now we're going to bring in the inputs. I'm just going to remove this and bring in inputs. Yeah, so I have automatic closing tag. So this input here, we're just going to also set some attributes. So the ID here is going to be the photo. ID photo, and the name also is going to be photo. Name photo, and the type of this, sorry, this is, I wanted to say type. So the type of this here is file, because it's going to be handling file. And moreover, we're going to come back here to set the type of this room price. The type of this one here is going to be number, because we're going to be having money here, and this one here is just a select control. So now let's go back here and say file. Then we'll set the class name to form control, form control, and on change we'll set the on change attribute. On change we're going to say handle image change, because it's going to be handling the image. Okay, so having done this, now what we're just going to do here is I'm going to bring this up, and as usual I'm going to make it a self-closing tag and remove this. So we're going to go down here to set to create the image preview object. So we're just going to say image preview. If there is image, then we're just going to set the preview here. So we're going to create the image tag here. So we're going to say image, and we're going to set the source of this image source, and this one is coming straight from the preview, right? Sorry, this is image preview. And then we're going to set what is happening here. Okay, let's get this done again. So here I'm just going to say image, okay, image preview, and all right. So in here we're going to set the image tag, the image, this one here, and we're going to set the source. Yeah, source. And then this source here is going to be coming from, the image preview, right? So we're just going to have image preview, this one here, and then we're going to set the alternative text to be displayed. So we're going to say preview room photo, preview room photo. And after this here, we're just going to set the style of this style, and here we're going to set the height, the width of the preview, the width and the height of the preview, right? So that's just what we're going to set. So here we're just going to say maximum width, and this maximum width we're going to set to 400 pixels, 400 pixels, right? And then we're going to say the max height, this one is height, sorry, this is max height, and we're going to set also to 400 pixels right here. So that's just what we need to do here. And then we're going to set the class. I'm going to give some space, right? So we're just going to say class name, then we're going to say merge bottom to 3, merge bottom to 3. Okay, so here what we're just going to do here is I'm going to give this one a self-closing tag. All right. Okay, so this is all we need to do here to actually preview our photo. Now the next thing we're going to do here is to bring in the button to actually submit when clicked. So for that, I'm going to go out of this div here, just go out from here and bring in a new div. And
this div here, what we're just going to do here is to, inside this div, we're going to bring in a button. And this button, we're going to set some classes. Class name, btn, oh sorry, btn, and this one here, we're just going to say to outline primary, btn outline primary, and we're going to set the margin left to 5, and between these here we're going to say save room, right? So it's going to be save room. Okay, so that is just all we need to do here, but meanwhile we're going to give this one we're going to give this one some classes to actually control the presentation of our button. So here I'm going to say grid, and this one is D, and now we're just going to say, I'm just going to flex this here, and also I'm going to set the margin top to 2, right? Actually I'm going to say this one like the MD flex, this one here. All right, so this is what we just need to do right now. All right, so now that we have done with this, so we're going to, it's time for us to create the reusable component, which is the select control that we're going to actually place between these divs. So for that, I'm just going to go here, I'm going to click on this command folder and create a new component. So this component we're going to call room type selector.jsx. And then we're just going to generate our component. So in here, we're going to create some couple of state variables. So the first one here, we're going to call room types. Oh, sorry, this room type. Here. So I'm just going to say room types. Oh my gosh, what's happening here? So here, I'm just going to say room types, and here we're going to set room types, equals use state, and then I'm just going to remove this here, just remove this, and this one here we're going to set to an empty array at the initial state. So we're going to do the import. Yes, import. So the next one we're going to create, like I said, this component here, this is select component, right? And this select component, we're going to populate this select with all the room types we have in the database when this form gets loaded. Now in that select, we're going to make a provision. For example, if the admin wants to add a new room to the database, and the room type is not yet in existence, so we're going to provide a control, a text field where we can enter a new room type to add for the new room we're going to create. So for that, now we're going to create a state variable that will actually handle the toggle, that is the off and on of that control, of that input control. So for that, now we're just going to create a new state variable here, and this one we're going to say show new type. So we're going to say show new room type input. Show new room type input, and then we're going to set show new room types input, new room type input. This input, right? Is correct, I hope. And then we're going to say use state, and now the state of this one is going to be false at the initial state, so we're just going to say false here. So when the form gets loaded, this control is going to be hidden. Let me make this one full screen. So have show room type, this new room type, new show new room type input, set show new room type input. Excuse me. Okay, so the next one we're going to create here is const new room type. So this is the variable that is going to hold the new room type. And this one here, we're going to set to empty string. And meanwhile, this is room type. This is going to be single, the room type, right? So have new room type, set new room type, show new room type input, set show new room type input, and room types, and this one set new room types. Okay, so this is just what we got right now. So the next thing we're going to do here is to make use of the method, the function we created last time. This function here, this one here. So now we're going to make use of the function here to actually get all the room types from the database and populate on this to this control, right? So now we're just going to make use of the use effect, and let me just remove this, and let me remove this for clarity's sake. And now the next thing we're going to do here, we're just going to call that method we created in our back end, that's we created in that file, right? So we're just going to say get room types, and we'll see that this function has been imported here automatically. So we're going to say then, and here we're going to have the data here, and then what we're just going to do here is to set this one here to the new room type, to the room types. This one here, set room types with the data that we just gotten from the back end. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here, and right here we have already gotten the empty array dependency. So now we're just going to do the import. Okay, so the next one we're going to create here is a method to actually handle the input change for the new room type. Const handle new room input, new room input change, and here we're going to say, just going to come down here, and what we're just going to do here is to actually take the room type that is entered. So here we're just going to say set new room type, we're going to say e.target value here. So this is just all we have to do here. And having done this now, after this now, what the next thing we want to do here is to create another function that will actually handle that we add the newly entered room type, that we add the room type to the ones we've gotten here before, right? So I think this one here, there's a mistake here. This is supposed to be lowercase, and that brought me to something. I remember something last time. This one, we had a mistake here. This function spelling is not correct. So I'm just going to refactor. I'm going to refactor this. I'm just going to go here to util and rename here. So this is supposed to be functions. We miss C from here, function. So we're just going to save, and let's see here, functions. So I hope we're not going to have error for what we've just done. So let's check the import function. Okay, it works. All right, so now let's go back to what we're doing. Sorry for that distraction, I just remember. Okay, so now the next thing we're going to do here is to, after creating this, now we're going to create a method, a function that will actually handle, that will actually add the new room type entered to the ones we've already gotten before, which is to the select control. So here we're just going to say handle add new room type.
room type. And this one here, we're just going to come out here and return. So in here, we're going to check if the user, if there is a string that has been entered into this control. So we're just going to say if new room type, if new. Sorry, that's not what I want to do. This I just want to say new. So if new room type not equal empty string, not equal none, then what we're just going to do here is to set room types. Set room types. Then we're going to add the newly entered room type to the ones we've gotten before. So we're just going to say room type, room types, and then we're going to add the new room type. Add new room type. This one here. And after that, now we're going to come down here to set new room type empty, and also set show room type to false. So we're going to get this to false here. And now before we go, let's fix this one here. So you can see that this one is complaining that the type string is not assignable to type never. So this one is regarded as type never, while this one here is regarded as type string, because the system doesn't know the type of this array here. So we're just going to make this guy know that this one is an array of string. So here we're just going to pass an empty string here to make it array of string, right? So just to get rid of that red line, that warning. So now, have we done this? Now the next thing we're going to do here is we're going to start creating our form interface, right? So that's what we're just going to try to do next. So now we're just going to start to we're going to create our form UI, right? But before then, I'm just going to come up here. We're going to destructure two props here. So here we're going to have handle. We're going to have a function here. So this one we're going to say handle room input change, and we're going to have a variable called new room here. And then have we done this one, handle room input change and new room. So I've done this. Now we're going to come out here. We're going to come down here to start creating our UI, our form UI. So for that, I'm just going to say I'm going to change this one here to an empty fragment. And inside this fragment here, we're just going to check if we actually have some room types from the database. So we're going to say if room types dot length greater than 0, then what we're just going to do here, we're going to create a div, and inside the div we're going to have the select control. So here we're just going to have a div, and inside this div we're going to have the select control to actually populate what we've gotten from the database here. So we're just going to say select. This is actually select. Yeah, select. No, this is select here. And this select here, we're just going to give some attributes. So here we're going to give the ID. The ID of this one is going to be the room type. And the name is going to be the room type as well. And then we're going to set the value. So the value is going to be new room. Here's the prop, which is the structure up there. So we're going to say new room dot room type. Then after this, now what we're just going to do is to come down here to set the unchanged events, right? So here we're going to say unchanged. Now here inside this unchanged, inside this event, we're going to listen to the string that the user has clicked. Okay, right? So now we're going to find out. We're going to say, okay, if the user actually selects, so if e.target.value equal add new. Now, if in the select control, we're going to have a string like this. So if the user click on this string, if this string is selected, then we're going to show the text field, the input text field, so that the user can enter a new room type, right? So we're just going to say set show this one here to true. We're going to set this one to true. Else, if that is not the case, then just process the value that the user has entered. So we're going to say else handle room input change. This one here, we use this one here with the structure here up here. Okay, so that is just all we need to do here. And this one here, we're going to pass in the event, this one here. So this is just all we need to do here. Then after this, now the next thing we're going to do, we're going to go into here. We're going to go, I'm just going to zip this one here, close it here. So we're going to go into the select control, inside the select control, and actually bring in some options. So the first option we're going to bring here is this option. And this one here, we're going to set the value. We're going to set the value. This is value actually. Value. And we're going to set to empty string. And here, we're going to set the value to select a room type. Select a room type. And next one we're gonna have another option here. And this option here, we're going to set the value to add new. Value, we're going to say add new. And in here we're going to have add new. So if the user actually selects, if this string is selected, then we're going to show the input control, right? So having done this now, we're going to come down here to actually iterate through all the ones we've gotten from the database, right? The room type we've gotten from the database. So for that, we're just going to come here to say room types dot map type. Then we're going to have the index, and we're just going to go here. Is what we need here, and inside this index here, we're just going to create option. That's to map every room type we've got from the database. So we're just going to say option, and here the key here we're going to set to, this is the key. So we're going to set the key to the index, and the value here we're going to set to type, value, the type, right? And inside here we're just going to come here to say type. So this is what we need to do here. So let me close this together. So having done this, now we're going to come down here. We're going to go out of the select control. Then this time around, we're going to actually bring in the text. We're going to define the input control. So here we're going to say if showroom is true, if show new room type is true, then we're going to create a new. Then we're going to create a new input control, right? The test field. We're going to create a new test field. Then here we're just going to have a div here. I'm just going to close it manually. Div here, and inside this div here, we're going to have the input control. So here we're just going to say input. So this one here we're going to give some classes. So we're going to say class name equals form control, and the type There's the type. The type is text. And after that, now we're going to set the placeholder. We're just going to set the placeholder. So we're going to ask the user to on what to do. So enter a new room. Enter a new room type. And then we're just going to go down here. So this time around, now we're going to set the unchanged event. So say unchanged. And now we're going to say handle new room input change, new room type input change. This one here, I'm going to make this a new room type. So I'm just going to go up here to say new room type. So it will be clear for us, right? Okay, so now this is just all we need to do here. So what we're just trying to do here, if this one is true, if this one is selected, so this one is going to be true. So when this one is true, then we're going to create a new input control and actually show it here. Now, what I'm just going to do here is I'm just going to give this one here is self-closing tag as usual, and I'm going to clean up this gap here. Just clean up this space. So now this div here, I'm going to give some bootstrap classes. So I'm just going to say class name. This one is going to be input group. So, and then after this, now we're going to go out here to actually bring in a button that we're going to append to this text field. So here we're just going to say button here, and this button is just going to say add, right? And then we're going to go here to add some bootstrap classes. Class name, we're going to say btn. This one here is going to be our custom style sheet, custom CSS. And now the type of this one here, we're just going to set it to button, right? So the type here is button. I think this is just all we need here. So we're going to break this down. Just break it down. And let me just save to have a good format. So now this one here, we're going to handle the onClick event. So we're just going to say onClick. So if this button is clicked, what will happen? So we just want to say handle add new room type. So when this button is clicked, we're going to add the new room type we just entered to the array, to the array of room types we've gotten from the database. That's to this one here, right? So that is what we just did here. So when a value is entered, we're going to actually enter that room down here. So that is what this handle new room type is doing right here. It's going to add the new room type is going to be added to this very array here. This one here is going to be added into here, right? Okay, so that is just that's just that. All right. So now I think we are done with this component. So before we do any other thing, I'm just going to open up our index. So this index here, this is a default CSS, right? So I'm just going to highlight all these and remove them. Then I'm going to paste a customized CSS that I've already prepared before. So the link to the CSS is below the video. So just download the CSS and paste it in your index or maybe your main, and it depends on the component you use in creating your app. But meanwhile, make sure you have this customized style sheet in your system, in your project directory, so that we can actually have the same color, right? Okay, so now having done this, now I'm just going to save and close this, right? And now the next thing we're going to do here is I'm going to go here to our index. So this is our index.js. So what I'm just going to do here is I'm going to bring in the component we've just created, right? So I'm going to say add room. This one here. I'm going to say add room, right? Okay, and now we're going to go to the add room to actually make use of the component we just created. So I'm going to make this on the full screen. So in here, let's go down. Where is it? Okay, down here. So inside this div here, we're going to bring in the component we just created, which is the room type selector, this one here. And then we're going to pass in the props. So we're going to say handle room input change, and this one we're just going to set here to handle room type change. And the next one we're going to do here is to bring in the new room variable we just created. So we're just going to say new room. Where is it here? So we're just going to say new room, So this one also is going to be the new room. Yeah, new room. This one here. I'm going to save. Let's save to have it break down. So here we just have this one here. These are the props that we defined last time. So this is just all we need to pass down here, right? So I'm going to open this one here, and I'm going to save this. And let's test our form and see what we got. So right now we're going to view our form in the browser, and let's see how it looks like. So for that, I'm just going to control backtick on Windows, and here we see that our project is actually running. Our server is running in the front end. So I'm just going to follow the link here, and let's see the output of our form. Okay, so right here we have this as our output. So now if I go here and click on this, we're going to see that we have a new control that enters. So if I just enter maybe double, let's assume we have not gotten this room type in our database before. So I'm just going to say double bed. So when I say double bed and click on add, so this one here is going to actually be added to the control. You see here is being added to this control here. So now we can just take this and enter, right? So now what we're just going to do here, let's just test this photo. So here I've prepared some photos done before, so I'm just going to pick on anyone here, and let's check the preview. So we see that this photo here is actually getting previewed before submission, right? Let's pick another one. Actually it's getting previewed. So everything is actually working perfectly. So let's check this. We see that everything is working perfectly. So there's something I just remembered. Here, let's go back to VS Code. So right here, we see. Let me just remove this and close this down. So right here, we've actually created this one here. We've created this function here, calling our backend. But we have not created this function. We have not created this backend in our backend, right? So what we're just going to do here, before we come back here to test our form, we are going to go to our backend and actually create this endpoint to actually get all room types from our database. Okay, so let's go there and get it done. Created. So right here, we are right here in IntelliJ, and this is the controller. So right here in the controller, we're just going to create a new endpoint here. Okay, here. So here I'm just going to say public list of string, and this one I'm just going to say get room type, get room types. So we're just going to return room service dot get all room types. Get all room types. This one is a method we're going to create. We're going to be creating in a few moments. So before we move down there, I just want to give this one. Just want to say this one is a get mapping. And this one here, let's go back to VS Code to see what we define. So here we have room/types, right? So right here we're just going to say /room, then /types. So this one will get there. This one will have at the front end. So now let's just quickly create this one in our service layer. Okay, this will be created here. And let's go to the implementer to actually implement this, right? So I'm just going to put this here to actually implement method. Just click on OK. So the next thing we're just going to do here is to create. We're going to create this custom method in our repository, right? So we're just going to say room repository dot find. We're going to create this one as find distinct room types. Okay, room repository dot find distinct room type. So I just created this. I just named it like this because we're actually going to, this is just what we want to do here, because we want to actually we don't need duplicates, right? So we don't need duplicates. So because we're going to have many rooms with with the same room type in our database, but we're just going to pick them distinctively, right? So for that, now we're going to create a custom query that will actually do this one here for us, right? So let's have a custom query created here. So here I'm just going to say at query, and we're just going to say select. I'm just going to make it uppercase. Select. Sorry, it's a string. So you're just going to have select and select r.room type from room r. So here we're going to use the distinct keyword because we want it to be distinct, so no duplicates. So what I just want us to do here, let's check our database. Let's go to SQL Workbench, and this was the schema we created last time, right? So let's go to the rooms. If we were supposed to have one room there, right? Okay, good. So we have a room called single bed. So we should have this single bed in our front end when it gets loaded. We should have that single bed right here when the application gets loaded. So for that, now we're going to go back to IntelliJ and we're going to run our server and let's see what we got. Okay, so here we see that our server is up and running. So let's go back here. So let me just close this down. So let's go back to our browser and refresh. So in here, we should be expecting to see, okay, here, so we have a single bedroom, which is the one we have in our database, right? So now in our browser, let's try to add a new room. So this one here, I'm just going to say, okay, I'm going to add a room type called double. So this one I'm just going to call double. Click here and say double. This one is actually double bed, double bedroom. This is double bedroom, and the price of this one is $500 per night. And we're going to choose a photo, and here I'm just going to choose a photo with double bed. So this one actually has two beds. So now let's click on save. We made a mistake here. So this one here, we have not clicked add. So if we look here right now, this one has not been added, right? So if we try to save right now, we're going to have an error here because we've not entered anything here. So let's actually add this and let's go here to select double. So you have double, and now let's save to database. We have not created anything to indicate that the room has been saved successfully or not. But meanwhile, let's go to our database to check if the room has been saved or not. So let's refresh. So right here, we see that the room is actually saved, right? So now we have room number 2 and we have $500. And this one actually here is double bedroom. So if we go to our browser right now, we should have 2 room types already in our select control, right? So let's go here. So now we have 2 room types already. So let's add another one. Let's add another room. So here I'm just going to say add new room type. So this one I'm going to add triple suite, right? And this triple suite here is going to be 1K, 1K per night. Oh my gosh, this is really expensive. $1,000 per night. Okay, so now let's go here to select a room. Select a room photo. So this one here, and then this is one of the photos I've prepared done before. So you can just take your time to go to the internet and look for some good photos like this, right? Now I'm just going to click on add, and now we're just going to go here to select this triple suit, right? So I'm now just going to add. So now it's been added. Let's go back to our SQL Workbench and refresh. So right here we got 3 rooms in our database already, and let's go back to the browser to actually see what we got in here. So see here that we have gotten 3 room types in here. So now let's add another room called single bedroom, because we know that single bedroom is already there. So let's just pick a single bedroom, and this one this time around is going to be $200, maybe $150, $150. And now let's choose a photo, and this time around I'm going to choose something like this, and let's just open this and let's save to the database. And now if we go back here, we got another one, right? And now let's go back to our browser. We're going to see that let's refresh again. So let's look here. So have 1, 2, 3, but actually we have 4 rooms in our database, but we know that 2 rooms has the same room type, so we're actually selecting the distinct room type from our database. Okay, so now I'm just going to, let's go back to VS Code to actually add something here to indicate to the user that the room has been saved successfully when everything is okay. So let's go there and get it done. So let's go back to VS Code and actually get this done. So right here, right below the title here, before the form, just above the form, I'm going to give a clean space here. So right here, we're going to check if the success message, if there's a message in our success variable, right? So we're just going to say success message. If there is success message, then we're just going to create a div for it. Let's go in here. So we're just going to create a div, and let's get this closed. And this div here, we're just going to define a message, a success message here. So that message is just the success message that we have updated last time. So we're just going to say success message, this one here. And this one we're going to set in some classes, some bootstrap classes, class name. And this one we're going to say alert. We're going to say alert, and this alert is going to be success, right? Success. And we're going to set, we want this div to fade away after a period of time. Maybe after some seconds it should fade away. So we're just going to use some of the bootstrap classes. And then, having done this now, I'm just going to do here is to copy this one here to check for the error message. So I'm just going to copy this down and paste here. So here we're going to check this one as the error message. So this one we're going to pass in as an error message, this one here. And I'm just going to copy this and paste it here. And then the next thing we're going to do here is to actually change this one here to danger instead of success. So we'll change it to danger, right? Okay, let's save this, and let's go back to our browser and add a room. And meanwhile, there's something I want to do here before we actually add a room. So having done this, now the next thing we're going to do here is to actually set timer. We're going to set timer to this one here, and this is the timer that I've already set here already. This one here. So I've set a timer to 3 seconds. So after 3 seconds, if there is any success message displayed on the page, it's going to fade away, right? So that's what we just did here. So now let's go back to our browser and try to test what we've done so far. Let's refresh once more. And this time around, I'm going to enter a new, I'm going to define a new room type. And this time around, I'm going to set family. I'm going to say family suite. Family suite is the room, is the name of the type. And then we're going to set $700. And we're going to choose a photo here I'm going to choose this. Okay, and then let's save. Oh, let's add this first. Add this room type and family suite, this one here, and let's save the room. So here we have a new room was added successfully, and after 3 seconds it vanishes away. So let's go back to our SQL workbench and refresh one more time, and here we have the family suite. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do here, we're going to create a component to actually get all the rooms we got from the database. So let's go there and get it done. All right, so now we're back to our back end, and what we're just going to do here is to create a new endpoint that will help us to get every room from our database and display in our front end. So right here, I'm just going to come down and create a new endpoint. So this endpoint, this method, we're going to call, just going to say public response entity, and this one we're going to have a list. We're going to respond with a list of room response, right? So we're just going to say room response, this one here, and so this one we're just going to call get all rooms. Get all rooms. So we're just going to have a list of rooms. So we're just going to say rooms equals room service dot get all rooms, and here we're going to have a container of room responses. So we're going to say list room response. So this one we're going to call room responses, right? Room responses, and we're going to say equals new array. The reason why we're doing this because we want to convert the rooms to room responses, right? To room response. So here we're going to say for rooms, for room in rooms, So now what we're just going to do here is that, because we know that every room in the database has a photo, right? So we're just going to, for every room here, we're going to retrieve that photo using this room ID. So that we can actually display the room and both the photo on our web page, right? On our browser. So here we're just going to say byte array. So we're just going to say photo. Oh, sorry, there's photo bytes equals room service. So we're going to have a custom method to actually do this for us, to actually retrieve the photo from the database. So we're going to say get room photo, by room ID. Get room photo by room ID. Then here we're just going to say room dot get ID. Just go here. Room dot get ID. This one here. So what we're just going to do, we're trying to retrieve the photo because we see that both the room photos are saved on the same table. So we are going to create a method to actually retrieve this photo separately using the room ID to retrieve the photo for every room, right? So that's what we're just trying to do here. Sorry, it's IntelliJ. We're going back to IntelliJ. So then, having done this right now, we're going to come here to say if photo byte not equal none, and photo byte and photo byte dot length greater than 0. So we just want to say string. So we want to convert the bytes to a photo that we can actually display on the browser. So here we're just going to say string base 64. Let me just say base 64 photo, right? Photo equals base 64. So this one is coming from Apache Tomcat 64.encode. Encode, and here we're going to pass in the photo bytes, photo bytes here, and then we're going to come down here to say room response equals get room response. This is another method we're going to create, right? So equals get room response, and here we're just going to pass in the room in here, right, and terminate. So what we're just going to do here, we're going to create a custom method here that is going to actually return the room, both the photo and everything, because the room we are returning actually has a booking object, right? So we're going to return everything, both the photo and the booking object, everything with a single room that we are returning, right? So down here, we're just going to come down here to say room response. This is room response dot set photo. So here we're going to pass in base 64, photo base 64, and after this now we're just going to say room responses dot add room response, add this one here, right? And after that, now the next thing we're going to do here is to return. We're just going to come here, so we're going to say return. Oh sorry, this is actually return. So we're going to return response entity dot okay. Then we're going to pass room responses, this one here. All right, so this is just all we need to do here. So now the first thing we're going to do here is to create. We're going to let's create this one first. So right here we have this, and also let's just go back. Where is it? Let's go back to the implementer to actually get this implemented. So just go to the implement method and click on OK. So here we're just going to say room repository dot find all. The simplest method, right? Simplest implementation dot find all. So this one is out of the way. So let's go here. So the next one we're going to create here is the method that is going to get the room photos by the room ID, right? So here I'm just going to say I think we are omitting something here. This one is supposed to have a period here, is dots, right? Okay, so now what we're just going to do here is to create this method in our service layer. So this one is being created here. Meanwhile, I just want to change this one to room ID. Sorry, to room ID, so it will be more clearer for the reader, right? Okay, so now I'm just going to, let's go back to the implementer to actually implement this. So here, implement method, and just implement. So now what we're just going to do here is to, so we're going to find the room first. We're going to find if that room actually exists. So if that room exists, then we're going to retrieve the photo and convert it and return it along with the room, right? So here we're just going to say optional room. So here we're going to say the room equals room repository dot find by ID, and we're just going to pass in the room ID, right? And we're just going to terminate here. And after this, now we're going to check if the room that is empty, we're just going to throw new resource not found, new resource. Okay, so this one here we're going to say new resource not found, exception, resource not found exception. So this one here we're just going to say room not found. So here, this one is a custom class that we're going to create in a moment. So then, if that is not the case, then we're just going to retrieve the photo and convert it to blob. And we're just going to get the photo and convert it to blob so that we can actually bring it together with the room, right? So here we're just going to do here is to say blob, photo blob equals the room dot get photo, because actually the photo we are getting from the database, the room type, the photo type is actually of type blob, right? So we're just getting this here, and then we're going to check again. So if photo blob not equal none, then we're just going to say return photo blob dot get bytes, and then we're just going to cast this to int, and so we're going to come out here to say photo blob dot length. So this is just all we need to do here. So in that case, now we're going to, if that is not the case, if not found, we're just going to return none here. Sorry, we're just going to return none. So this is just all we need to do here. So this one here, we're going to add a section here, and now this one here is going to be a custom exception class we're going to create. So let's just create resource not found exception. So let's bring this one inside this exception class. Exception package. So this one here we're just going to leave as it is. So we're just going to call this one message, and we're going to change this one here to runtime exception, and inside here we're just going to call the super and pass in the message. So that is what we need to do here right now. We're going to implement this exception later, right? So now let's go back here to the controller, and we'll see that this one is done. So now we are done with this. What is this? Okay, we'll have to terminate this here. So now we are done with this method. So the next we're going to do here, so we're going to go back to the controller, and here we're going to add the exception here. So the next one we're going to create here is this method to actually get the room response. So this one is going to be a private method in here. And the next thing we're going to do here is to I'm going to actually push this now to the ending, this one here. So I'm just going to leave it at the ending. So what we're just going to do here is to create a custom method that we get all the room responses from the database, because we have a lot of things to actually return with the room, right? So that's what we're just going to do here. So now we're just going to go in here and say list. So we're going to create a list of booked rooms. Booked rooms. Yeah, because we try to get the booking, because every room has bookings, right? So we try to get the booking history along with the rooms. So we are getting the booking history and we're getting the photo along with each room, right? So here we're just going to say bookings. We'll call this bookings equals get all bookings. Get all bookings by room ID, by room ID. And here we're going to pass in the room.get ID. This one here. Okay, so before we continue, we're just going to create this one here, this private method here. And this one has to do with the booking, with the booked room service. So here, what we're just going to do here is to return all the services, all the booked rooms from the booked room table, right? So, and now for that, we're going to create the service. We're going to get a handle of this booked room service here. But meanwhile, we have not gotten that service in here, so we're just going to come here to create. We're going to go to the service class, and here we're going to click on this service, and we'll right click on this service here and create a new class. And this class we're just going to call the booked room service, right? So here we'll say booked room service, or I'm just going to call this one booking service. Let's call this one booking service. This one is okay. So let's say booking service, I think it's correct. All right, so let's just hit on enter. And this one here, we're going to make this one a bin at service. We're going to come back to the implementation of this class, but we just want to make use of it in our controller. That's why we're creating it right now. So later we're going to come back to actually implement this. So now let's go back to our controller, our room controller. Let's just make it on the full screen. And here I'm going to inject this booking services right here. So I'm going to say private final booking service. So you'll say booking service, right? So let's go down here to actually make use of it. So I'm just going to come here to return booking service dot get all bookings. So this is another method we're going to create. So dot get all bookings by room ID, and here we're going to pass in the room ID. So I'm just going to change this one here to room ID. Okay. All right, so now we're going to just try to create this method in our book room service, but later we're going to come back to implement this, right? So for now, I'm just going to say return none to remove the error for now. So let's go back to continue with our room controller. So right here, the next thing we're going to do here is to come back here. I'm going to take this up a little bit. So I'm going to come back here. So the next thing we're going to create, the next container we're going to create here is booking responses. So here I'm just going to say list. So we're going to have the list of booking response, okay, here booking responses we created it last time. So this one here we're just going to say bookings info booking. This is booking, sorry, booking info equals bookings dot stream dot map. So what we're actually doing here is that we are getting all the bookings for the room from our database. They were trying to convert. The book room to booking response. So I can actually return the response along with every room, right? So here I'm going to go down here, just break this one down. And inside this map here, we're going to have booking and then we're just going to say new booking response, right? New booking, this actually booking, new booking response. And in here, we're just going to select some attributes, some information to return along along with the rooms. So the first one we're going to take here is the booking ID. So we're going to say booking dot get booking ID, booking dot get check-in date. We're going to get the check-in date from here. Bookings dot get check-out date. So I'm going to break this down. So these are just the information we want to return with the booking history with the room, right? So here I'm going to go in here. So now we're returning the booking ID, the check-in and check-out date, and we're going to return the confirmation code as well. So here we're just going to say booking.get booking confirmation code, this one here. So they just all we want to return. Then we're going to actually put them in a list. So we're just going to say to list, this one here, put them in a list. So that's just all we're going to do. Then here we're going to terminate this one here and go down here. So then after getting all the bookings, after getting all the booking history, then we want to get the photo for the room as well. So here we're just going to say byte array, and this one we're just going to say photo byte equals none. And here we're going to say blob. Sorry, this is blob actually. Oh my gosh, this is L, yeah. So this one we're just going to call photo blob equals room dot get photo. So in here now we're going to check if photo blob not none, if photo blob, this is photo blob, if photo blob not none, if photo blob not none, then we're going to have the try and catch block. Then we're going to convert. We just want to convert this photo to what we can actually display on our browser, right? So here we're just going to say try and catch. Here we're going to just put the catch here, catch here, and inside the try and catch block, and let's do this import first. All right, so inside the try and catch block, we're just going to have photo bytes equals photo blob dot get bytes, and we're going to say photo blob dot length here. And after this, now we're just going to cache the exception here. We're going to say SQL exception, SQL exception E here, and here we're just going to say throw new. We're going to create another exception for this, but meanwhile I'm just going to we're just going to create a custom exception class for this again. So I'm just going to say photo retriever exception. So in case anything goes wrong, we're just going to throw this exception, and then we're just going to say error retrieving photo. Retrieving photo, this I here, and this one also is I here. So this is just what we need here. So I'm just going to terminate, and now we just quickly, well, I'm just going to close this gap. So before we create that, we're going to just finish up what we're doing before we go to create this one here. So now we're just going to come down here to return new room response. So we're going to say room dot get ID. Oh, sorry, this is room dot actually get the ID of the room, and room dot get room type, then room dot get room price. And after this, now we're going to set room dot is booked. So we're going to see if the room has been booked or not yet booked. So here I'm just going to break this down and put a comma here. And after this we're going to pass the booking object here, which is booking info, and then we're going to pass in the photo byte down here. So this is just what we need. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here, but right here, let's fix this problem. So here we see, let's check what is happening here. So have require type byte and list, we prevent list in byte. So this is just a position interchange. Let's switch the position. So we're just going to cut this here and bring it back. Oh, sorry, just bring it back here and paste it here. So then we remove this, and that solves the problem. So now let's create this exception class, and I'm just going to put this one in the exception package. Let's go here and choose the package, and let's click on OK. So just like what we've done before, I'm just going to change this one here to a message, and this one is going to return the the runtime exception. Yeah, just going to return the runtime exception, and then we're going to go in here to just call the super and pass in the message. Yeah, so this is just all we need here. Let's go back to the controller class, and we see the problem has gone away. Okay, so let's move back to the front end and start implementing the components to actually consume this endpoint we just created. So let's go there and get it done. Okay, so we're here back to our front end. In this section, we're going to create 3 components, and the components are, one is the room paginator, and one is going to be the room filter, and the third one is going to be the existing room component. Now the room paginator is the one we're going to use. It's a custom component we're going to create for pagination, and the room filter is another custom component we're going to create to actually filter rooms by their type. And the third one, which is the existing room, is the component where we are going to make use of those 2 components we're going to create, right? So now we're just going to do, before we do that, we're going to create a function here, right here in the API functions. We're going to add a new function that's going to interact with the back end to actually get all the rooms from our back end down to the front end. So for that, I'm just going to create an export async, and this function we're just going to call it's going to be function. And this function we're just going to be called get all rooms. Here, and inside this here, we're just going to get the try and catch block. All right, and inside try catch block, we're just going to create a constant variable called result. So results equals await API.get. So this one is going to be get method, and we have in our back end we have the rooms. / all rooms, right? I think that was the endpoint we created last time in our back end. Let's cross check. So here we have all rooms. So here we have rooms / all rooms, right? Okay, so let's go back to the back end, front end. So right here we have rooms / all rooms. So we're just going to return the result we get from our back end. So we'll say return results. Return results dot data. And then we're going to go in here to catch any error that may occur. Error, and then we're just going to throw new error. And this one we're just going to say error fetching rooms. Error fetching rooms. So this is just the function we need to create here to get interacted with our back end. So like every other one here, before we leave here, I'm just going to write a comment here. This function gets all room from the database. So we're just going to say this function gets all rooms from the database. So this is just all we need to do here. And having done this, now we're just going to move. I'm going to save this, and then we're going to move down in here inside the common folder. We're going to create a new component called room paginator, right? So I'm just going to click on this and create a new component. And this component we're going to call room paginator.jsx. Is that correct? Yeah, it's correct. Okay, so then we're just going to generate our component. And the first thing I'm going to do right here is to create an array. We're going to create an array based, we're going to generate our page numbers based on the length of the result we got from our back end. So here we're going to have a constant variable. And this variable we're going to call page numbers. Equals array dot from, and here we're going to create an object length. So we're going to have the length, and this length is going to be of, we're going to just set this length to the total pages. We're going to say total pages. But meanwhile, I'm going to destructure some props up here. We're going to destructure some props up here that we're going to make use of. So here, the first one here, we're going to have the current. We're going to call this one the current page. And the next one we're going to call the total pages. And then we're going to have a function to actually work on the page click when a number is clicked, when that help us to paginate from one page to another, right? So we're just going to say page change. So these are the three props we need here. And right here, we're going to come back here to this function, and we're going to have this. So this one means we're going to neglect the first argument, and what we just need to do here, we're just going to have I plus 1. So this, let me make this on the full screen. So this is just what we need to do here to actually get all the page numbers. So for us to generate our page numbers based on the result we got from the database. So now we're going to go into our return to actually create the UI of our UI of our pagination, right? So I'm just going to say Control D, and I'm going to remove this div and change this to nav. So here we have nav. I'm just going to escape from this. And this nav here, we're going to, inside this nav, we're going to have the UL elements. And this UL, we're just going to give some classes, some bootstrap classes. So I'm just going to say class name. And the class name I'm going to set to pagination, and we're going to justify the content center. Justify content. Justify content center. Yeah, content center. And inside this one here, inside the UL element, we're going to paginate through all our page numbers, and then we're going to use the number of pages we have to create our the UI. So what we're just going to do here is to say page numbers here. We're going to say page numbers.map, map page number, and the next thing we're just going to do here is to create for every page number, we're going to create a list item, right? So here we're just going to say li. We're going to say the li, and here we're going to set the key. So the key here is going to be page number itself. So we're just going to say page number, and then I'm just going to break this down a little bit, and here we're going to set some classes. So here we have the class name, and this one here we're going to set the class based on the current page, right? So here we just have the class, and then I'm just going to remove this and go with curly braces and a back tick. So now we're going to find out the first class we're going to give here is page item. And then we're going to come here to ask to check if the current page is equal to the page number, right? Equal to page number. Current page equal to page number. If yes, then we're going to set that page as the active page. So here we're just going to get the double quote and set this one to active. And if that is not the case, then we're just going to set it empty to empty string, right? So we'll set this to empty string. So this is just all we need here. And now we're going to bring in, we're just going to close this. We're just going to save to have a good format. Cool. So now we're just going to go down here. I'm going to break this down, and now we're going to go inside the item list, the list item, and actually bring in a button. So just go have a button here, and inside this button we're going to have some classes. So just going to say the class name. So the class name is going to be the page link, page link, right? Okay, and then we're just going to enter, we're just going to go inside here to pass in the page number. So we're just going to say the page number, this one here. Okay, now we're going to handle the on-click event. So we're just going to say on-click. So when the page is clicked, we're going to actually call the function that was just declared up there. So we're just going to say on page change, this one here, and then we're going to pass in the page number. So we're just going to say page number, yeah, this one here. Okay, so I think this we just need here to get our pagination components ready to be used. So then I'm just going to save to have a proper format. So I think this is just all we need to get our pagination component done. So now let's move on to create the component to actually help us to filter rooms. Okay, so the next one we're going to create right now is the component to actually filter the room. So for that, we're going to go stay here in the common folder. So I'm going to name this one here room, this room filter.jsx. So we're just going to generate our component, and so we're going to create a state variable const filter, and set filter. Plus use state, and just going to clear this off. So here we're just going to have empty string, and let's do the import. Yeah, the import. Sometimes it's faster doing it manually than. Okay, so what we're just going to do here is to create a function to actually handle the selected change. So to handle the filtration, right? The filtering. Is that correct? So we have handle select, select change. We'll call this one select change, and so we're just going to say const selected room type equals, let's go here with tab 9. Very good suggestion. So what we're just going to do here, we're trying to get a hold of the selected, because here we're going to have, what we're trying to do here is this component is going to be a custom select control that we are going to use to filter rooms, right? So now we're trying to track the room type that is being selected. That's what we're trying to track here right now. So what we're just going to do here is to go down here to set filter to the selected room. Selected room type. Then we're just going to go down here of const filtered rooms equals dot. So here I'm just going to go up here to the structure, some props. So have set filtered. This was going to be a function that we're going to pass over to the component that is going to use this. This one here, we are not using any state management library, because this one is just a small application. So we are not using this component in too many places. So there's no need of us using state management libraries like context or Redux. So we just want to do this one like prop drillings, because it's very small. You just got to drill between small scope. Okay, so now what we're just going to do here is to say data.filter here. The system has started frozen. Okay, here, sorry guys, my system is frozen again. So here I'm just going to say filter, and inside here we're going to have the room. And so we're just going to go out here to say, so we're trying to filter and display rooms based on the feature. We're trying to display the results based on the room type selected. But if there is no room selected, we're going to display all the rooms. But if a room type is selected, then we're going to display the result based on the room type selected, right? So here we're just going to say room dot room type dot to lowercase dot to lowercase dot include. I'm going to make this one a full screen. Yeah. Dot to lowercase dot includes then we're going to have the selected room type, let me break this down, and the selected room type, let's break this down here, and also break this one down. Selected room type dot to lowercase dot to lowercase here. So this is just all we need to do here. Then in here, we're just going to go down here to set filter. Set filter. Sorry. Set filter data. Then we're going to set this one to the filtered rooms. Filtered rooms. Okay, so what we just need to do here is that this one is a function that will actually help us to filter the room. So we try to display the results of our backend based on the selected room type, that's to filter, right? So the next one we're going to create here is to create a function that will actually handle the clear, a button that we're going to use to clear the filter, right? So that we can actually, if we don't select any filter, we're going to display everything we have from our back end, right, based on the pagination number. So here we're just going to say clear filter. We're going to call this function clear filter. And we're just going to say set filter with empty string and set filter data to the data we got from the database, right? So that's just all we need to do here. And so have we done this? Now the next thing we're going to do here, okay, so the next thing we're going to do here, we're going to create an array of unique room type that we got from the database. So we're going to say const room types. So we're going to take empty string as the first argument. Then we're going to extract a unique room type from the data we got from the database, right? So we're just going to say new set. So we'll have data.map room room type. So what we're just going to try to do here is that we're trying to extract unique room type from the data we got from the database. This one is going to contain all the rooms from the database, and here we're trying to extract all the room type in a unique manner from the room we got from the database, right? And we're going to put them here. So this is the one we're going to map over. So now having done this, now we're just going to come here to start creating the UI of our form, right? So let me just go in here. So I'm going to wrap this in brackets. So here I'm going to, let's break this down. Let's break it down. So the first thing I'm going to do here, I'm going to set some classes right here. the bootstrap classes. So just the class name, input. So it's going to be input group, and we're going to set the margin bottom 2, 3, and inside this div here, we're going to have a span. And inside this span here, we're just going to say filter rooms by type. Filter rooms by type. And here we're going to give some classes. We're going to say class name. So this one is going to be input. There's going to be input group text, input group text, and then we're going to set the ID. So set the ID to so we'll set the ID to room filter, room type filter. Okay, so just let's break this down. Let's just save to have a proper format. So now I'm going to go out of this pan and actually break in a select control. So here we're going to have the select, and in here we're just going to set in some bootstrap classes. So we're going to say class name, we're going to say form select, and the value is going to be filter. Yes, the filter we created, the state variable we created up there, and then we're going to handle the unchange event. So we're going to say unchange, and this one here we're going to say handle select change, right? So that is all. So I'm going to break this one up here, and right here we're just going to, the next thing we're going to do here is to bring in some options. So I'm going to go into the select and bring in option, and inside this option here we're going to set the value, which is the first option. We'll set the value to empty string. We'll set the value to empty string, and now we're going to instruct the user what to do. So select a room type to filter. Select a room type to filter. So this is the hint we give to the user. Then we're just going to go down here to iterate through the room type, the unique room type we've gotten from the database, right? So we're just going to say room types dot map, and here we're going to have the type, that's a typo, the type and index, and then we're just going to so we're just going to return option for every room type. This is option here, and here we're going to set the key, the unique key, to the index, and then we're going to set the value to the type, and also we're going to just go inside the option, just like what we did last time. So just go in here and actually set set this as the type. Just set this to the type, right? Okay, so right here I'm just going to go out of the select control and bring in a button. So here we're going to have, oh my gosh, this is not what I want to do. We just want to bring a button, a simple one, and inside here we're just going to say clear filter, and this one here we're going to give some classes. Class name btn, and we are going to give this one a custom our own custom our hotel color, right? The custom style sheet we pasted last time. So here we're going to explicitly set the type of this to button here. Then we're going to handle the on-click event. So here we have the on-click, and we're going to say handle, or maybe what is the name of the function? Clear filter. So we're going to say clear filter, clear filter, this one here. So this is the function we're going to use this button, this is the work we're going to use this button to do. So when it's been clicked, we're going to clear the filter. So if there's any room type selected, it's going to clear it off. And at that point, it's going to display every room type we got, every rooms we got from the database based on the pagination criteria. So let's fix this error here. This one is saying type unknown is not assignable to type string number, blah blah like that. So what we just need to do with this, we just go in here. So one way to solve this, we can just go in here. Just set this one here, so make it explicitly a string. Let's let you know that it's a string, and this one here we can just cast it to string. Okay, so this one actually cleared this off. Okay, so the next one we're going to create, let's going to create the component, which is the existing room component, where we're going to use all these two components we've created to actually display and filter and paginate the rooms on our web page. So let's get it done. All right, so now we're going to create a component that will actually display all the rooms we have from our database. And we're going to, and in that component, we're going to make use of the room filter and the room paginator that we've just created. So for that, I'm going to, let me just close some of these. I'm going to close some of this, close this, and close this. So now I'm just going to go here, and this time around, we're going to go to the room folder, this one here. So we're going to create a component called existing rooms. Existing rooms. Is that correct? .jsx. That's correct. So we have this one as existing room.jss. So let's generate our component. So we have existing rooms.jsx. So here we're going to have a couple of state variables. So the first one we're going to create is the rooms. Set rooms. Use state. I'm going to clear this off. So this one here, I'm going to set an empty array, and let's do the import. And you know, remember that this page, in this component, we're going to paginate. So we're going to make use of the pagination component we just created last time. So here we're going to have a state variable to handle that for us. So we'll say current page, set current page, and this one we're going to set the current page as 1, at the initial state. So the next one we're going to create is rooms per page. How many rooms do we need per page? So we're going to say const rooms per page. Use state. And this one we're just going to say 8. We need 8 rooms per page. Take note that this one we are not getting any, we are not updating this variable, right? Just a constant. So here we're going to have another one, const use state. And this one here we're going to set to false at the initial state. False. So the next one we're going to create const filtered room, filtered rooms, and we're going to set. So we're going to set filtered rooms. And this one here we're going to set to empty array at the initial state. Set an empty array. Filtered rooms, set filtered rooms. I hope the spelling is correct. And the next one we're going to have here is the selected room type for the filtering. So we're going to say const selected room type and set selected room type. And this one here we're going to set to empty string. So now we're going to have some variables to hold success and error messages for us. So here we're going to have success message, set success message, empty string, and also we're going to have for the error message if there are any, so we'll say error. So we're just going to follow the suggestion of tab 9. That's a very good one. Okay, so that's just what we need to do here for now. So let's move downwards to actually start creating the functions that we're going to be using in these components. So the first one we're going to create here is a function that will actually get all the rooms from our database, right? So let's have const. We're going to call this one fetch rooms async so inside here we're going to set is loading to true. It's loading. So here we're going to set is loading. Oh no, we're going to set this set is loading. I'm going to say true right here. And after this here, we're going to go in here to get the try and catch block. Catch. Yeah. And so we're just going to go in here to actually call the function we have last time. So we're just going to say const result equals await get all rooms, and so this is the function we created last time, remember? So here I'm just going to say set rooms to result and set is loading to false. Set is loading to false. Okay, then we're going to come here to catch error if there are any. So just say error. And here, if there are error, we're going to set the error to error messages, right? So we're just going to say set error message. So we're going to have error.message. Okay, so let's save to have a proper format. So now this one is the function that will actually get all the room for us. So here we're just going to use the effect so that when it loads, so we're going to clear this off and let's make this an empty dependency. So inside here we're just going to call the fetch room, fetch rooms, this one here, and then we're going to do this import. Yeah, so let's save again to have a good format. Okay, so now the next one we're going to do here, after doing this, now we're going to we're going to call another use effect to actually like for the room filtering, right? So we're going to create a function to actually do the filtering for us. So here we're just going to say we're going to create this one inside the use effect direct. So here we just, let me scroll up a little bit. So we're going to check if selected room type is empty, that's if there is no room type selected. So we're just going to set filter room, set filtered rooms to filtered, to rooms, So that is if there is no room type selected, we're just going to set this filtered room. We're just going to display every room we got from the database. So we're going to say else if a room is selected, then we're going to display the rooms based on the selected room type. Const filtered equals rooms.filter, and here we're going to just return room type equals selected room type. This one here. I'm going to make this one a full screen. So we have this one here. So and after that now we're going to, let me just close the gap a little bit, and then we're going to come down here to set filter rooms, and we'll set this one to filtered. Okay, so this is just what we have here. Then we're going to come down here to specify the current page. So we're going to set current page, set current page to 1, and right in here so we're going to pass in the array dependency. So we're going to watch over the selected room type. So when the selected room type is changed, then we're going to re-execute this function inside the use effect. So here we're just going to say rooms. We're going to pass two dependencies. So we have rooms and selected room type. This one here. So these are the two dependencies we are going to pass into our use effect to wash over. So whenever this one changes, it's going to re-render our form, our table, our rooms. Okay. So now, having done this, now we're just going to move down. The next thing we're going to do here is to actually create a function to help us get our pagination, to calculate our number of pages based on the number of rooms we got, based on the number of results we got from our database. So right here, we're just going to say const calculate total pages equals, so here we're going to have the filtered rooms. So we try to get the total pages based on the number of rooms we got. So we got filtered rooms, and we have rooms per page, rooms per page, and then we're going to have the rooms here. Okay, so inside here we're just going to say const total rooms equals filtered rooms dot length. Oh, sorry, this is length. No, dot length greater than 0. Filtered rooms dot length. So we'll check if we have filtered, if rooms are filtered inside this one here, then we're going to bring out the room that we're going to calculate the page. We're going to calculate the number of pages based on the room filter. Else, we're going to calculate the number of pages based the original rooms we got, right? So just here we say length, return room dot length, else. Is that length? No, it's not correct. This is th length, or else return rooms dot length here. All right, so here we're going to, what we just did here was that, so we're trying to, because we are going to filter, we're going to filter on this component. So here we're trying to get the number. If we have, if a room type is selected and we have result in here, so we're going to calculate how many results we have here. So that is what we're going to use to determine the number of pages we're going to have. So if there's nothing in here, then we're going to use all the rooms from the database to actually get the number of pages that we're going to have in the inside the component. So that's what we're just doing here. So now we're going to return. So here we just say return math, the sale, and then we're going to have the total rooms. We'll have the total rooms here, divide rooms per page, this one here. So this is just all we need to do in here. Now the next one we're going to do here, is we're going to come down here to, we're going to say const index. I'm just going to say okay, const. So it's a const last room index. Last room index equals current. Maybe let's make this variable more clearer. So I'm going to say index of last room equals current page multiplied rooms per page. The const index of first page, first room. Meanwhile, this one here, we're going to change this one here, right? We'll change this one here. So now this one is going to be subtraction. So the next one we're going to have here is const. So we're going to say const current page, sorry, current rooms equals filtered rooms, slice. So here we're going to have the index of first room, index of first room, and the index of the last room, right? So this is just all we have here. So all we're just doing here is the pagination. We're trying to calculate how our rooms are going to be paginated on the component, right? So now, having done this, now what we're just going to do here is we're going to start creating the UI of our form, of our component, right? So that's what we're going to do here next. All right. So now we're going to start implementing the UI of our component. So here I'm just going to go here and Ctrl D, and I'm going to change this to empty fragment. So the first thing we're going to do here is to check the isLoading variable. If we're going to say if is loading, this is is. Yeah, this is supposed to be is. If is loading, if it's loading, then here we're going to create a paragraph. We'll have a p tag to just display loading, right? We're just going to say loading existing rooms. Loading existing rooms. Okay, so now if that is not the case, then we're going to bring in a section. We're going to just come here. And inside this here, we're just going to have another we're going to have another fragment in here to return a section. So in here, I'm going to have a section. And this section, we're going to give some classes. So class name, we're going to have the margin top as 5. And also the margin bottom as 5. And also we're just going to make it a container. So this div here, we're going to have the class name, the flex, justify content center, this one here that we're going to set also the margin bottom is MB to 3 and the empty to 4, which is the margin, to 5, which is the margin top. Okay, so in here we're just going to have inside here we're just going to have h2 tag to display our title, the page title. We're just going to say existing. Existing rooms. This one's supposed to be existing rooms. Okay, so now having done this, now the next thing we're just going to do here is to bring in a column. So we're going to close this. I'm going to go out of this here. Then we're going to bring in a column. I'm going to borrow some column from Bootstrap. from React Bootstrap. So we're going to say colon. And we're just going to do the imports. And this column we're just going to give, so we're going to say MD6, and we're going to give some class name, it's MD6. So we're going to give some bootstrap classes, so we're going to say class name. And this one we'll say MB3, this magic button. And we're going to say MD, and this one we're going to set to 0. We're just going to we're just trying to shape the responsiveness of this. So now inside this column, what we're just going to do here is to bring in the room filter we created last time. So this is the room filter. And here we're going to have the data. The data here is equal rooms, so the rooms here. And then we're going to have this, the rooms. And here we're going to have the set filter data. And then we're going to set this one also to set filtered rooms here. So I'm going to make this on a whole screen. All right, so we are done with this. So we are going to go out of here and bring in a table. So you'll just have a table. So inside this table, we're going to have the T head. And inside this one here, we're going to have the TR, right? And inside this TR, we're going to have the T header, right? Which is table header. Okay, so this is just what we need to do here. So now let's set some classes to our table. Class name. Table bordered. Table bordered. This one is E here, bordered. And here we're just going to have again table hover. So this is just what we need to have here. So I haven't done this now. The next thing we're going to do here is to come here to the row. Have the table row. I'm going to set some class name here. Text centered. So we're going to set this one here to text center. And now in here, we're just going to have, let me bring this up here. So the first one we're going to have here is the ID. And then I'm just going to copy this and paste a couple of times. This one actually is ID. So I'm just going to copy and paste a number of times. The room type. The room price. And actions. So now we're going to go out of this. We're going to go out of this header and bring in the body, right? So we're going to have the T body. All right. So in here, we're just going to iterate all the rooms we have gotten from the database. So here we're going to say current rooms, current rooms.map, room. Now for each room, we're going to create. For each room, we're going to create a table role. So here we're just going to say, in here we're going to say tr. Here, we'll break this down. And this tr here, we're going to set the key. We'll set the key to room dot id. So we're going to set some class, some bootstrap class name. Text center. And inside here, we're going to have the table data. And right here, we're going to have room.id. And just what I'm going to do here, just as usual, I'm just going to copy this and paste a number of times. 1, 2, 3, maybe. So this one we're going to set to room type, and this one we're going to set to room price. And the next thing we're going to do here, we're going to actually remove this. And this one here, we're going to have a couple of buttons here to delete, view, and edit in here. So I'm just going to break this down a little bit. This one is price. So I'm going to break this down. And so then I'm going to bring in 3 buttons. Buttons, and I'm going to just copy and paste and paste. So this button, one of these buttons is going to be, this one is going to be view, like view, right? And one is going to be, but meanwhile we're going to use one button for both view and edit, right? So that's what we're just going to do here. So for that reason, I'm going to bring in okay, so let's just use this one here, like view and view or edit here. And this one here, we're just going to say delete. So we're actually going to have 2 buttons here. So now we're going to remove the last one here. Okay, so before we, so I think this is just all we need to do. But now let's continue with our implementation. So now we're going to go out of this table. Under the table here, we're going to bring in the pagination, the paginator control we created last time. So we're just going to say room paginator here. And then we're going to set the props. So just going to say current page equals current page. I'm going to let's break this down, and let's break it down. So I'm going to come down here to say total pages. And this one here, we're going to set to the method we created last time. So we're going to say calculate total pages. And this one here, we have the filtered room, right? So we have the filtered room, this one here, and also have the rooms per page, and then we have the rooms. Okay, so that is just what we need to do here. So the last one we're going to do here is the on change. We're going to say on page change, and this one we're going to have a function to actually handle the pagination click, right? So we're going to say handle. We forgot to create this method, so we're going to say pagination. pagination click, right? So then I'm just going to copy this one here and go up. Let's go and fix this one up here first before we come back. So under this here, I'm just going to create a function. So this function, I'm just going to call this handle pagination click. So what we're going to do here is that we're just going to say page number, and so we're just going to set current page to page number when it's clicked, right? Page number. So this is just all we need to do here to control our pagination. So when the button is clicked, when a number is clicked, the current page is going to be set to the correct number, and we're going to give it an active class, right? Like the last time we created in our pagination stuff, in our pagination component. Where is it? This one here, I think. Yeah, it's going to be set to active. All right, so let's go down here and finish what we're doing. So I'm just going to push this up here to make it, or I'm going to save to get a good format. So now the next thing we're going to do here is to actually, this is all we need to do here. So what we just need to do here is to, we just want to try to see how our form, our page looks like, right? So let's go to the browser and see what we've done so far. Okay, so there are a couple of things I fixed here, and the first one here, we'll go to the room filter. We see here last time I have a wrong casting. So what I did last time was like this, right? So we just did like this, and I said as string, right? So this casting actually gives an error, so I just have to use the same way as this one here. So what I just did here is to just copy and just paste this one here as it is right here. So that is one. And so now let's move to our back end. And in our back end we have a problem. So the problem we had was that this booking here, you know, last time we created this method here, we're actually getting all bookings, right? But we have not implemented the booking. If you go here, we see that our booking here has not been implemented. We just used this method last time just to get over the error, just to get rid of the error we were having last time in the room controller. So because we have not implemented this method here, this one is returning none, so we're actually having a non-pointer exception at the front end. So what I just did was that it's just to isolate. I commented this out, and I went down here. To remove the object from here, which is the booking object last time, which is this one here. I removed it from here, and I went back to the controller, this one here, to actually comment this booking. So what I just did is to remove the booking object. So now if we go to our browser, we can actually view the skeleton of our form. So this is the form we've gotten so far. Let me just remove this. So this is the existing rooms we have gotten so far, right? And this is the pagination is working here. So here we can actually, so you see the filter is actually working, and everything here is working, right? So things are really working. So now these are the rooms, so that if I just clear the filter, we'll see that we have every rooms we got in our database, right? And you know, last time we specified that we're going to have 8 rooms per page. So here we have 6 rooms, so we're just having the first page here. So we see that our pagination, our room filter, everything is actually working. So the next thing we're going to do, before we go to the back end to implement the booked room, the booking component, we're going to print this form here. We're going to make this form look better before we go back to our back end. So let's go make this form a little bit okay. Okay, so now it's time for us to work on this delete button. So what I'm just going to do here is to go to this app function file we created, and right here we're going to create a new function to handle the delete, to interact with our back end to handle the delete. So here I'm just going to say export async, And this one we're just going to say delete room. And this delete room is going to take the room ID, and inside here we're just going to take the try and cache block, try cache, and we inside the try and cache block we're just going to create a constant variable called result. API.delete. This is going to be a delete method, and then we're going to have rooms slash delete slash room. Then we're going to have the ID of the room we're going to delete. So here we're just going to say room ID. So delete. What's wrong here? Oh, sorry, this is delete. Okay, so this one here we're going to make it backtick. Yeah, so this will backtick. Room ID, is it correct? We have a typo. So this one is room ID. Then we're just going to come out here to return any message that might occur at the back end. So we're just going to say return result dot data. And then we're going to come into the try catch block and handle any error that may occur. So we're just going to say throw new error. Just say error deleting error deleting room, and we're going to actually pass the message. So we're going to say error dot message. So this is just all we need to do here. Quickly, I'm just going to, as usual, I'm just going to put some indication here. This function deletes a room by the ID. All right. Here we made a mistake here. So this function deletes a room by the ID. So this is just all we need to do here. So right now we're going to go back to the existing room, and now we're going to create a new function here to actually handle the delete. So I'm just going to come here to say const handle delete. Sorry. And this one we're going to have the room ID. Yeah, room ID. Then in here we're just going to have the try and catch block once more. Catch. And there's just going to be the error, and here we're just going to set the error message. We're going to say error.message. Message. Okay, so now let's go into the try and catch block. So right here we're going to have a const variable result. equals await. So here we're going to say delete room, this one here, and let's check up there if this one is actually imported. Delete room. Okay, delete room is auto imported from the file, right? Actually, I'm gonna save this. Let's save this, and here let's go back here. Okay, so now we have this delete already, and then we're going to pass in the room ID. Room ID, and then we're going to check the status of the results, right? So we're going to say if result equal, we're going to, in our backend, we're not going to return anything when the room is deleted. So we're just going to say if the result is equal none, then we're going to set the success message. Then we're just going to announce to the user. Let's have the backtick. I'm just going to say room number. Then here we're going to drag in the room number. This is the room ID. So this one is just like room number 4 was deleted, room number 2 was deleted. For example, if the room is number 2, we're just going to say room number 2 was deleted, or room number 35 was deleted. So that is just what we want to do here. So this one here we have the room ID, and here we have the room ID, here we have the room ID. There's a mistake here. Sorry. Yeah, so that solved the problem. And now after setting this message here, we're just going to fetch this room again. We're going to call this function here to actually fetch rooms again. So we're just going to go down here to say fetch room, fetch. This is fetch, supposed to be fetch. Fetch rooms, and then we're just going to pass in here the bracket to make it a function. Then if that is not the case, then we're going to throw the error. So we're just going to say s console.error. So we're going to say error deleting room, and then we're going to bring the message that the result has brought from the back, right? So we're just going to say this result dot message. So this is just all we need to do here to actually delete the message, to actually delete the room, right? So after this, now what I'm just going to do here, I'm going to come under here to actually set timer to clear the error, to fade away the error message, right? So here I'm just going to say set timeout. So here we're going to say set timeout, and in here we're going to have set success. So if there's a message here, we're going to, after 3 minutes, just like we did last time when we added a room, so after 3 seconds we're going to clear it off. So this one here, I'm going to say set error message. I'm going to clear this off, and then I'm going to just come here to pass in 3 seconds. So after 3 seconds, any message that was displayed on the page is going to be cleared off, right? Okay, so now let's go back to the button here, this button here. So there's something I want to show you here. So if we go here to the package.json, here we see, you can see that I have installed some libraries here. I've installed the React icons, and also I have installed the React router DOM. So what you just need to do to install this now using Windows, I'm just going to press down the control backtick. So you can just go here, and you see here, you can just go to your directory, the console, and just install. For example, I'm just going to press the up arrow here. So here I'm just going to say npm install React router DOM, or npm install React icons. So just do this and install these two libraries here. So that is what we're going to be using here right now. So I'm going to close this down. So now I'm going to make this on a full screen. So right here in this button here, what I'm just going to do here in this button, I want to use icons right here. So for that, I'm going to break this down. Just break it down. So this button here, we're going to set in some classes. So here we have class name, some bootstrap classes. So class name will say btn, danger, and we're going to say btn small. We'll make the button not too big, and then we're going to handle the on-click events. So we're just going to say on click here, and then we're going to call the function we just declared up there. So we're just going to say handle delete, and then we're going to pass in the room ID, room.id. So that's just all we need to do here to actually delete the room. And after this here, I'm just going to bring this closer here, and in here, instead of this, I'm going to pass in a React icon. So I'm going to say far trash. This one is trash, alt, this alt, trash alt. And then I'm just going to close it here. So let's go up to see if this one has been auto imported. It hasn't, so we're going to do this manually. So here, let's just try to import, no quick fix. So let's go up here and actually import this. So let's go up here, and then I'm just going to come here to say import, and this one we're going to put inside the curly braces. So we're just going to say far trash alt from React icons here, React icons /fa. Yep. So this is just all we need here. Okay, it's correct. So let's save to have the proper format. So right here, if we go down here, we see that this case has been taken care of. So the next thing we're going to do here is this here, this view button. So this one here, I'm going to, let's push it down a little bit. So right now, this one here is actually going to, we're going to use this button here to trigger a function, right? But this one here, we're going to navigate to another page where we can actually view the room and also delete the room there. Also update or edit the room there, right? So for that here, I'm going to change this one here to a link. So Ctrl D and remove and change this one to link. And then I'm just going to escape here. And then let's do the import. And so you see that this one actually here is coming from the React here. It's coming from the React router DOM. So that is why you need to install this router DOM before you can make use of this link. And also you need to install this React icons before you can make use of this icon we're using here right now. Okay, so let's go back to the link, this one here. So let's pass in the prop, which is the tool here. And now we're going to define a place where we're going to define the link, the destination where this one is going to take us to when it's been clicked. So we're going to say edit room, and here we're going to we're going to get a hold of the ID of the room we try to delete. So I'm just going to say room.id right here. Okay, so this is all we need to do here. That now I'm going to break this down because we're going to use two. Break this down. So because we're going to use two, we're going to make use of two icons in here. So for that, I'm going to have this span. I'm going to remove this one here and have this span. I'm going to just bring in this span. With this span here, we're just going to change. We're going to set the class name. So this one is going to be the view, right? So we're going to say BTN. So it's going to be BTN info, right? This info, because we're going to use it as a view. And then here we're going to just say view, which is view the room. And after this here, after this, we're going to have another span. We're going to bring in another span here. And this one, we're going to say edit. So this edit here is going to take the class of warning, right? And now we're going to change this text here to edit. I'm just going to double click and change this to edit. Yeah, so this is just all we need to do here. And now this one here, they're going to have their separate icons. So I'm just going to break this down, and I'm going to break this down. Then here, instead of this edit here, we're going to use icon, and this icon here, because this one is view, right? So we're just going to remove this view and use the icon. We're just going to say far I, which is the I icon, and we're just going to close it here. And then we're going to come down here to break this down. So this edit here, we're just going to use, we're going to remove this one here and use the far, so we're going to use the far edit, and we're just going to close it here like so. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here, but meanwhile we're going to just do just like here. We'll make this one small. So now we're just also going to set this one here as small, right? We're just going to say btn small, that's M, and also we're going to say btn small, Okay, so right here we're going to say, we'll just do the import, all missing import, just put these two at the same time. And then if we go up here, let's go cross check up here. So here we have the edit, we have the view, and we have the trash, and all of these are coming from this library here. Excuse me, please. Okay, so now we're done with these. So the next thing we're going to do here, before we view, so we're going to set some space here. So we're just going to say class name. So in here, we're just going to set the gap between the buttons. So we're just going to say gap 2 here. So that's just all we need to do here. So we're just going to save. And now, because now we know we have not gotten a delete function, a delete endpoint in our back end. So before we come back here to test, we're going to go to our back end to actually create the delete endpoint that this guy here is actually going to call, this one here. Because this one here is calling, is switching back to our back end, but this function is not yet in existence. So we're going to go back then and get this one in existence. So we can just actually call this one from the back end to actually get this room deleted when we want to do that. So let's go back there and get it done. Okay, moving to our back end, we're going to, here we're back to IntelliJ. So we're going to actually go back to the controller. So the first thing I'm just going to do here is the controller, right? So here I'm just going to go here under the all rooms. So right here we have gotten a few methods. We have the add room, we have the room type, we have to get all rooms, right? So now I'm just going to go under here and create a new method. So this one here is going to be the method to actually delete for us, the endpoints to delete a room. So here I'm just going to get the public. And this one here, we're going to return the response entity as well, as usual, response entity. But this time around, this one is going to be void, right? And we're just going to call this one here like delete room. Delete room. And then we're going to take the room ID, we want to delete. So this one is going to be the path variable. A path variable. And here we're just going to set in. We're going to say long. The type of this variable is long. We're just going to say room ID. And then we're going to put in the body, right? So in here straight away, we're just going to say service, this service here, room service, to just go and delete room, delete, not delete, right? Okay, delete room. So we're just going to say room ID. Okay, so now after that we're going to return a new response entity. So we're going to say return new response entity, and this one here we're just going to say http status dot no content. We don't want to return anything. If the operation is successful, we don't need to return anything except there's an error. Okay, now we're just going to, before we move to the service layer, let's I'm just going to define the endpoint here. So we're just going to say this one is a delete. So delete endpoint, delete mapping. And here we're going to say slash rooms slash delete slash room, single room, and then slash and the ID. So here we're just going to say room ID. So this is just all we need to do here. If you look here, this one is a path variable, like I said the other time. If this one here is the same with this, so we don't need to actually set this path variable here, except they are not the same. So let's check what is happening here right now. Cannot resolve path variable room ID in request mapping. So let's look at this here. Okay, there's a mistake here. So let's close the curly braces. So here we see the error is gone. So if these two here are the same thing, there is no point of doing this here. There's no point of doing this here. Maybe room ID, there's no point of doing this here. Except the only time we do this here, except this one is different. So if this one here is ID and this one is going to match this, right? Now if I remove this here, we're going to have an error, a warning, just like error like. So you see here, we cannot. This one, the ID is never been used. Okay, now let's use this and see what happens here. So now we've used it already, but we're still having the error here. We have the warning here. You see, the path variable is not consumed here. So, but if we change this one here to room, actually room ID, so here we got this warning gone away, right? Okay, so that is just by the way. So now let's implement this method in our service layer. Okay, let me just reverse this back. All right, so let's create this one here in our service layer, iService. What is it? Okay, here delete. So let's go back to the implementer to actually get this implemented. So I'm just going to put my mouse here and implement method. Just this one is selected by default, so let's just click on OK to get it implemented. So now the next thing we're going to do here is the first thing we're going to do is to check if this room actually in existence before we start deleting, right? So for that we're going to have the option. So we're going to have the optional room, and this one we're just going to say the room equals repository dot find by ID, and right here we're just going to pass the room ID in here. Okay, and the next thing we're going to do here is just we're going to say if the room that is present, then just delete it off. So we're just going to say repository dot delete by ID, and then we'll pass in the room ID right in here. So this is just all we need to do at the back end. And let's be sure that we have set, okay, we have set the endpoint. And let's go to the front end to confirm if what we created at the front end is the same thing we did. So let's go here. So here we have rooms, delete, room, and room ID. So going back to the back end to confirm, we have rooms, this one here. So we have /rooms /delete /room /the room ID. So everything is correct. So now we're just going to go back to the front end to actually test what we've done. So for that, I'm just going to fire up our server here from the back end, and then we'll go to the front end to check what we got. All right, so coming back to our front end, there are a couple of things I want us to do before we actually run our project. So the first thing I want us to do here is to just come to the room folder and create a new component. And this component we're going to call edit room, edit room.jsx. And then we're going to generate our component. So inside here, I just want to have the h2 tag and just say edit room. So I just want to say edit room. So now I'm going to save this and close it. And now coming back to our app.js here, I want to, because you know, we've been viewing all these things from here, right? We have the add room component and the existing rooms component, right? So what I just want to do here, I want to bring in, being that we've already installed this here, being that we've already installed the router module here. So what we're just going to do here is to bring in the router. So coming here to our app.js, I just want us to bring in the router module. So here, I'm just going to come down and paste this import here. So we have the browser router, the route, and the route, right? So you just try to import. Make sure you just import this line here. And after then, what we're going to do here is to come into the fragment. I'm going to return the main, and inside the main here, I'm going to have the router. And inside the router, we're going to have routes. And in here, we're going to have a route. So you'll have routes. And this one, I'm just going to close it for now. So this route here is, we're going to set this one to our path. Well, so we're going to set the path of this one here to our home page. So this one, we're just going to set the home page and the element of this. So for that here, we're going to come here, just going to go to the home folder and create a new component. And this component I'm going to call home.jsx. And here I'm going to generate a component. So, and here also I'm going to have h2 div, h2 tag, and I'm just going to say welcome, or this welcome to, I'm just going to say welcome to the home page, welcome to the home page, welcome to the home page. And this one here I'm going to remove. And so this one also, I'm going to close it, and then I'm going to come here to say element. So the element of this one here is going to be the home, right? So here I'm just going to say element, and we're going to pass in the home we just created, the home, right? Okay. So now this is just what I want to do here. Then the next one I want to do is to come down here. I'm just going to copy this one here, and so I'm going to change this path. You know, last time we have created a path here called edit room. So I'm going to wire this one here to this edit component we just created. So here I'm just going to say edit hyphen room. And this one here is taking the ID, so we're just going to say room ID. We're just going to pass the parameter of room ID, and here we're going to have the edit room we just created, right? Edit. So we have edit room right here. Okay, so now let's do the import. So we have edit room is supposed to show. Okay, let me save it and see what happens. So here we have the edit, what is it? We have the edit room, and here we have the home. What is it? We have the home component. So we're supposed to have the import from here. Let me make this one full screen. So let's look, okay, let's do the import. All missing imports, so we just include the home. So right here we got them right here, right? So the next one, the next route we're going to have here, I'm just going to copy this one here. I'm going to go down here and paste. So this one here is going to be the existing rooms. Existing rooms. This one here, which is the component, this component we just created here. And here we're going to have the existing room component right here. So we say existing room, this one here. Okay, so I'm just going to save this. And now the next thing we're going to do here, let's go cross check. So here we have this edit, and we created the edit component. And remember that right now we are viewing all this one from here. So what I'm just going to do, I'm going to remove these two components from the app.js, so we have all our component inside the route, right? So this one is the home page. Now if we go here, if we run our application now, we should be able to see some of our route. Maybe we should be able to go to the home page. So now I'm just going to so let's check if our app is actually running. So here I'm going to go to the next terminal. So here our app is still running. So now we're just going to go back to the home, the back end, and actually fire up our server and see what we've gotten so far. So here I'm just going to go here and hit on the play button. Okay, so right here in our back end, we see that our app is running successfully. So let's go back to our front end, and let's just go straight to the browser to see what we've gotten. So right here we see that our home page is actually here. So let's quickly navigate to the existing room. So let's say existing rooms, and here we have okay, so here we have the existing rooms with seven rooms. And so right here we can just, let's try to filter. So here we see that the filter, everything is working. So let's clear the filter. So here let's just try to view. Let's click on this view here, the view icon, and here we see the edit room component with room with ID number 7 actually appears. So if we go back here, let's try to delete this room number 7, and here we see that this room with ID number 7 has been deleted. Let's delete another one, and here we see that the room with ID number 5 has been deleted. So we see that our delete is working, and the existing room we've able to get all our room from the back end, and also we are able to actually add in our router module. So the next thing we're going to do here is we are going to create, let's view this one here. So the next thing we're going to do here is to create this component so that we can actually edit the room. Okay, so let's go back and get it done. Okay, so right here we are back to VS Code. So the next thing we're going to do here is to go to this API functions and create and have two new functions here. Now the new functions we're going to add here is to update the room, right? So we know that before you're going to update the room, the first thing we're going to do is to fetch. We're going to fetch the single room that we want to update. Then after we fetch the room, then if that room actually exists, then we're going to edit the property, right? The property we want to edit. So right here, I'm just going to go here to say export. So we're going to have we're going to create two brand new functions right here before we go to the back end to implement the endpoint. So the first one we're going to create here is the export. Let's say export async function, and this function we're going to call update room. And this room we want to update is we're going to have the ID of the room to be updated, right? So the ID, and we're going to have the room data. So we're going to have the room data to be updated. So let's go into the body of the room of the function. So the first thing we're going to do here is to create a form object, form data object. And this one here, we're just going to call form data. Form data equals new form data. This one here, and then we're just going to say form data, just like what we did last time when we were trying to submit, right? So we're just going to say form data.append, form data.append, and the first one we're going to do here is the room type, right? So we're just going to say room type. No, this one is going to be inside. Sorry, it's going to be inside double string. So we're just going to say room type, and this one here we're going to just say room data dot room type. So next we're going to do here, just going to copy this one and paste it a number of times, 1, 2, and 3 maybe, and then we're going to come here to change this one to room price, and this one also we're going to change to room price, and this one will change to photo, Okay, so this all we just need to do here. So I'm going to remove one of these, and then we're just going to come down here to create a const variable that we actually get the response from the back, right? So we're just going to say response equals await API dot put. So this one is going to be update, and now we're just going to say we're going to have the back tick here. So here we're going to say rooms slash update. Then we're going to have the room ID that to be updated, right? So here we're going to pass in the room ID, which is this one up here. We've just declared. And after that, we're just going to return the response. So we're just going to say return response. Return the response from the back. Okay, so this is just all we have to do here. Then after this is done, we're going to come down here to create another function that will enable us to get a single room to be updated, right? So just going to say export async function get room by ID, and here we're just going to say room ID here, and then we're going to go into the body, and this one we're going to have the try and cache. Okay, so now the next one we're going to do here is to have const result equals await API dot get, and this one here we're going to have the ID. We're going to need the ID of the room, so we're just going to say rooms slash room single room, then slash the ID, room ID. All right, So after this, now we're just going to return the result we got from the back. So we're just going to say return. So we're just going to say return result, right? Dot data. All right. So I'm going to close this here. So the next thing we're going to do here is to actually cache the error, and we're going to throw, if there are any errors, we're just going to throw. So we're just going to say throw new error. And this one here, we're going to have the backtick as well. I'm just going to say error fetching. Oh, sorry. Error fetching room. Error.message. Okay, so this is just what we need to do here. So as usual, I'm going to quickly come here to do something here. By the ID, and this one here also, I'm just going to come here to say this function updates a room. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here. Okay, so coming back to our edit room component, we're going to see that this edit room component is very much identical to this add room component, because we're going to make use of a lot of functions we use here are the same functions we're going to use in that component. So the first one we're going to copy, I'm just going to copy these two here, and just go here and paste them here, because the same thing we're going to use. But meanwhile, I'm going to change this one here to just a room instead of new rooms, because this one is an update, right? So now I'm just going to change this one here to set room. And then we're going to do the updates, the import. Let's check for the import and just include all missing import. So after that, now we're going to go here. We're going to go back to the add room component. And then also we need this one here as well. We're going to copy this and come back here and just move down here and paste it here. So after that, now we're going to have the same event handler, this one here. So we're going to need this one too, this event handler here, this room impute change, but we just slightly change to this very one here. So what we're just going to do here is to paste this one here. You see they are both the same thing, but with just little changes, right? And then this one here, I'm going to change from new room, and this one here, I'm just going to change to room. Yeah, so this is just all we need. And the additional function we're going to have here, because this one is updates, so we're going to have two additional functions here, that the function to actually update the room and the functions to get the single room that we're going to update. So these are the two functions we're going to have here. So for that, I'm just going to paste in these two functions that we explain how they work. So now we're going to have these two here, and this one here, you see that if we go back to here, we have a function to update the room, and we have a function to actually get a single room that we're going to update. So these are the two functions that are here. So what we're just going to do here is to actually do the import. So I'm just going to add all missing import here. And also here we're going to this one, because this one here we're using the ID. So we're going to declare, we're going to use we're going to declare a parameter here that we're going to use the ID. So for that, I'm just going to go up here, and we're going to declare a const ID. So this one we're going to say room ID, right? Room ID, and this one we're going to just set to use params. Use params here. And this one, we're just going to do the import. Yeah, so let's do the import right here. So that actually settles this now. And also the next thing we're going to do here, we're just going to, because even both the interface, that the presentation, everything is just exactly the same with what we've done before. Because the here, because right here in the add room component, if we go to the form, we're actually binding all the controls to the values that we are adding here. We're binding them to the controls of the room component, right? So the same thing, we're going to actually get a single room, and here we're going to bind the controls to the value, to the attribute of the room. Then we're going to update, or we're going to update. So for that, now we're just going to come here and replace this one here with everything from the room, this one here. So everything here is exactly what we just need right in here. So now I'm just going to make correction of this. So everything we did here is just like the same thing with the add room component, because they're like the same thing. And the only difference we have here, the only different function we have here is this one here. This handle submit, this one here. So this is the only different function we have here. And what this one is doing is just to actually handle the update. So you can see that right here, we are actually calling the function we had at the back end to actually update the room, right? And right here, we're actually calling here, right? So this is the update, and here we're actually calling this function to actually update the room at the back end. So that is just the differences we have here. And here you can see that right here we declare this first room here, and this first room is just the one that is fetching the single room. And if we go here, if we go here, you see that we actually declare this first room here right inside inside the use effect, and this is the one that is actually fetching the single room right from database. And with the ID, using this ID here, we declare this ID here. So the reason why we pass this one here, we pass this ID here as a dependencies to this use effect. So whenever this ID is changed, this function is going to run again to actually upload the room based on the ID that is set here. So that is just what we did here. So now what we just need to do is to go to our back end and actually create the function to actually update the room in our back end. But before we go there, we're just going to make this import here. Let's do this import. So let's just say all missing imports. So now we get all this here. So this is just the button to actually edit the room, and this is the button to link us back to the existing rooms, right? So that's just all we did here. There's nothing new that we've done here. So you just pause the video and take a deep look, a close look into what we've just done here. The code here are basically the same with this one here, right? Okay, so let's go back to our back end and actually get this function done. Okay, right here in our back end on IntelliJ, we're just going to create a new endpoint to actually update the room. So here we're just going to say public response entity, and this one I'm going to say room response, this one here, and we're just going to say update room. And this update room here, we're going to have the room ID, which is long room ID. We'll have the string of the room type, and we're going to have another string of the room price. Then we're going to have a multi-part of the photo. So here I'm just going to say photo, and then I'm going to break this down. Let's break it down. Yeah, let's break it down. So here, okay, this one is a string actually, and this one also is a photo. Yeah, so let's add the body. So here I'm just going to say this one is going to be a request param. And in here I'm just going to say required. I'm usually going to set the required to false here. And I'm going to zoom out a little bit so it should be too big so we can see it clearly. So what I'm just going to do here is to copy this and paste it a couple of times. Here, paste it here. Okay, cool. Now this one here is going to be a path variable, right? Params. So you're going to say at path variable, and then we're going to come here to actually set the request mapping, which is the HTTP method to put. So this is going to be put mapping, and here we're going to have /rooms/delete. Oh, sorry, not delete, this update. /update, then slash the room ID, right? So we're just going to say room ID. So this is just what we need here. And now let's go inside this here. So the first thing we're going to do, we're going to check if the byte, if the photo here actually contain, if the room has a photo. So we're going to say byte, photo bytes. So we're trying to check if the room has a photo, right? So we'll say if photo not equal none, and not photo that is empty, if the photo is not none or empty. So what we're just going to do here is to get the bytes. So we'll just say photo.get byte, this one here. And else we're just going to say room service.get get photo by room ID. So here we should pass the room ID here. And I'm going to break this down. Let's break this one down here. Okay. So just here we just try to check if this photo actually contains, if the room actually contains a photo, right? So now we're going to go down here to convert this byte to blob. The blob we just get from the photo, the bytes we just get from the photo, we're going to convert it to blob. So here we're just going to say photo blob equals photo byte, which is mean we're still trying to check the photo byte again if actually the photo byte is not none, and photo bytes dot length greater than 0. So if that is the case, then we're just going to convert the bytes. So if that is the case here, then we're just going to convert the bytes to blob. So here we're just going to say new serial blob, and here we'll pass in the photo bytes. Okay, and if that is not the case, then we'll pass, we're just going to say none, right? And terminate here. Then having done that, now we're going to take the room object. So we'll say room, the room equals room service dot update room, and here we're going to pass in the room ID, the room type, and the room price, and the photo bytes, this one here, photo bytes. Good. And after this, now we're just going to come here to say the room dot set photo, and we have in the photo blob right here. Okay, so this is just all we need to do. So after that, now we're going to get the response, the room response back to our browser, right? So we're just going to say room response room response, just going to say room response equals get room response, and we pass in the room here. All right, so then we're going to return response entity dot OK, and then we're going to get the body, which is response, which is room response. This one here, room response. Yeah, room response. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here. So now we're going to add we're going to throw the exception here, and we're going to throw the exception here too. We just to add the exception. Okay, so having done this, now the next thing we're going to do here is to create. Let's create this method in our service class, service layer. Okay, here we have it now. Let's go to the implementer and actually get this implemented. And right here, we're going to say, okay. All right, so the next thing we're going to do here is to just, what is it? Is to go in here. And we're going to say room. So the first thing we're going to do here is to find the room from the repository. Equals, this is what equal, equals room repository dot find by ID. So we're going to find this room by ID to show if this room actually exists. So we're going to pass here the room ID and just come here to terminate. Sorry, we cannot terminate because it's an optional. So here we're just going to say OS throw. We're going to throw here. And sorry. Oh no. Yeah. So here we're just going to say new resource. We're going to throw new resource not found, new resource not found exception. And here we're just going to say room not found. Not found. So we're going to break this down. Let's break this down. Yeah. Okay. So now, having done this now, if the room is found, now this one here, if the room is not found, we're going to do this. But now, what about if the room is found? Then we're just going to check again. So if room type not equal none, then we're just going to set. I want to make this one a straight line because we're just going to have a single statement there. So you're going to set room type. Then we're going to say room type, right? Okay, so we're just going to come down here again to check. But what we're just going to need to do. Okay, we're just going to come down here to say check again if room price not equal none, room dot set room price. Okay, so yeah, room price. So what we just need to do again is to come down here. What happened? Room price, not none, set room price, big decimal and string. Okay. Here we need to go here, room price. Okay, our room price is a big decimal. That brought us to the mistakes here. We just brought us the remainder of the mistake we've made here. So it's actually a big decimal. And yeah. So here we're going to go in here to change this one to big decimal. Okay, so that should solve the problem. Okay. So let's go back to our room service. So here we're going to check the photo. So if the photo bytes not equal none, if photo byte not equal none, and photo bytes dot length, and photo byte dot length greater than 0, then we're going to have the try catch. Try and catch here. Okay, so let me just break this down. Let's break it down for more clarity. And then we're just going to set, we'll say room.set photo, and we're just going to say new serial blob, because this one here is actually expecting the blob, right? So we're just going to say photo bytes. Then here. All right. So the next thing we're going to do here is to catch the SQL exception, the almighty SQL exception. So here we're just going to say EX like so, and then we go in here to throw new. So this one we're going to have a custom exception class for this. So we're just going to say throw new internal server exception, and in here we're just going to say fail error updating room. Error updating room. So we're just going to terminate this. Okie dokie. So here we are. So the next thing we're going to do here, we're just going to return room repository dot save. Then what are we saving? We're actually saving the room. We are saving room, right? Yes. So this is what we're saving. This one here. What is it? Yeah, this is what we're saving here. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do here is to create this exception class in our exception package. We are going to come back to the implementation of that exception later. Here, just going to say more actions, and we're going to go here, create this class. We're going to choose the exception package and just click on OK and click on OK. Yeah. And now we're just going to say message, not really necessary. We can name it anything. And this one we're going to change to runtime exception. And inside here, we're going to just call it super and pass in the message. So that's just all we need to do right now to get rid of the error. But later on, we're going to actually implement this exception class. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here for the update. So the next one we're going to create, because now you remember our front end. Remember this update here, we actually created two functions here, one to update and one to actually get the single room to be updated, right? So the same thing here, we're going to create a method that this one actually, the method that this one is calling from our back end. So that's what we're going to call, we're going to create right now. So let's go down here to create this endpoint to actually get a single room from our database, right? So let's go here, let's go down here below this. Where is the starting point of this? Oh, sorry, this is not what we want to do. Here we go back to the controller. Where is the starting point of the controller? Here and down here. Okay, so we're going to close this gap and just move that here. So we're going to have another public method. So here we'll say public response entity. So this time around, this one is going to return with a response. It's going to respond with an optional room response. So we're going to say optional, and this optional here we're going to pass in room response. Okay, then we're going to just go here to say get room. get room by ID, get room by ID. And then we're going to pass in the room ID, which is the long, and this one we're just going to call room ID, right? Okay, now we're going to go inside here. We're going to go in here, and what we're just going to do here, this one is going to be a path variable. So we're just going to go here to specify the path variable, and then we're going to go here to this one. Actually, it's going to be a get mapping. Let's check our update if we have specified the method. Okay, yeah, this put mapping, and this one is a get mapping, right? So the end part of this here, just like just like our front end, here we say /rooms /room, then / room ID. So the same thing we're going to do here. So we're just going to come here. So right up here we have the /rooms already in place here. Now the next one here is going to be / a single room. Where is it? Right here. So we're just going to say / room, a single room. Then here we're going to have the ID. So here we're going to say room ID. All right. So now we're going to go into, we'll go inside the method, and the first thing we're going to do here is to find the room, the optional room. And here we're just going to say the room, yeah, the room equals room repository, room service equals room service dot get room by ID, and then we're just going to set in the room ID here, and then we're just going to, now that we're getting this room here and we are returning the room response, so we're just going to do here, we're going to convert this room we've gotten here if the room is present. So we're just going to convert this room to our room response, right? So here we're just going to say return the room dot map, and inside here we're going to say room, and we have a lambda expression. So here I'm just going to say inside here we're going to have the room response equals get room response, and then we're just going to pass in the room, right? Okay, so here we'll pass in the room. Okay, so I think that is what we'll do. Shape mistake here, pass in the room, this one here, and then we're just going to do, we're going to terminate. I think we're going to make a mistake here. Here we're going to have room response. Okay, we're going to terminate. So now the next one we're going to do here, we're going to return, after returning this, now we're going to return the response entity that contains the body, right? So here we're just going to say return response entity, return response entity dot OK. Oh yeah, dot OK. And then we'll pass in the optional, yeah, dot off. And then we'll pass in the body, say room response. Okay, then we're just going to terminate. And after this, now we're going to say, okay, if the room is not present, we're just going to throw an error, right? So we're going to say .os throw what? Throw new resource not found, new resource not found exception. And here we're just going to say, oh sorry, room is not found, we can't find the room you want to update, room not found. We're just going to say room not found. Okay, so let's terminate. Okay, All right, so that's just all we need. Are we safe? Okay, we are safe. Okay, so now let's implement this method in our service layer. So let's just put it here and create this method in our service layer. So it will be created here. And let's go inside the implementer to actually get this implemented. So let's just scroll up here and just go here and click on OK. So let's go down here. So what we just need to do here is to just call the room repository to actually get this for us. So you're just going to say return room repository dot find by ID, and here we're going to pass in the room ID, right? This one here dot os. Maybe I'm just going to say dot get, so dot get here. Okay, and what happened here? Okay, so we are good to go. So the next thing we're going to do here, I think we are done with this. We're done with our back end, and let's take a quick proofreading. Okay, where's the controller? So here we have update and we have a single room, and then we have everything. I think this is all we need to do here. So let's we're just going to do here, let's check our front end to see if we are in a good shape. So here is the edit room component we created last time that has the same thing with the add room. So now what we're just going to do here is to here I'm going to go here. So here we have the edit room, we have this already. So what we're just going to do here is to go back to our back end and let's fire up our server and test what we've done so far. So here I'm just going to click on this. Okay, so we see that our back end is running, our server is up and running. So let's move to our front end, and so here is our edit component. So right now let's move to the browser. So here is our home page, and now let's go to existing page, existing rooms. Okay, so right here we have the existing rooms, and let's try to view a room. Okay, that's correct. So here right now we see that we're viewing a room with ID number 4 here, and this view room, you can actually restructure this page the way you like it. Maybe this image can be somewhere here, and all the attribute will be at the right hand side. You can just structure this page the way you like it, right? But here we just want to leave this like this. Now let's go back here. This button here actually leads us back to here. So let's view a room with ID number 2. Let's view a room with ID number 2. Okay, now let's take a look at this. So here we have this room with ID number 2, which is double bedroom, is $500. So I'm just trying to update this one here to $700 per night. And let's say I just want to change the photo. I just want to pick any photo from here. Let's change the photo right here, and let's save. Let's edit room. So right here we see that room edited successfully. And right now if we go back here, the reason why we're seeing this here because we actually get back the room when after the room has been updated, just like here. If we go back to the edit room, you can see here from the method last time. So when the room is updated successfully, so here we actually get back the room, right, and set the room to the newly updated room. That is why we're actually getting back the room we just updated, right? So now let's go back here to actually check. So if we go back here, I think something's happening here. Oh my gosh, this room, I think it didn't update. Let's go. I'm going to change this one here to 700, right? And let's change the photo. Here, open, and let's edit room. Room updated successfully. There's something is wrong. This room is not updating. So let's go back into our code and check what's wrong.
All right, so I have seen what happened. The reason why this one could not save, could not edit, it was my mistake. You know, in our daily code work, we most times we make mistakes like this at the office, right? So it was here. It was the problem here. I forgot to append the form data that we actually sending to the back end for update. So I didn't include it. So that was what I just did. So now if we go back to our browser right now, we're actually going to see that. Okay, let's view. For example, this one is 1000 and it's a triple suit. So if we just come here to view this triple suit here, I'm going to say, I'm going to name this one triple suit 7, right? And I'm going to change this 1K to 1,500 bucks per night. And now let's just change this photo. Let's try to change to edit this photo, right? And I'm going to select this one here. Yeah, just going to select this. And so let's save. So right here we see updated successfully and it has become suite 7 and 1.5. So let's go back to actually view from the existing room. So we see suite 7 and 1,500. And now let's try to update. Let's try to delete. So here we see that we deleted and a message came here that says room number. Let's delete again. We see room number 3 was deleted, right? So this one here was just a little, let's go back here, existing room. So this one was just additional stuff I put here, just to this one here, additional message I just created here to actually inform us when a room is deleted, the one we did last time, right? And then I just, what I just did here was that I just added the message here, the success message and the error message I just included here. So that was why we have that message coming up right now. So now we have seen that currently we can add. Before we move from here, I'm just going to put a button here that we can lead us to a place where we can add a new room. Here, under this title here, I'm just going to have a link. I'm going to bring in a link here. So I'm just going to say link. And this one here is going to lead us to where we can actually add a new page, a new room to our database, right? So here I'm just going to say add room. So I'm just going to call this add room. So when this one is clicked, it's actually going to take us to a page, to that component we created to add a new room. And this one here, I'm going to add a component. I'm going to add an icon. So this one I'm going to say for plus, and I'm just going to close it here. And behind this, I'm just going to say add room, right? Or I'm just going to say add new room. Now maybe just add room is okay. Add room is okay. Okay, so now let's do this import here. Let's do this import. Yeah, you know, sometimes doing it manually is faster than waiting for this guy to suggest, right? Okay, so this is just all we want to do here. So let's save and go back to we can't really view this right now. We need to go here. We need to go here to actually create the router, right? If else, we're going to have an error message. So now I'm just going to say add here. I'm just going to say add room. I'm going to remove this S, and then the component, the element is going to be add room component, right? The add room last time we created, so it's just going to be this. And here it has been imported, right? So let's save and actually test it out in our browser. I'm going to save this one as well. Save this and let's go to the browser to test it out. So right here we have things, but I'm going to push it. I'm going to just push it down here. So for that, let me go, but let's just test it. So we see that it's actually coming here, and here we can actually add a new room. So let me just add a room that has not been in existence in our database. So I'm just going to say
new suit, here, new triple suit, new triple suit, and this one is going to be maybe 700k, 700,000 per night. And here I'm going to choose a photo. Let's choose one photo. Maybe we could just choose this. Just open it here. Okay, this one is okay. So let's actually add this one here and go here to choose it. So we have new triple suit, right? So let's select it and let's save. So here we have new room saved successfully. And meanwhile, I'm going to add a button here that will help us to navigate back to all rooms, right? So, but for now, I'm just going to use this one to navigate back. And so here we have new room, new triple suit for 700, right? Okay, so now let's try to push this one here down to this way, and also add a button to the add room components that will navigate us back down here. So let's get that done. Okay, so right here in our add room, I'm just going to come here and just enter into this div, and here I'm going to bring it a link. And this link here, let's just do the okay, let's do the import. Yeah, just do the import, and then let's set the tone. That's the attribute, the prop. So now where are we going to from here? We're actually going back to the existing rooms, right? So we're just going to say double quote, and we're going to put existing rooms. And this one here should be the same with the routes we created here, this one here, right? So it's going to existing rooms. So here we're just going to set this one here to existing rooms, and we are going to set classes. So bootstrap class. So we're just going to set this one here to btn, and this one's going to be outline info. Just going to be info. So outline info. So that's just what we're going to do here. Then in here we're just going to say back. Let's go back, right? So here. Okay, so we're just going to maybe just going to say back to existing rooms. Oh, we're just going to say go back here. This one is okay. That's okay. And then having done this, now I'm going to go here. I'm going to save this one, and I'm going to go to the existing rooms. And this one here, because we are having these two, right? We're having this one here, the title and the add button inside one div, right? So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to change this one here from center to between. Maybe just change to between. What happened here? Cannot find for the H2. Okay, so let's save this, and let's go back to the browser to see if there are any changes. Okay, cool. There's changes here. So now we have a button here. Now we have a button that we actually, but I prefer to make this one be the same line to align with this here. So let's go back and actually get it done. But actually this one is done. So if we navigate here, we see that we have a button to actually take us back down here, right? But meanwhile, before we leave here, I'm just going to move this. I want to make this one to be on the same row with this one here. So let's go and get it done. Okay, so right here, I'm just going to, what I'm just going to do here is I'm going to cut this. Then I'm going to come in here. So I'm going to add a column here, a new column. So I'm just going to come here to say column. Another column from React Bootstrap. So I just close this and break it down. So I'm just going to paste. I'm going to paste this here, and in that aspect, I'm just going to bring in a row here. So I'm going to add a row here, and I'm just going to cut this one here and bring it down here, just paste it here. So then in here I'm just going to add some classes. So I'm going to say class name, and this one here I'm just going to say dflex, right? So let's flex it. So let's have dflex. Let's flex this, and now I'm going to have the justify content, justify content to the ending. So this is just what we're going to do here. And this one also, because now this one is a row, so this one is going to occupy 6 columns, and this one also is going to occupy 6 columns, right? So let's just have this MD, then we're just going to have 6 right here. Excuse me. So let's save it and go back to our browser to view if this one works or not. Okay, fine. So this one actually worked. So right here we have our page actually looking a little more beautiful, right? So the next thing we're going to do here right now, in our next video, we're going to bring in a navbar and a footer. So let's go there and get it done. All right, so now we're back into VS Code. So now we're going to create the navbar and the footer for our application. So I'm just going to click on the layout folder and create a new component called the footer. So I'm going to call this one footer.jsx. Enter, and right away we're going to generate our component. So this one here actually is going to be a very simple footer, and the only thing we're just going to get here is the date. There's the copyright and the date. So here I'm just going to declare a variable called today equals new date here. And after that here, I'm just going to go in here and change this div. Just going to double click and Ctrl D and change this div to footer and just escape. So inside this footer, we're going to borrow a container. We're going to borrow some component from React Bootstrap. So here we're going to have, I'm sorry, this one is a container. We're going to borrow a container here. Container, and inside the container we're going to have a row. And inside the row we're going to have a column. All right, and right in here the first thing we're going to do here, let's just quickly do the import. Let's do the import. All missing import. Let's put all missing import. Okay, so now that we've done this, now the next thing we're just going to do here is to go inside the column and have a p tag. Then inside the p tag, we're just going to have here is the copyright, right? So we're just going to say at copy, $copy, and that we're going to bring in the variable we just declared. So we're going to say today dot get full year, this one here, and it's a method. And then we're going to go out here to say lakeside hotel. All right, so that's just all we need to do here. But right now we're going to, inside this footer here, we're going to give some bootstrap classes. So we're going to say class name, and the first thing we're going to do here, we're just going to set the background as dark background, and after that now we're going to set the text to be white. So we'll say text light, and after this here we're going to set the py tag to 3, and also we're going to have the footer class, and the last one we're going to have here is the margin top. We're going to set to 5. All right, so this is just all we need to do here. So I'm just going to save. So now this column here, we're going to go here to actually make this one responsive. So here we're just going to say 12 and MD12 as well, MD and 12. And here we're going to center the content. We're going to center the content. So we're going to say class name, and we're going to say text center, text center. This is center. Okay, so that's just what we need to do here. So now I'm just going to save for us to have a proper format. Okay, so I think this is just all we need to do right here. So we're done with our footer. So the next one we're going to create here is the navbar. All right, so now the next one we're going to create here is the navbar. So we're just going to go back to the layout folder, and so we're just going to create a component, and this time around we're going to call this one navbar. Navbar.jsx. Yeah, and in the same way we're just going to generate our component. CE and generate. So in here we're just going to go inside here. We're going to change this one here to nav, right? And we're just going to escape. In case you are not familiar with this one here, this kind of naming or maybe renaming multiple components, what we just need to do, for example, this one here now is navbar, right? It's nav. So what you just need to do is just to double click this. Using Windows, I'm just going to hold down the command, which is the control key, and I press Control D a number of times according to the number of the things I want to change at the same time. So now I just have one, I just press the D once, so I just backspace. And now I'm just going to put now, because actually it's now we're going to use, right? So now I'm just going to, after this, I just escape again until you have only one blinking. So that's just what we have to do. So inside here, this navbar here, we're just going to set some classes, class name, and this one we're going to say nav, right? Navbar expand and expand large. We're going to say LG, and then we're going to say background. We're going to set the background, which is background body, BODY, that's background body, and we'll set to tertiary, and we'll set the PX to 5, and we're just going to have a shadow. This is a shadow, and after this we're going to set the margin top to 5, and then we're going to make it sticky to the top. Sticky top, right? It says sticky top. So we want the navbar to be sticky. That is, it should be stick to the top, right? So here we just the classes we have here. So the next we're just going to go inside. We're going to go inside the nav, and right inside here we're going to have a div. Let's break this down. And this div here, we're just going to give some classes, some bootstrap classes. Class name. So this one we're going to say container fluid. And inside here, we're going to bring in a link. We're going to bring in a link, and now inside this link here, we're going to have a span. We're going to have a span, and in here, inside this span, we're going to have class name. Sorry, this is not what I want to do. This is class name. Yeah, class name. And this one, we're just going to say hotel. We will set to our custom CSS. We're going to say hotel color. And in here, I'm just going to say Lakeside Hotel. So this one is going to actually lead us to our home, to the home page. So here we're just going to say tool, and this one we're just going to say home. So when it's click, it's going to go to the home page. So now let's do the import. Yeah, just import. Yeah. And now that's just all we need to do here. So we're going to go out of this link here. Let's just go out of here. And inside this div here, we're going to bring in a button. And this button here, we're going to give some classes. Class name, navbar toggler, navbar toggler, and this one's going to be hyphen. All right. So the next we're going to have type. The type of this is button. The type is button, and after the type, now we're just going to say database, toggle, and this one here we're just going to set to collapse. This collapse, yeah, toggle collapse. And after this here, we're going to come down here again and database, and this time around we're going to set this one to the target, and this one is going to be nav scroll, right? We're just going to say ID. We just set this ID here to nav scroll. So navbar scroll. So that's just all we need to do here. And the next one we're going to do is area control. We're going to say this one to control. Area control. Controls. This actually is going to be controls. And then we're going to set this one here to, we're just going to set it to the same ID here, right? And then we're still going to break this down one more time. So the next one we're going to do here is the toggle. So the expanded. So we're just going to set the initial state here. So we'll say array. Expand, and this one we're going to say false. We're going to set this one to false. So this one to false, and the label. So this one we're going to set to toggle navigation. Toggle navigation. All right. So the last one we're going to do here, we're just going to set span here. We're going to go in here. We're going to close this. Let's close this. And now we're going to go between the button and bring in a span. So have span. And between this span here and inside this span here, we're just going to set some classes. So here we have class name, and we're going to say navbar toggler icon. So this one we're going to set to icon. So this is just all we need to do here. So I'm going to close this. Yeah. So now we're going to go outside this button here to actually bring out the div. So this div we're just going to set. We'll set some classes. Let's break it down. So this div here, we're going to set some classes. Class name, collapse, and nav. This is navbar collapse. And the ID here, we're going to set to, we'll set to navbar scroll. This is navbar scroll. All right, so this is just all we need to do here. Then now we're going to bring in the URL tag, and inside the URL tag we're going to have some list items. So this one here, I'm just going to set some classes. So say class name, and this one I'm going to say navbar, and after this here, we're just going to set the margin ending to auto. So this auto. Then the margin Y we're going to set to 2, and YLG we set to 0, set this one to 0, right? So after this, now we're going to set the nav scroll. So we're going to set to scroll. All right. So in here, we're going to bring in some list item. And this one here, we're just going to set to nav item, right? So we're just going to say class name, and this one we're going to say nav item. So we just nav item. Okay. And now the first one, we will just break this one down. So this is the first item we're going to have. So we're just going to set this one as browse all rooms. We're going to say browse. It's there. This browse all rooms. Browse all rooms. So this is the item. There's the nav we're going to have here, and inside this one here, we're just going to, inside this ID here, what we're just going to do here is to bring the nav link. Now the difference between this, let's just go here, we have the nav link, and just close it. Now the difference between this nav link and ordinary nav is that this nav link actually has extra actions, extra styling. So for example, this one will automatically highlight the active item, which is the active menu. It's going to be highlighted automatically, so we don't need to write extra CSS to do that. So but if we use ordinary link, we're going to write CSS to make sure when we are on this page, this one is going to be highlighted. But using nav link is going to be highlighted by default. Okay, because it's a predefined component. So now we're just going to set some classes. So just say class name equals. So here we're going to say nav link, and we're going to go out here, current page. We're going to say current equals page, and then we're going to set when this page is clicked, when this item is clicked, when this menu is clicked, where is it going to? So we're just going to set this here. So this one we're going to set to browse all rooms. We're going to create this component. We've not created this component, so we're going to say browse. Browse all rooms. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here. So now we're going to do the import. Okay. All right. So now the next thing we're going to do here is to bring in another one. So what I'm just going to do here is to copy. I'm just going to copy this one here. Copy and paste it here. So this one we're going to change to admin, and this one here we're going to change also to admin. All right, so this is just all we need to do here. Then after this, now the next we're going to do is to go down here and bring in another UL. And this one, this time around, what we're just going to do here is to move it to the ending, to the right hand side. So for that, we're just going to do here is to set some class name. This is supposed to be class name, sorry. This class name. Yeah, class name. And this one I'm just going to say deflex, because we're going to push this one to the right hand side of the menu of the nav bar, right? So I'm just going to say deflex and navbar nav. So that's what we have to do here. And in here we're gonna bring in some list item. So this one is going to have the class of nav item. Nav item, this is single A nav item. And after this, now the next we're going to just going to do here is to bring in the nav link. So we're going to bring in the nav link, and this nav link here we're going to set in some classes as well. We're going to say class name, and we're going to have the nav link, and we're going to set sorry, there's a typo here. Okay, so I'm just going to say equal this, and this one actually is going, what we're just going to do here is this one is going to lead us to a page, this find booking, just like the demo we did last time. So we're going to say find booking. Okay, so any problem here? Okay, so that is just all we have here. So the next thing we're going to do here, we're just going to go inside this one here and say find my booking. So this is the page where the user can actually after registration, after booking, so the user will just have a confirmation code, and so the user can actually come here to actually just click on this link, and the user is going to be taken to a page where you can actually impute the confirmation code and file booking. All right, so what is happening here? Type children, class string type is not assignable. Really? Okay, so that's all we have for here right now. So the next one we're going to create, we're going to have a drop down that is going to represent the user's account, right? So for that here, I'm just going to we're going to have another one here, another list item, and this time around here we're going to set the class to a drop down. So we're just going to say class name, then we're going to say nav item, and we're going to say drop down. We're going to say drop down. All right, so inside this one here we're going to have this, and now we're going to set some classes here. But meanwhile, we're going to come back here. We're going to come back to this navbar later. So let me just save here. We're going to come back to this item later, this very nav item here. So I'm going to save that and leave it for now. And inside this here, inside this item, which is inside this one here, we're going to have another UL. Just going to push this down. So inside here we're going to have a UL, and now we're going to set some classes. Actually, we're going to set some classes here. So the first one we're going to create here, we're going to have some list item as well. So the first list item we're going to have here is the login. We're going to set this one to login. So let's just change this one here to login. We're going to have the link, So here we're going to have the link, sorry, yeah, I'll have the link, and so we're going to set this one to login. Oh, sorry, this is log in, and then we're going to set some classes to this. And we're just going to say class name, and this one is going to be drop down item, drop down item. Oh, sorry, this is item, drop down item. Okay, so inside this drop down item, what we're just going to do here is to go in here and say login. All right, so I'm going to save to have a proper format. Then after this, we're going to have a couple of these. So I'm just going to copy this one here, the list item. I'm just going to copy and paste it a couple of times. 1 and 2. So this one we're just going to change to. So this one is login. So this one we're going to change to profile, and the last one here we're going to change to logout, right? And this one also we're going to change to logout, and this one we're going to change to profile. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here. So this is just actually we are having some problems here. Type children. Okay, we're going to fix this one later. All right, so let's save. So the next we're going to do here, we're just going to try to view what we've gotten so far in our browser before we move on. So let's run our browser and let's run our project and actually view the output of our navbar and footer. So now we are going to run our application to actually see the output. So what I'm just going to do is to come to the app.js, and right outside the router we're going to have our inside this router we're going to have our navbar. So I'm just going to say navbar, this one here, and outside the router here we're going to have our footer. But if your footer contains some links that you're going to link to another place, you just have to put it inside here. But our footer does not contain any link, so we're just going to put it outside the router. So here we're just going to have footer, right? Footer here, and I'm just going to save. And let's go back. Let's run our server. Let's go back to our backend server. And let's fire up our server and see our output. So we see that our server is running. So let's go back to our front end, our browser, to see what we got. Okay, so here is our browser and this is our output. So this is the output of our navbar, and this is our footer, right? So this is just the simple footer and the navbar we have here. And right here, this is all rooms. So if we click on this, it's actually going to bring us to the browse rooms. But now there is we haven't gotten a component to actually take us here. So manage room, also this is going to take us to admin, but we've not created admin component. Also, we've not created any component here. But here, this one here is going to take us to the home page, right? Okay, so before we move ahead, we're just going to go inside back to VS Code to actually link all these ones here. This one, we're going to link all this one to different components that we're going to display when they're clicked on. So let's go there and get it done. All right, so going back to our VS Code, just want to call your attention to some of the things I've fixed here. So let's go back to our browser. So here is our browser, and this is the navbar we've created a few minutes ago. And right here we see the browse all rooms, and here we see the admin, and here we see find my bookings, and here we see the account. And when we click on this one here, it's going to open, and here we have some operations to do here, right? And later we're going to work on this later when we bring in the security module. So I just want to call your attention to some of the things I've done in the code back end. So right here you can see that I've created a state variable here. I created one state variable here that will listen to the click of that very item. So there's the function I've just created here. So if we scroll down here, you're going to see here, so here is an account. So when the account is clicked, when it is clicked, we're going to toggle this one here. We're going to show, right, or hide, right? So that's just what we just did here. And now we actually call the function here. When this link is clicked, it's going to invoke this function here, and this one here, this one is going to flip. If the account is shown, it's going to be hidden. If it's hidden, it's going to be shown. That's what we just did here. And so that is what we just said here, and that is what we are having here. That's what we are using to toggle the show and off of this very account here. All right. So now the next thing we're going to do here, we're going to create a component to actually display all the rooms. So browse all rooms. So that when we browse all rooms here, we're going to see all the rooms from the database well paginated with display right here. So that is what we're going to do. So now let's go back to VS Code. Now the first thing we're going to do in this very task, we have 3 components to create. The one, we're going to create the room card, and the room card is going to be the component that is going to define the presentations of our rooms, that is the look and feel of the rooms. And we are going to create another component called room, and that room is the component that is going to receive all the rooms from our back end, and that is going to make use of the room card to display each room according to the presentation we define in the room card. And the third one here is the room listing component, where we are going to make use of the room component. Okay, so having said that, now the first one we're just going to create here is the room card. So now I'm just going to save the navbar for now, and I'm just going to right click here and close all tabs. So let's open up our project right here, and so what we're just going to do here is to come here to the room folder, and right here I'm going to create a component called room card. So this one we're going to call roomcard.jsx, and here we're just going to generate our component as usual. And inside this component, what we're just going to do here is to this one is not coming up. Let's do it again. AFCE. And inside this component, what we're just going to do here is we're going to have a prop, the room prop up here. So have the room prop. And now we're just going to go into the return here, into the body, and we're just going to start creating our presentation, the look and feel of our room components, right? So I'm just going to change this one here. Actually, I'm just going to change this one here to a column. So I'm just going to Ctrl D and remove this, and I'm going to change this one to a column and just escape. So let's do the imports. Yeah, let's do the import from React Bootstrap. Okay, so inside this column, we're going to have a card. So all this one here, we are just taking from React. We are just taking from React Bootstrap. And inside this card, we're going to have the card body. We have card.body. And this is what I want to do. Card.body. Meanwhile, let's do the import. Let's do the import. Okay, let's do the import. And now I'm just going to go in here. So we're going to have card.body, this one here. And now what we're just going to do here is to set some classes for this column. So here I'm just going to go in here to set some classes. So I'm just going to say class name, and this one I'm going to say MB4, and I want to say SX, that's to make it responsive, which means in a small screen device, is going to display just one column per screen, right? So that's what we just do. We're just going to do here. And here, the key of this column here is going to be the room.id. So let's say the key. So we'll say room. Room.id. So this one's going to be the key. So these are just the things we need to do here. Then now we're going to go into the card body and set some classes to the card body as well. So here we have class name. We're going to say deflex, flex wrap, align items centered. So that's just classes we're going to have here. So we have the deflex, we have the flex wrap, and here we have the align items centered, right? So this is just what we're going to have. The few classes we're going to have in the card body. So inside the card body, we're going to have a div. So we're going to have a div. And this div here, we're just going to set some classes as well. Class name. This flex. And this one we're going to set to 0. And in here we're going to set margin right, set the margin right to 3, and the margin bottom to 3, and we're going to set the MD to 0. Okay, so this is just what we need to have here. Then inside this one here, we're going to bring in the image. So we're going to say card.image, card.image. So we're just going to set the image to be on top of the card. So we have the variant, and this one we're just going to say top, so that the image will be on top of the card. And then we're going to get the source of the image as RC. So here we're going to have the backtick, data. We're going to have the image slash PNG. Then we're going to have the base 64. So what we're just going to do here is to, because the image we are bringing from the database is actually of type blob, right? So here, for us to be able to display this image on the page, we're going to convert it to base 64, which is the image that we can display on the browser. So that's what we're just going to do here. So we're just going to say base 64. This is 64. And here we're going to pass in the room photo. So we're going to say room.photo. So that's just all we need to do here. And now we're going to set the alternate text to this photo. So we're going to set alternate text. And here we're just going to say room photo. And we're going to set the style for this image. So just the style, So the style here we're just going to say width. So the width here we're just going to say 100%. 100%. And now we're going to set the max width. So the max width here we're going to set to 200 pixels. And we'll set the height. The height here we're going to set to auto. So we're going to say auto. Okay, so I'm going to make this one full screen. So this is just what we need to do here. Then I'm going to give this one a self-closing tag. So, all right, so I'm going to close the gap. Then after this, now we're just going to go down here. We're just going to go outside outside this div and bring in the information of the room, right? So here we're just going to say, we're just going to bring in another div. So I'm going to say div and break this down. Then this div here, we're just going to give some classes as well. Yeah, class name, and here I'm going to say flex grow, and we're going to say 1. Then we're going to set the margin left to 3, and also we're going to set the padding X to 5. All right, so this is all we need to do here. And then we're going to go in here and bring the card, the title, which is the image, the room title. So we're going to say card.title, this one here. So the title of this now, this one is going to be the room type, right? So we're just going to say room type. So this one is going to be the room type. And here we're going to set some classes as well. Class name. And then we're going to set to our custom hotel color. Yeah. And this brings me to something I forgot. So I really want us to open up this index. You know, when we are generating the skeleton of our project, I pasted these are the predefined CSS I've pasted here before. So if I just go here to say Ctrl F, and if I say hotel, so you see the BTN hotel we have been using, the color here. And if we say hotel color, this is the color we are actually referring to, right? So these are the custom style sheet we actually defined here that we have been using all along. So I hope this one has been in your system directory already. If not, just go under the video and follow the link and get it downloaded. Okay, so this one is the title, and this is just what we want to set here in the title. And now we're going to go back here to, I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to copy this and paste it here. So this one here is going to be the room price. This class is going to be the room price, room price color, and this one we're going to change to room price. Okay, so that is just all we need to do here. Then the remaining one we're going to do is the text. That's the description of the room, of the room. So for that, we're just going to say card.text, this one here, and here we're just going to say some room information goes here for the guest. Let's say guest, for the guest to read through. Okay, so we just say this is the DHE, right? So some room information goes here for the guest to read through. So this one is just the dummy description we have here. Then we're going to go out of this, and then we're going to bring in a div to actually hold the button that will link to the booking, right? So here we're going to bring in another div. So this div here, we're going to break it down, and we're going to set some classes as well. So class name, and this one we'll say flex shrink to 0, and margin top we're going to set to 3. All right, and in here we're going to bring in the link, and this link here we're going to set the top prop. So when this link is clicked, where is it taking us to? It's going to take us to a component where we can actually book for the room. But now we know that we have not booked for the room. We have not implemented the booking room, the book room component here, the booking component, right? So we're just going to declare this one here pending till we implement that component. So we're just going to have bookings, and slash. This one is going to go along with the room ID. So we're just going to say here room dot ID. Right. And having done this now, we're just going to set some classes. So we're going to have the class name. And here, this class name is going to be the BTN, right? Say class name. Okay. Let me do the import. So here we're going to say class name, class name, and this one we're going to say BTN hotel. These are custom style sheet, and BTN small. Okay, so that's just all we need to do here. And now inside here we're going to just write view and book now. We'll just say book now. So this is just all we need to do here, and then we're going to save to get a proper format. So I think this is just all we need to do for our room card to be used. So now the next one we're going to create here, we're going to create a component called room. So this component is going to be the one that will accept all the rooms from the database, right? So let's get it done. All right, so now we are done with our room card component. So the next thing we're going to do here is to create another component called rooms. Sorry, this one is going to be room. So now I'm just going to go back here to the room folder and create a new component. So this one I'm just going to name room.jsx. All right. And now this room here, this is the component that is going to accept all the rooms we have from our database and actually display to the guest in our home page. That is in our front end, right? And this component is going to make use of the room filter we created some last time in some videos back, and we're going to also use the pagination right here, the room paginator component we created last time. We're going to use here as well. So the first thing we're going to do here, as usual, we're just going to generate our component. Okay, so now we've done this. So in here, I'm just going to create a couple of state variables that we're going to use throughout this component. So here, the first one we're going to create here is the data. Omitted C there. So I'm just going to say const data set data, and this one we're just going to use the hook as usual. Use state hook, and then we're just going to set this one here to an empty array. So the next one here is going to be the error, if any error occurs. So we're going to say error and set error equals use state. Yeah, use state. And this one we're just going to set to empty string, or we're just going to set to none. And the next one we're going to create here is we're going to set is loading const is loading set is loading. So now we're just going to set this one to false at the initial state. So we're just going to say use state, and we're going to set this to false. Yeah. And the next one we're going to create is the current page, because we're going to paginate. So we're going to say the current page, current page, and we're going to set current page. Set current page, and this one we're going to set to 1. And after this, now we're going to have the room per page. How many rooms do we want per page? We're going to set it here. So we're going to say rooms per page, and this one we're just going to say use state and we're just going to set this one to 6. Maybe we can always change this manually. Now the last one we're going to create here is we're going to call this one here filter, which is to make use of the room filter component we've created. So we're going to say here filtered data, and here we're going to set filter data, and this one here we're going to set some empty array at the initial state. So these are just a couple of state variables we need to create here, and now let's move down here. So the next thing we're going to do here is to create is to actually call the method from our back end to get all rooms right here on this page. So we're just going to bring in the use effects, use effects, and now we're going to say set is loading true. Set is loading true, and then we're going to say get all rooms. We're going to call the get all rooms last time we created at the back end. So this one is not coming up. Okay, here this is get all room, and then we're just going to say then data, and here we're just going to set the data, set data to the data we just got it from our back end, and then we're going to set filter, set filter data also to this data right here. And after that, now we're going to set is loading to false, right? Set is loading false. All right. So now what we just need to do here is to do the import. Let's do the import here. Yeah. Let's go and confirm the name. API function get all rooms, right? Get all rooms. Yeah. Get all rooms. Of course. Okay, so okay, yeah, right here. Cool. Okay, so I'm going to save here so we can get a good format. So now, having done this, now the next thing we're going to do here is just to catch here, right? So here we're just going to catch here, dot catch, and here we're going to say error. Sorry, we're going to say error, and up here we're just going to return. So we're just going to return the message we got from the error. So we're going to say set error equals error dot message equals error dot message, and then we're going to set the is loading also to false right here. Set is loading. Here we have false. All right, so now we have here, and here. So we're going to remove this and remove this, and now the next thing we're just going to do here is to pass in the empty array dependency right here. So this is just all we need to do here to fetch all our room from the database. So the next thing we're going to do here is to come here and and check out some things here. So we're just going to say if it's loading. If it's loading is true, then just return a div, and this div should be written loading rooms, right? And also if there is error, just also return a div to display that error, right? So if error, then also just go out here to return a div, and this div should display the error message. So here we're just going to have error. I'm going to say, sorry, yeah, we're going to say error, and here we're going to pass in the error message, right? So we're just going to say error. Oh no. And in here we're going to say error, right? So that's just what we'll do. But right here, this one here is going to have the Bootstrap class of text. It's going to be red with text danger to indicate error message, right? Okay, so this is just all we need to do here. Now the next thing we're going to do, the next function we're going to create is the one to actually handle the pagination. So we're just going to say const handle page change, page number, and then we're just going to say set current page to the page number, right? All right, so this is just what I'm going to do here. And now the next one I'm going to create here, I'm just going to save this one to have a better format. Then we're going to move down here to create another const variable. So here we're just going to say const total page, total pages equals math dot seal. Yeah, and here we're just going to have filter. We're just going to say filter data dot length, divide rooms per page, right here. So now we're going to create a function that is going to actually make use of the room card in our pagination, right? So here we're just going to say const render. We're going to call this one render rooms plus function and return const start index equals current page minus 1 times rooms per page. All right, then here we're going to have const and index, and this is just like what we did last time, right? So we're going to have end index, here's the index of the start room and the index of the last room. So here we're just going to say end index equals start index. equals start index plus rooms per page, this one here. And having done this, now I'm just going to return the filter data. So we're going to say return, oh sorry, this is return actually. So we're going to say return filter data the slice. So here we're going to pass the start index, and the end index, right? That's just what we do here. And then we're going to, so we're going to map. So here now we're going to make use of the room card we created last time, right? That is the presentation of our room. That's how our room is going to look like. So here we're just going to say, for every room, create a new room card. For every room, create a room card for it. So we're just going to say here, room card, this one here, created last time. Okay, so now this room card, we're just going to let me break this down, and also break this down, right? So now this room card needs some props. So you're just going to say key. So the key of this one is going to be the room.key. You say room.id, and the rooms also is just going to be room equals room. Okay, so this is just what we need to do here. Okay, so now we are having a kind of error here. So what we just need to do here, we're going to go down to the filtered room. So we're going to go to the filtered data, which is the filtered data here, and so we're just going to have an object called room ID and set it to empty string to remove the red line warning. So this one should take away the red line down there. Okay, so this is just all we need to do. So right now we're going to create the interface of the room card. So we're just going to go, which is the UI of the room card, right? So we're just going to go in here, and I'm going to wrap this in a bracket, right? And I'm just going to break it down and also break it down and break it down. So here, instead of this div here, I'm just going to borrow, a container from React Bootstrap. So I'm just going to say container. This is container, and I'm just going to escape, and then I'm going to do the import. So this is coming from React Bootstrap, and in here we're going to have a row as usual, and inside the row we're going to have a column, in here. Okay, so so let's just do the import. Let's just come here to make it faster. Maybe let's just do the import here, or let me say import. So now the next thing we're going to do here is to let's go inside the column, have md6, and set some class name here, and this one here we're just going to set the mb, which is the magic bottom, to 3, mb d2 0. Okay, and now we're going to go inside the column here, and last time we had we created a room filter, right? So here we're just going to pass in the room filter. So here we're just going to say room filter. Yeah, last time we created a component called room filter. Let's check it out here. room filter. Yeah, we have a room filter here. And let's go back here. Now we're going to use the room filter. So let's just come here to say room filter. This one here, room filter. Close it here. And now this room filter actually has some props we need to pass in here. We're just going to say data equals data and set room set filter data. We're going to set this one here to set filter data. So this is just what we need to do here for our room filter. Then now we're going to have here another column to bring in the paginator, the room paginator, right? So this one is going to be inside another column. So now we're going to go down here. So what I'm just going to do here is to copy this column as usual, just paste it here, and I'm going to remove this one here. Instead of this here, we're going to bring in our room paginator, right? So here we're just going to say room paginator. We have a room paginator here. I don't know why this thing is sleepy sometimes. I forgot what he created. So here I'm just going to say room paginator. Can you see it now? Yeah, room paginator. And now we're just going to pass in some props as usual. So here we're just going to go here to say the current page. We're just going to pass this on to the current page, and then we're going to go down here. Maybe we're just going to break it down, and the next one here is going to be total pages equals total pages in here, and the last one here is going to be the onChange, which is the action that we handle when to help us to paginate between the pages, right? So we're just going to say handle page change. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here. And now outside this component here, I'm going to bring another. We're just going to go out of this row here, and then we're going to bring in another row. So we're going to bring in another row here, and this time around this one is going to be, we're going to render this function, this room here. So we're just going to say render rooms straight away. So let's save this, and now what we just need to do here, this one is a function. It's a function, yeah. And the next thing we're going to do here is to actually come down here to bring in another row for this pagination. So what I'm just going to do here, before we go, where is the paginator? This one here. So we're just going to set some classes here. I'm going to push this. I'm just going to remove these classes here, remove this one here, and sorry, yeah, just remove this one here. Okay, so now we're going to flex, because I want this paginator, I want our paginator to be at the right hand side of this page, right? And it should be above and below our rooms component. So that's what we just try to do here. So now the first one we're going to do here is to have the deflex, to actually flex to display, to push our component to the right hand side. So now we're going to have the align, and this align items, right? And this is going to be center, and we're going to justify content, to end it, right? So this is just what we need to do. And now because of this, now what we're just going to do here is because we actually need this paginator. Now this is our room paginator, right? So these are our rooms. So we actually need this paginator below our room again. So we need it in both up and down. So what I'm just going to do here is to copy the whole of this, and I'm going to go down here, and then I'm going to have a row. So we're going to have another row here. We're going to say row, and inside this row I'm going to paste in this one here. So we have the room in the middle, we have the pagination below, and we have pagination above. So this is just all we need to do here to get all our rooms from to our front end. So now the last one we're going to create here is a component to actually list to where we're going to make use of this room component here. So for that here, I'm going to go here, and inside the room folder again, I'm going to create a component called room listing. Room listing.jsx. all right, so right here I'm going to say rfce. That's to generate our component right here. And what we're just going to do here, I'm going to have a section here. So I'm going to right click this one, so Ctrl D and backspace, and I'm going to change this one to section and then escape. Yeah, and inside here we're going to have some classes. So just going to say class name, and inside the class name here we're just going to show the background, which is the BG to light, which is a kind of light background, BG light. And then we're going to padding 2. We're going to set the padding to 2, and then we're going to set the margin bottom to 5, and also we're going to set the margin top to 5, and then we're going to have the almighty beautiful shadow to actually tilt this section a little bit. So let's have shadow right here, right? Okay, so straight away what we just need here, the only thing we need here is our room component. Yes, so this is just this component here. All right, so right here I'm going to make sure the full screen. So we're going to route this component we just created. So I'm just going to copy this here, just copy this and paste. So I'm going to paste it here, and then I'm going to last time we have the navbar. Let's go to the navbar. So last time we have the browse rooms, right? This one here. Okay, browse all rooms. So I'm just going to cut this here to go back here, and then we're going to change this one here to browse all rooms here. Yes, browse all rooms. And this one here is going to be the room listing, room listing components, room listing components. Okay, this one here. Okay, so let's save this, and it's our back end running. Let's cross check. Okay, it's still running. So let's move back to our browser to see what we've gotten. Okie dokie. So we have everything displayed for us here. So we actually have how many rooms do we have in our database? We have 3 rooms. Okay, I'm going to cross check this. So let's filter here. So you see the filter is actually working. Everything is working and everything is working. So let's clear the filter. So now this is the browse all rooms. So let's go back to our home page and let's browse all rooms. So browse all rooms, we have to see all rooms here. So this one here is going to lead us to the booking later, but we've not implemented the booking component, right? So let's go back home and let's go back to browse all rooms, and here we see all rooms. But I'm still doubting, are we having only 3 rooms in our database? Let's check. I thought we have a lot of rooms last time. This is our hotel and this is our room. So this is our hotel database. Let me check the room. Oh, only 3 rooms. Okay, we have only 3 rooms in our database. So let's go back to our browser, and right now so we are going to create a component. So here we have gotten all our rooms displayed, in our front end, that's to our client. Remember, the first one we created where we display all rooms, that is for the admin. So this one here is the one that the guests, clients are going to search and actually filter here. So now let's create another component. Let's implement this admin so that from here we can actually navigate to add new room and to delete room, right? So let's implement this component. Okay, so now we've gotten all our rooms in our front end for our client. So now we're going to provide a provision where admin can actually go and add a new room, right? So now let's go back to VS Code and create a new component. So this component here, I'm just going to code. We're going to go here to create a new component. We're going to go to the admin folder, this admin folder here. So we're going to create a new component, and this component we're just going to call admin. So we're going to call this one admin.jsx. All right. So in here, the only thing we just want to do here is to have, let's just generate our components. So now after generating our components, the only thing we're just going to have here is we're just going to go inside this div for now. We're just going to go here and have an h2 tag. And here I'm really going to say welcome to admin panel. Welcome to admin panel, right? And in here we're going to have a link. I'm just going to have I'm going to have a horizontal line here, just going to make it a self-closing tag. And under this line here we're going to have a link. Let's have a link here. And inside this link, we're going to have the text we're going to have here is manage rooms. We're going to say manage. So we're going to say manage rooms. This one here, actually, we're omitting A here. We're just going to add it here. So manage rooms. So we're going to add S here. And now let's just do the imports. Let's do the imports. Add all missing imports. Okay, so we're going to set in the props. So when this one is clicked, where's it going to? So we're just going to take this one here to add room, right? So we're just going to empty string here and slash. Then we're going to say add room. This one is double O, not double R. Add room. So this is just all we need here for now. So let's save this and let's go back to our browser and see if there's any changes. So right now, if we click here, it's not really showing because we need to go back to, we need to wrap this. So let's go back to our app.js, and so now I'm just going to copy this one here and just copy and paste. So this one here, we're just going to say admin. Let's slash admin. And here we're going to also say admin because the name of the component is admin, right? So we're just going to say admin. And so here we go. Okay, so let's save this and go back to our browser and actually test out the output. Okay, cool. So right here we see that we actually have this, but what I just want to do here, I want to put this inside a container, so it should be a little bit so we can pad the sides, right? So now let's go back to VS Code, and in here, what is the admin component? This one here. So what I'm just going to do here is to set this div here. Actually, I'm going to make this div here a kind of section, right? So we're just going to Control and D and backspace. So this one here, we're going to change to section. And we're going to escape. Okay, so right here, we're going to set some classes right here, like bootstrap classes. So I'm going to say class name. And this one here, we're just going to say container. And here, we're going to margin the top. We're going to say empty like 5, margin top like 5, right? Okay, so let's save this and go back to the browser to check the result. Okay, so right here we have this looking a little bit beautiful, right? So now if we click on this, it should be able to take us to a page where we can actually add a room. So right here, let's go back to our browse all rooms. So right here we have 1, 2, 3 rooms, right? So let's go back here to actually add a new room. So let's add a new room here. I'm just going to select a new one. This one I'm going to say double bedroom. I'm going to call this one double bedroom. I think we have this before. Double bedroom with, I'm going to say with balcony. A double bedroom with balcony. So this one here, I'm going to say the price of this room per night is going to be $250 per night. And here we're going to choose a photo. So this one, I'm just going to choose a photo here and just open, and here we see the preview of the photo. But meanwhile, we're just going to add this one here so we can actually pick it from the drop down, from the select right here. So okay, let's add this. Good. So now we have a room was added successfully, right? So let's go back to browse all rooms. So right here we have this one here being added, right? So now we have created the access to actually add a room, and we're able to view all of our rooms, right? So the next one we're going to do is to actually create. Now we're going to start implementing our home page. We're going to start implementing our home page. So let's go and get it done. All right. So now we are going to start building our home page. And now if we go to our home page, we see that there is nothing here yet, right? We just have to welcome to the home page. So now we're going to go back to VS Code to actually build the components that's going to make up our home page. So right here, if I just go here to say home, so now let's find the home. This is our home component, and we see there is nothing right here in the home component. So we're going to build some components to actually fill it up. So the first component here I'm going to build is we're going to just go here to the layout, and here we're going to build a component. We're going to call this one the main header, right? So here I'm just going to call header main and .jsx. And this header is, we're just going to have a few things here. So the first thing we're going to do here is to generate our component. Okay, so now we're just going to go in here, and I'm going to change this one. So I'm going to return header here, and I'm just going to escape. I'm going to escape, and I'm going to remove this one here. Okay, so in this header, we're just going to come in here to set a class. So we're going to say class name, and this one we're going to have the header banner. So we're going to say banner. Header banner. So this header banner here is a class in the custom style sheet, the custom CSS file we pasted last time. So this one is in there, and now inside this one here we're going to have a div. So here we have a div, and this div we're going to give a class of overlay. So class name. So here we're just going to have overlay, and then I'm going to close this here, and then we're going to go down here to have another div, and this div we're going to give a class of animated text. So we're going to say class name, and this one we're going to say animated text. And here we're going to say overlay content. So here we have animated text and overlay content. So these are the two classes we're going to have here. Then inside here, inside this div, we're going to have, so inside here we're going to have the h1 tag right here, and this one we're just going to say welcome to, and in here we're going to have the span because we're going to change the color of some of this text. So here we're just going to have span. We'll span this, And inside this span, we're going to say, we're going to give a class of our hotel color, class name. We're just going to say hotel color, hotel color. And now inside this hotel color, we're going to have the lakeside hotel. So we're just going to say welcome to Lakeside Hotel, right? So that's just what I'm going to make this on a full screen. And then we're going to go down here and have another h4 tag. So this is going to be h4. And inside this here, we're just going to write some things here like experience, the best hospitality in town. Experience the best hospitality in town. Okay, so I'm just going to make this one here like, you know, okay, so we're just going to say experience the best hospitality in town. So I'm going to save here so we can have a good format. So I think this is just all we need with our header main. That's our main header. So now we're going to create another component. This time around, this component we're just going to call the header. So here I'm going to come here, and this time we're going to go to the common. Where's the common file? This common here, common folder. So here we're going to create another component. This time around I'm going to call this one header. So header.jsx. And right away we're going to generate our component. And this one here also is just going to have a few classes. So this one is just going to change here, like Ctrl D, and just going to return the header. Yeah, header. And then we're going to escape. So here we're going to have class name. So this one here we're just going to set to header, right? And all this one here are customized style sheets that we've inside the file we pasted last time. So inside this header, we're going to have a div. We're going to have a div, and this div here is going to have the class of overlay. And then we're going to come down here to have another div. Class name. So this one here we're going to have content. Container. This one is container, right? This is correct, container, that's correct. And inside this div here we're just going to have, so we're going to have a h1 tag here, and this one here we're just going to write, we're just going to put in the title, right? So for that we're going to destructure a prompt here called title. So here we're just going to call this one here title, this E, right? And inside here we're going to put in the title. Okay, and then we're going to give some classes. Class name. So here we're going to have header text, header title, and then we're going to have text center. We're just going to center this text center. So this is just all we need to have here. So let me save for us to have a good format. So this is all we need to have inside this component. So the next component we're going to create a component called parallels. So this one is going to be inside the common as well. So I'm going to call this one parallels. And then we're going to just .jsx. And here we're going to generate the component. And so inside the parallels, we're going to go inside this div here and set some classes. So I'm going to say class name. And this one we're just going to say parallels. And Margin bottom, we're going to set to 5. So inside this div here, we're going to have a container. So this one, we're just going to borrow a container from Bootstrap, React Bootstrap. And now inside this container, what we're just going to have here is a div. So we're going to have a div in here, and inside this div, we're going to have a h1 element, this one here, and this one here we're just going to write again like what we wrote last time, experience. So I'm going to say experience, yeah, experience the best hospitality in town. And meanwhile, because we're doing the same thing here, I'm just going to come down here to, I'm going to come here to actually just take this h1 here, because we try to do the same thing here. I'm just going to take this one and paste it here. Okay, to save our time. So I'm going to make this one a white screen. Then I'm going to do the import here. So let's just do the import. Yes, import. Okay, and the next thing we're going to do here, what happened? Okay, so the next thing we're going to do here is to go out of the h1, and then we're going to have an h3 element, h3, and inside this h3 we're going to have some write-up. We're just going to say we offer the best services for all your needs. So we're just going to say we offer, let me close this gap. So we offer the best services for all your needs. So this is just all we need to do here. Then inside this div here, we're going to set some classes. So we're just going to say class name. And inside here, we're going to have animated, just like the last time, animated text. And here we're going to have another class called bounced in. Okay, this one actually is bounce. We omit n here. Okay, so this is just what we need to do here. And this container, we're going to give some classes. So we're just going to say class name. So we're going to say text center. Text center, correct? And then we're going to have the px padding x5. And we're going to have the padding y also to 5. And then we're going to justify content center, justify content center. Okay, so this is all we need here. So I'm going to save this. So let's save to have good format. So this is just all we need to have in this parallels. And now the other content, the other component we're going to create here is a component to display some of our services, some of our hotel services. So that's what we're going to create next. Okay, so now we're going to create a component called hotel services. So I'm just going to go here inside. So this one also is going to be inside the common folder, because we can use this component anywhere we want to use it, right? So I'm just going to say hotel service, and we're going to say .jsx. Okay, and straight away we're going to generate our components. And this one here, I'm going to just Ctrl D, and I'm going to make this one an empty fragment, and I'm just going to go inside the empty fragment. So the first thing I'm going to do here is to get a container. So here we have a container. So right here we have the container, and inside the container we're just going to close this one here. So inside the container, we're going to have, so here we're going to have some classes. So we're just going to say class name. Class name, here we're going to just have the MB to 2, the magic button to 2. But meanwhile, this MB2, and meanwhile we're going to do this import before we continue. Let's do this import. Yes, from React Bootstrap. Okay, so inside here, inside this container, we're going to have a header. So here we're going to make use of the header we created last time. This header here, the header component we just created a few minutes ago. So here we're going to make use of it here. Then we're going to set the title. So we're going to set the title here, and this one here you're just going to set to maybe hotel services, or our services. So we're just going to set this title to our services. Then now we're going to go up here and we're going to bring in a row. We're going to have a row, and inside the row we're going to have, okay, let's do the import. Let me just go here to make it faster. Let's have the row. And inside the row here, we're going to have H4. So here we have H4 element, and this H4 here we're going to give some bootstrap classes. Class name. So we're just going to center the text centered. All right, so inside this H4 tag we're going to have some write-up. So we're going to say services at our hotel, right? So what we're just going to do here is we're going to have a span here, the span element here, and here we're just going to say at Lakeside Hotel. So we're just going to say services at Lakeside Hotel. And meanwhile, this class here, this one here, we're going to span it to display our hotel color. So we're just going to say class name. Here we're just going to say hotel color. So that's what we're going to have here. And this is just what we're going to have. And the next one we're going to do here is I'm going to make it on the full screen. So the next one we're going to do here is to get another span. So inside this span here, going to give some bootstrap classes, class name. So this one here, we're just going to give gap, the gap of, maybe gap of 2. So inside here, inside this span, we're going to bring in a bootstrap icon. So here we're going to say clock, far clock. This one actually is a clock from the React icon. I'm going to close it here. And now we're going to just write some things here, like maybe 24 hours front desk, 24-hour front desk. So they just won't have here. So I'm going to bring this together so we can actually see it clearly what we're doing. So now I'm just going to do this import. Checking for too long, so let's do it manually here. So we're going to say import clock from React icons. This one here, React icons /FA. So this is just all we need to do here. And then we're going to push this closer. Okay, so this one here is inside the row, right? Inside the row. There's something I would like to do here. I'm going to put this one here. Just going to put this one outside, so we'll say hotel outside here, right? So have some, maybe some black and hotel color, right? Okay, so that's just what we need to do. Then outside this row here, I'm going to have a horizontal line. Yeah, and below this, we're going to bring in another row below this here. So we're going to bring in a row, and inside this row, what we're just going to do here is to bring in some columns and some card, right? So we're going to, basically what we're going to do here is to display some of the services we offer in our hotel, right? Okay, so here I'm going to set some responsive classes. So we're going to say in a very big screen, in a very small screen. So we're going to say one here. So we're going to go out here and say MD. Oh, sorry. So here we're going to say MD2. And here we're going to say L, that's large screen, just going to show like 3, right? So here we're going to say large screen. Then we're going to say 3, sorry. We're going to say 3 here. Okay, and then we're going to set some bootstrap classes. So I'm going to say class name. 4 and empty, merge it up, and the 2. Okay, so this is just all we're going to have here. Then inside this row, we're going to bring in some columns. So let's go in here, have some columns in here, and inside the column we're going to have a card. So here we have a card here, close it, and inside this card we're going to have the card body, card dot body, and here we're just going to close it. But meanwhile, we're just going to do the import first. Let's do the import. Checking for too long. Let's go up here to just add it. So let's say colon. So we already have the row here. So here we're just going to add the column, and also we're going to add the card here. So let's make use of the quick suggestion here, quick fix, and add all missing imports. This one here is this error. This is not what I want to do. Anyways, I'm just going to remove this and do it again to avoid wasting of time. So I'm just going to say card dot body. Yeah, this one here. Yeah, as simple as this. Okay, so now I'm going to save so we can have a proper format. So here I'm just going to break this down. So inside the body of the card, we're going to have the title. Card dot title right here. So inside this title, we're just going to, so this title here, we're going to set some classes. Class name right here. I'm going to set this one to hotel color. Okay, and inside this title, we're going to bring in an icon. So we're going to say far. Sorry. So we're going to say far Wi-Fi. Far Wi-Fi, and this one we're just going to close it. And here we're just going to write Wi-Fi, right? So, and then we're going to do the import. Yeah, add import. So we're just going to, I'm going to push this up. So outside this title, we're going to have the text to actually describe what this one is doing. So we're just going to have the card dot text, and we're just going to close this. So here we're just going to say stay connected. We're just going to write some marketing stuff there. So we're just going to say stay connected with high speed internet access. Okay, so this is just some of the marketing write-up we're going to do here. So I'm just going to say stay connected with high speed internet access. Okay, so I'm just going to close this one here. So the next thing we're going to do here, since that we've already defined the template here, so we're just going to be doing we're just going to do some copy and paste exercise to save our time, right? So what we'll just do is I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to go down here inside the row. Just going to go down here and paste. So the only thing we're going to change here is the icon. So this one here, we're going to change to breakfast, this one. So we're just going to say far utensils, far utensils, and this is all we need here. Let's do the import if we get this right. Yeah, thank you too much. So we have utensils, this is correct. And here we're going to have breakfast. And also right here, we're going to put up some write-up. So what I just want to do here is I'm going to go off screen to actually finish up these things. Then I'll come back and we explain together, right? Okay, so right here I've added some just a couple of some of the services, and here just pause and actually go through this. Just ordinary HTML, just bootstrap. These are just a React bootstrap components, just like we've done before. So these are just the icons. So these are just everything we have been doing all along, right? So I just try to put some of the icons with some of the services we offer in our hotel, like the bar. Put the parking space, and we have the air conditioning, we have the laundry, we have the breakfast, and we have Wi-Fi. So these are just the things I added to the service component. So right now we are done with this. So what we're just going to do here, we're going to go to the home component. So right here we see that the home component is actually empty, right? So what we're just going to do here is to go to the home component and actually try to make use of all these things we have created. So the first one we're going to do here, I'm just going to change this one here to a section. So just remove this and have section, and so this one here I'm just going to escape right here, and inside this section I'm going to remove this one here and bring in the header main, right? I don't know why I named this like this. So to be main header, right? So just gonna say header main, but actually let me rename it. There was a reason why I named it like that, but meanwhile I think that reason is invalid right now. So let me just rename this component. Where is it? Here, so that we can easily remember it, right? I think it should be inside the layout. This one here. So let's just say the main header. So let's refactor. What is the refactor fixture? Okay, rename. So this one here, I'm just going to say the main header, and just enter. Okay, so we have not used it for too many places. So yeah, we just have the main header. So now inside this home here, I'm just going to wrap this in run. Yeah, just to wrap this here. So then we're going to break it down and break it down and also break it down. So in here we're going to have the main header component, main. Why is it not coming? It's here, right? Main header. Okay. Okay, so let's so I'm just going to say main header, and just going to copy this here and main header, right? So I'm just going to save, and now we're going to come here to say main header right here. So right here we have the main header, and so I'm going to go out of this, and in here we're going to have another, so we're going to have another section here. So this one I'm just going to say section, right? And inside this section here we're going to have class name, and this class name we're going to say container, right? And inside this one here we're going to bring in some of this component we've created. So the first one we're going to bring in here is the hotel service. So we're going to bring in the service here, right? And the next one we're going to bring in here is the we're going to bring in the parallels. Let's say parallels. Okay, this one here is parallax, and close it. So this is just the two, and meanwhile I'm going to make this one below and above the service. It doesn't really matter, just a kind of design. Actually you can actually design a home page the way you love it, but for this purpose of this demo, and this is just how I just want to design this home page. So now let's save, and so let's go to our home page and see what we got so far. So let's go to the browser. So yeah, so this is our updated home page, and here we have the service, and here is the parallels, right? But meanwhile the image we're trying to use is not, it does not appear yet. So let's go back here, and this one here, let's see. Okay, so I think our hotel is taking shape. So here we'll say welcome to Lakeside Hotel and experience the best hospitality in town, right? And then here is our parallels supposed to be, and this is our service. So let's go back here to actually work on this image so that it can appear, right? Okay, so our parallax photo is showing right now. Right here I'm just going to show you something. So I restarted this project, right? Meanwhile I forgot to show you something here. So if you go to my image directory here, so I have this photo here that we are using in our project. I actually put them in our image directory, right? So you can just make sure you have these photos, or just some selected photos you would like, and make sure you have a folder under your asset and put all the images you want here. And then you can just come to our index. So then you can just come to our index and update your photo accordingly, right? So you change your photos accordingly to get what you want at the front end. So for now, this is just what we want, right? So, and these are the photo we are getting. So let's go back to our browser. So right now we see that this is our home page, which is the main, this is the main header we created with this photo background, and this is the parallax control we created, the component, and this is the service component we just created right last time. All right, so what we're going to be doing right now is to create a carousel. We're going to create a room slider to actually drop in different sections of this home page, so that our home page can look a little bit interactive, right? A little bit busy, right? So what we're just going to do here, I'm going to right click on all these here, and close all. So I'm just going to go here to create a carousel. I'm going to call this one room carousel, and this one here is going to be also is going to be inside the common folder. So I'm just going to click on this, the components, and create a new room. We're going to call this one carousel. Room carousel. This spell of carousel, I think. Okay, so now the next we're just going to do here is to, okay, this .js. So the next we're just going to do here is to generate our component as usual. And now after generating our component, this guy is thinking too much. Let's take it again. So we say FC and just put it down here. So now we're going to have some couple of state variables. So I'm just going to say const. So the first one we're going to create here is the room. So we're going to say rooms and set rooms. Set rooms equals use state. And this one we're just going to set to empty array. And here we're going to have error message. Const error message, set error message. This one is actually error message, set error message, and we're just going to say use state as usual. And this one we're just going to set to empty string. So we're going to have another constant variable called is loading. Set is loading. And we're just going to say this one is false at the initial state. All right. So now having done this now, I hope everything is in order. Error message, set error message, everything's in order. So here we're just going to go down here to actually get all the rooms from the database. And so what we're just going to do here is to use the use effect. And inside the use effect, we're going to set is loading. It's loading to true as usual. And after this now we're going to just call all the rooms. So just to get all rooms. Get all rooms. And then we're going to have data. So we're just going to set rooms. So we're just going to set rooms to data, right? So this is just all we're going to do. Then we're going to come here to set is loading to false. So this one will set to false. All right, so let's check what this guy is complaining about. You have to unto it. Oh, you can't find this? Like seriously? Okay, we have API function. So this is the function you're looking for, right? So yeah, you get it for us. Okay, cool. You've seen it, right? Thank you for seeing it. Okay, so now we're going to just come here to pass the empty array dependency here. Okay, and after that now we're just going to come back here to actually catch any error that might occur. So we'll say catch error, and then we're going to set the error to error message. So we're just going to say set set error message. We're going to say error dot message, and then we're going to set is loading to false again. False. All right, so this is just all we need to get all our rooms. So now we're going to check some conditions here. So we're going to say if it's loading, if it's loading, what we're going to do? If it's loading, so we're just going to say return a div. I'm sorry, this one is supposed to be div. Return a div, like so. And this div here is just going to tell the user that the rooms are loading rooms. Yeah, so we're just going to have X here, loading rooms. Okay, so after this now we're just going to set some class to this. So say class name, we're going to say margin top of 5 to this, right? And then I'm just going to do some exercise here, copy and paste exercise. Then here we're going to check error. If error, then we're just going to come here to actually show the error, right? So we're just going to say here error, and then we're going to pass in the error. Yeah, so just going to pass in the error here to actually display what the error is. So here we have if error message. So this one we're going to set to error message, right? If error message, this one here, and then we're just going to set this one here to error message. Okay, so that's just all we need to do here. All right, so now we're going to go down here to actually meanwhile this error message is going to be, what is it? So this error message here is going to be of danger, right? So we're just going to say text danger, and we're also going to have here the margin bottom to 5. Okay, so now I'm going to close this, just close this and save. So what I'm just going to do here is we're going to come here to actually start creating the UI of this. And meanwhile this one actually is a room slider, so we're going to it's a carousel we want to create. So here I'm going to just break this down. So now let's actually start creating the interface, the UI of our carousel. So here the first thing we're going to do here is to change this one here to a section, and I'm going to escape. So I'm going to set some class to this section here, class name, and this one I'm going to say background light background, and the margin bottom is going to be 5, and also the margin top is going to be 5, and then oh my gosh, I wasn't. So here we have the background is light here, and now the margin bottom is going to be 5, and the margin top also is going to be 5, and then we're just going to give the shadow to make it raised a little bit, right? Okay, so in here I'm just going to go in here, and we're going to have a link right here. We're going to have a link, and this link is going to link to all rooms, right? So we're just going to say to what's wrong here? Okay, all right, so let's do the import. Okay, so this thing here is just going to link us to browse all rooms. And here we're going to set some classes. Class name, and we're going to say hotel color, and this one we're going to say text center. All right, so inside here, the in between here, I'm going to say browse all rooms. So this is just what we're going to have here, and so going to save here to have a nice format. So then we're going to go out here. We're going to bring in a container. And inside this container, we're going to bring in the carousel. We're going to bring in the bootstrap, React bootstrap carousel. So just going to say carousel. Yeah, carousel. Right here, and now we're going to set. We're going to set the props here, the attribute here, the indicator. We're going to set indicator. This is not what I want to do. So just want to set the indicator. Okay, well, let's import this so we can get access to what it has for us. Okay, so here we're just going to say indicator. Okay, this one here, so indicator, and this one we're going to set to false. We'll set to false. All right, and then inside here, inside the carousel, we'll set this to false. Then inside the carousel, we're just going to, we want to display elements. We want to display rooms, like we want to slide 4 rooms at a time, right? So now we're going to create an array. So here about array, so here we're going to say math.fill, and inside here we're going to have rooms.length divide 4, because right here what we're just going to do here is to want to slide 4 images at a time. So we're going to go out here to say .map, and here we're going to ignore the first argument, and here we're going to go to index, as the index of the room. And then what we're just going to do here is to come out and return so for every room here we're going to return 4 room. We're going to return a row, and that row is we're going to return a carousel, and that carousel item we're going to return a carousel item that contains 4 rooms, right? So here we're just going to say inside here we're going to say carousel item. This one is going to say carousel.item, carousel.item, and here we're going to set the key. So we're going to set this key here. Yeah, set the key to index. Okay, set the key to index, and what we're just going to do here is to here, go inside here, and so what we're just going to do here is to bring in a row, and inside this row we're going to have the rooms, rooms.slice, we're going to have the index times 4, index times 4, and we're going to say index again times 4. This is 4, right, plus 4, and we're going to go here to say dot map. So we're going to have, and then we're just going to go out here to return again. So this time around we're going to return a card that will represent this here. So here we're going to return a card, a column. We'll return a column from here, and inside the column, so let's do this import, all missing imports. So here inside this column, what we're just going to return here is the card, but meanwhile we're going to set the key. So here set the key. So the key here is going to be the room dot ID, and then we're going to set in some bootstrap classes, and right here we're just going to set the NB to 4, NB4, and we're going to go out here and set the small screen to 12. When it displayed on the small screen, we're just going to display one at a time, and then on the major screen we'll display 2. So we're just going to say medium, and then we're going to display 2 at a time. Then on large we're going to display 4, right? So here we're just going to say large LG. Here we're going to display 4. So what we'll just do here is that, so on a very small screen we want to slide one image at a time, but on the major screen here we just have 6 here, which means this means we're going to slide 3 at a time, right? 3 that's going to slide 2 at a time. On here we're going to slide 4 at a time, because this is 3. The full row has 12 columns, right? 12 columns, and 12 columns divide 2, we're going to have 2, and 12 columns divide 3, we're going to have 4, right? So that's what we just did here. Now we're going to go inside the column here. So inside the column here we're going to have a card. So we're going to have a card, and then I'm going to do the import. So inside this card here we're going to have a link, because we're going to, that reminds me there's something we want to correct later. And so here we're going to have a link, because I want this image to be clickable, right? So we're just going to have a link here, a link, so this link here, when this image is clicked, we're just going to take this image, this one here, we're going to have the back tick, because we're going to grab the ID of this image. So when this link is clicked, we're just going to have the book room, we're going to call it the book room function. Though we've not created this link, we've not implemented this component, but after this home page, that's what we're going to. So we're just going to define all this done right now. So here we're just going to have this here, and we pass in the room.id. So we're actually going to view this room, and from there we can just book for it, right? So, and that's just what we're going to do. Then inside this one here, inside the link, we're going to bring in the image. So we're just going to have card.image. We're going to close this, and this image here we're just going to set the variant, just like what we did last time. I could have just go there to just copy and paste, but meanwhile I'm just going to have the variant here and set it to top, right? Top. And after this, now what we're just going to do here again is to set the source here, right here, and we're just going to remove this and have the curly braces, and inside the curly braces we're going to have the backtick, data image /png. So what we're just doing here, just like what we did last time, we're just trying to convert this image to the image we can display on the browser, right? We're just going to say base 64. Then here we're going to bring in the photo, right? So we're just going to say here room.photo, room.photo. That's just all we need to do here. Then after this, now we're going to just have the alternative room, the alternate text here. Then we're just going to say room photo, room photo, and here we're going to have the class name. So this one we're going to have 100, which is the width, and then we're going to have the style. So that's the height. We'll try to define the height so that everything will be equal, right, on the page, on the slider. So here I'm just going to say style, what actually happened here? So we're just going to say style, and inside the style here we're going to pass, there's equal. So inside this one here we're just going to set the height, height, and we're going to set to 200 pixels here. So this is just all we need to do here. But meanwhile we're having some errors here. We're just going to let's quickly close this. We're going to come back to fix this one in a moment. So here I'm just going to make this one a self-closing tag and actually remove this here. So I'm going to bring this closer. I'm just going to want to save to have a good format, right? Okay, so now we're going to go out of the link to bring out the card body, right? So I'm just going to say card dot body, and inside the card body we're just going to have, just like last time we have remember last time when we were creating the other side, we were creating the when we were creating the rooms, the add rooms, or maybe the components, the listing room components. So we did the same thing here inside the card body, right? So that card body actually has the room title, the price, and the button, right? So that is the same thing we just did here right now. So yeah, inside the card body we have the title, which is the room type, and we have the price, which is the room price, and here we have a button that will actually link us to book room, right? So that's what we just get right now. And this one we just want to say book room, right? Just want to remove that and say book room. Okay, so that is, let's save. So that is basically what we just need to have here. So now let's go down, let's go up here to actually solve this problem. So this one is complaining that this one is of type navbar, right? Of course. So because it doesn't know the type of this array here. So now we're just going to initialize this one here to an empty to an object here, and this object is going to have the ID set to none, and also we're going to have the room type set to none, and also it's still going to have the room price set to none, right? I don't know why this term is busy frozen. Okay, so just going to put this here. This system frozen actually causing a lot of problem for us. Okay, so here we have the ID to none, the room type, and the room price. So that is just what we need to do here to get rid of the error. And we are still having one. Okay, the photo. We're going to actually set in the photo here. So we have the photo. And the photo also we're going to set to empty string. Alright, so that should get rid of all the red line from this page. So let's save this. Let's save this. And now I think this one is ready to use. So what we just need to do here, we are going to go to our room, our home page, our home component. And in here we're going to, so this parallax. So before the parallax, I'm going to actually display this one here. I'm just going to come here to say room carousel, this one here. And also at the bottom here, I'm just going to copy this one here. So at the bottom, well, maybe here, I'm going to put it here as well. This one here doesn't really matter. I just want the home page to be busy, right? So you can actually design your home page the way you want it, but I just want this home page to look so busy. Right? Okay, so right here we actually have the room slider here. So we can, is it sliding? Okay, we just have 4 rooms in our database, right? So here we have the slider, and the carousel actually sliding 4 rooms here. So now I think our home page is busy enough now. So now we have the parallax, and we have the services, and we have rooms actually sliding across. So now let's go and add more rooms to our database. Okay, so just pause the video and add a couple of rooms down here. Okay. So right here, I've added a lot of rooms to our database. So now we have 2 pages of rooms. So we are paginating 6 rooms per page. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and here we have 2 pages, and here is 2. So we have 8 rooms in our database right now. And if we go to our database and refresh, so we're going to see that we actually have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 rooms in our database, right? So when we go back to our browser, and so let's go back to our home page, and right now we see that our home page is looking more beautiful and busy, right? So now we can actually slide. We can slide. So here we can slide. The carousel is actually working, sliding, right? So this is all we need to do here for now. Okay, so now we have seen that our home page is actually busy and it's looking more beautiful, right? You can actually structure your home page the way you actually want it, right? But for this demo, I just want to structure it like this. So we can see our parallax actually scrolling. We're having the parallax scrolling, and our rooms are actually sliding. And this one actually is clickable. If we click here, we'll see that this one here is actually coming here with the room ID number 12. But now we have not created the component to actually book room yet, right? So we can just go back here to view all our rooms from the front end. And also we cannot just go here to actually view what we have in our database. Right here, we can actually view all our rooms. And also we can see that the fit is actually filtering, everything is working fine. And if we go here to filter, let's just filter a room. Let's filter suite. So we'll see we have new triple suite 2. And let's filter a single room. We have 1 single room. Let's filter a room with balcony. We have 1 with balcony. And let's filter a double room. We have 2 double rooms. So we see that our room, everything is actually working, and our page, our project is actually taking shape gradually. Okay, so the next we're going to do here is we're going to create a component that will actually help us to search a room here, that to search available rooms right here. So that's what we're going to do next. Okay, so let's go back and get it done. Okay, right here we see that our front end is taking shape gradually. Our home page is taking shape gradually. So the next thing we're going to create here is a form here to search room. that's room availability. So for example, a guest come to our website to search for a particular room, for example, like a suite that is available within a given date to book, right? So that is what we're just going to create here and put here. So for that, we're going to go to our back end, and then we're going to just go here. I'm going to open up this. So we're going to go here to create in the controller package. We're going to create a new controller called the Booking Controller. So we're going to say Booking Controller. This one is controller, right? And inside here we're going to, inside the repository, we're going to create a new repository called Booking Repository. Booking Repository. This one actually is an interface. And we're going to go to the service. Inside the service class, we're going to, remember last time we created booking service here, where we're trying to make use of this method, right? But we didn't implement it yet. So now we're going to create an interface for this booking. So we're just going to say iBooking interface, iBooking service, iBooking. Oh, this is double O. I always type triple O. What's going on? Okay, iBooking service. Yes, iBooking service, and this one's going to be an interface. All right. Okay, so having done this, now the next thing we're just going to do here is to start implementing. Let's go back to the booking, the controller. So I'm going to close this down. So let's start implementing the booking controller. So we're just going to create a couple of methods right in here. So the first one we're going to create here is a method to get all bookings from our database, right? So we're just going to go here to say public response entity, and this one here we're going to respond with a list of booking response, right? So we'll say list of booking response, this one here, and then we're just going to say get all bookings. So before we move ahead, let's just do this import right from the util. So here we're going to have a list container, booked room. So this one we're going to call bookings equals booking service. This is booking service. Meanwhile, let's grab the booking service here. We're going to say private. Sorry, this is final because we're going to inject iBooking service. So we're going to say booking service. So we're just going to use this opportunity to inject. Just going to say at required add constructor, and with the same opportunity we're just going to define the REST controller and also the request mapping, and this is what we're going to call bookings. So this is just all we need to do here for now. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. So here we have the booking service .get all bookings. We're going to create this method in our service class in a moment. So after that, we're going to have another container, a list container, and this one we're going to call booking response. Booking response equals new array list. So we're going to say for booked room, this booked for booked room in bookings. What we're just trying to do here, because right here we are getting all the booking objects from database, and Remember, the bookings are of booked room, so we try to convert them to the booking response, so we can just pick what we want to return to the guest, right, to the user. So here we're just going to say booking response equal get bookings. This one is a private method we're going to create in a moment. So we're going to say get booking response. This response. Get booking response, then we're just going to pass in the booking. This one here. Just going to pass in the booking here. What is it? Wait, we're going to call this one booking. Here, we're just going to pass in the booking. Right here. Okay, so after this, we're going to say booking responses. This one, this time around, booking responses. Dot add booking. Dot add booking response. Then after that, we're going to go down. What is it? Okay, we're just gonna go down here to return response entity dot okay, and then we'll get the body as booking responses. So this is just all we need to do here. I'm going to close the gap. So this one here, I'm just going to come here to enter, shift enter to move to a new line, IntelliJ. And then I'm just going to set the mapping request, which is the HTTP request, which is this one is get mapping. And here we're just going to say all bookings. Yeah, damn. Okay. So this is just all we need to do here. Then the second method we're going to create here is a method to actually get booking by the confirmation code. So let's go booking public response entity. So this one we're going to return anything, and then we'll say get booking get booking by confirmation get booking by confirmation code, and then we're going to pass in the string of confirmation code, confirmation, and before a confirmation code, and yeah, this one is and before a. Okay, so right here in the body, what we're just going to do here is to have the try and catch block. And I'm going to put in the catch. Okay, so inside the try and catch block, what we're just going to do here is to have booked room. We'll call this a booking equals BookingService dot find by booking confirmation confirmation code, and then we're going to pass in the confirmation code. So here I'm going to zoom out a little bit. Yeah, so after that we'll have the booking booking response. We're going to call this on booking response equals to get booking response. This is a private method we're going to create in a moment. Then we're going to pass in here the booking, right? just like last time we get the response for the room. I don't know why I always type triple O instead of double O. Okay, this one is booking, right? Yeah, booking. And after this, now we're going to return response entity. Yeah, it's response entity dot okay. And then we get the body. So this one, the body is going to be the booking response. Booking response, just single booking, right? Okay, so now we're going to go inside the try a cache, which is the cache block. So here we're just going to cache resource not found, the exception class we created earlier. So this one is called resource not found exception. Let's just say ex, and down here we're going to return the message, the error message back to our front end, to the user to see exactly what happened. So we're just going to say return response entity, and this one here we're going to say the status, and inside the status we're going to say http status dot not found dot not found, and then we're going to come here to say dot body. And inside the body, we're going to pass in the message. Dot get message. Let's say dot get message. So what we're just trying to do here, if the room is not found, if the booking is not found, we're going to return a message. And if the booking is found, we're going to return the booking, right? That's what we're going to do here. So this one here, I'm going to just specify this as a get mapping. So this one is get mapping, and inside this get mapping, we're going to have confirmation. Sorry, this confirmation. Then slash. So this one is going to be the path variable. So we're going to call the confirmation code, right? Is this correct? Confirmation code. Can make case in here. Okay, so this one here we're going to pass in as a path variable. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here. There's a single @ sign. All right, so this is all we need to do here. Now, having done this now, I've gotten these two. So the next one we're going to create is a method to actually save new bookings to the database. So let's have the public. It's a public. We have the public, and this one will say response entity. And so this one here is going to be, we're going to just control save bookings, and here we're going to get the room ID, and we're going to get the booking object, which is the booked room object. So we're just going to call this one booking request. And this one is going to be the path variable. And this one is going to be the request body. At request body. So this is just all we're going to do here. What's happening here? Request body. Let me break this down. So right here we have so this one here we're going to put at request body, and now inside the body here, what we're just going to do here is to get the try and catch block. Catch. Okay, so here we're just going to have a string. So what we'll try to do here actually is to return the confirmation code, a message with a confirmation code when a room is booked successfully. So we're going to say BookingService.save bookings, and we'll pass in the room ID and the booking request. Then after that, we're going to return the message with the confirmation code. Is this confirmation code correct? This is what I'm typing. Confirmation. And this one is equal. I'm getting a little bit distracted. Okay, sorry guys for that. Okay, so now we're just going to do here, after this, we're going to return the response entity. OK. So inside this body here, we're going to define a message. So we're just going to say room. We'll say room booked successfully, room booked successfully, right? Then we're going to say your confirmation code, your booking confirmation code is, then here we're going to concatenate. I'm going to go out here and I'm going to break down this message so we can see it clearly. So then we're going to concatenate the confirmation code here, so we say plus confirmation code. Okay. So this one here, I don't know why I keep having I cannot type this morning. Okay, so here we just have room booked successfully. No need of this. Room booked successfully. Your booking confirmation code is this one here. Okay, so and after this, now if there's any error, if there's any problem here, we're going to create a custom exception class that we're going to customize a message and give to the user. So here we just will say invalid booking request exception. And this one we're going to say we're just going to pass E here. We're going to create this class in a moment. Then we're going to go down here to say return. So we're going to return response entity dot badge request, and inside the body we're going to have the e dot get message. So we're going to have e dot get message. So before we move on here, we're going to create this exception class. So I'm just going to go here and let's go to more options. Create this one here, and in this one we're going to go to the exception package and OK. So this one we're just going to extends the runtime. This runtime exception. So here I'm just going to say auth insert to implement a message, to override a message, a method. So I'm just going to take this one here. Okay, so this is all we need to do here for now. So I'm going to close down this, and this one is settled. So now we're going to, I'm just going to come here to set the mapping request, which is the mapping method, the get mapping. So it's going to be get mapping. And because we are booking a room, then here we're going to have room and the room ID. So we're going to have the room ID and slash booking, right? So this one I'm going to get rid of this space here, the white space. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here for now. And so here we have three methods: one to remove, one to to save. Sorry, I said I'm getting distracted. Okay, so here is posting mapping, post mapping, and here we have get mapping. Here we have get mapping to get all rooms or bookings. Here we get mapping to get a booking, a single booking by the confirmation code, and right here we have what do we have here? So we have a method to actually save the booking, right? So now what we're just going to do here to create, we're going to create another method to actually cancel booking. So in case the user change his mind to cancel booking, so we're just going to cancel booking. So we're going to say public, and we're going to say so this one we're just going to say void cancel booking, and this one we're going to pass in the booking ID, right? So just this long booking ID. So here we're going to call the booking service dot cancel booking, and we're just going to pass in the booking ID, this one here. Okay, so this one is going to be a delete request. So we're going to say at delete mapping, and we're just going to pass in here the room, and we're going to pass in, and actually this one is going to be booking and slash. So here we're going to grab the booking ID, and then we're going to slash delete. Okay, and now here we're going to have in the path variable. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here. Excuse me. So now for that, this is just all we need to do here. Now before we move to the service layer, we're going to create this booking response here, right? This get booking response. So I'm just going to place my cursor here and create this private method. Down below, I like moving the private method down below to be the last, right? So just, it's my own personal convention, so you can decide to leave yours anywhere in the page, but I prefer leaving my own down to be the last method in the list, in the page. So what I'm going to do here is to go inside here to say room, to say the room equals room service. So then we're going to go up here to get a hold of the room service, private final iRoom service. So this is what we're going to call room service. Yeah, room service. So we go down here to say room service. So we're going to say room service.get room by ID, and then we're going to pass the booking.get room by ID. So here we just get bookings.get, no, this one is not what we want to do. Booking.get room .get ID, this is what we're trying to do, right? So I'm going to just to terminate this, and now let's do the import right here. And this one seems to be optional. Okay, so that's what we're going to do here is the response. We'll have a response, room response, and what we're just going to do here, we'll say room. So right here we're going to say equals new room response, and inside this room response we just need the ID of the room, the type, and the price, right? So we're just going to say the room.get ID, and here we're going to say the room.get room type, and the room.get room price get room price, this one here. So I think I'm going to break this one down. break it down, and just break this down also, and terminate here. So this is just all we know here. Then after this, now we're going to actually return the booking response, right? So in here, I'm going to say return booking, return new booking response, and inside this booking response, we're going to say booking. We're going to just pick some few attributes to return. So booking.get ID, then booking dot get check-in date, get check-out, then I'm going to break this down. So here we are getting the booking ID, check-in date and check-out date. Then after that, we're going to get the guest name. So we're just going to go here to say booking.get guest full name, this one here, and then we're going to get the email, then booking.get number of adults. So I'm going to break this one down as well. And this one here, I'm just going to break it down. So say booking.get number of children, and booking.get number of guests. So here we have number of adults, children, guests, and after this, now we're just going to get the confirmation code, right? So booking.get booking confirmation code, and after this, we're going to add in the room object. Then we're going to pass in the room. So this is just all we need to do here. I'm going to terminate. Okay, so this is all we need to do here. So for now, the next thing we're going to do here is to move to our service layer to actually implement all these classes. So now the first thing we're going to do here is to just put my console here and create this. So go back to the controller and let's create this. Go back to the controller, let's create this, and go back to the controller and create the last one. Let's create this, and we're still having error here. So that is because we have not this one is not a bin yet. So for that, we're going to go in here. So now we're going to implement this iBooking service, and then we're going to just go here to implement all methods. Just implement all. Okay, so right here we have gotten all this implemented here, and inside here we see, when we go back to the controller, we see that this error is gone away, right? So now we are done with our, let me make this on the full screen. So we are done with our controller. So the next video, we're going to move to the service layer to start implementing all these methods one after the other, right? Okay, let's get it done. Okay, so now we are back to the service layer. So what we're just going to do here is to start implementing all these methods one after the other. So the first one we're going to be implementing here is the cancel booking. No, the cancel booking is just like deleting the booking, right? The name is just the difference, right? So now we're just going to do here, we're just going to say booking. So we're just going to call the booking service here. Do we have booking service here? Okay, sorry, not booking service, it's booking repository. So let's get the booking repository here. It's a private final booking repository, this one here. Now we're just going to call this one booking repository, and straight away we're just going to go in here and call the booking repository to delete delete by ID, delete by ID, and we'll just pass in the booking ID, which is booking ID. So this is just for the cancel delete. And the next one we're going to do here is the one to get all bookings from the database, right? So what we're just going to do here is to come down, but to my own convention, I like this method that get all objects from database to be number one. That is what I always do. Depends on you, but for me, I always like this method to be number one. And now what we're just going to do here is this one is just as simple as delete. So just call the booking repository.find all. Yeah, find all. Yeah, these are the two simplest methods that we have to implement. Okay, so after this, now what we're just going to do here is to go down here to, and remember this is the method last time we created when we're implementing the room controller, right? So right now we're going to implement this method right now. So and this method is actually getting all rooms, just like the names, is getting all bookings by the room ID, right? You can see get all bookings by room ID. So what we're just going to do here is to create a custom method in our repository, right? So we're just going to say return booking repository dot find by room ID. So this one is going to be a custom method, a finder method we're going to create. So here we just pass in the room ID. Okay. So now this method, I think maybe we've created. Yeah, it's been created already. Last time when we implemented those ones, it was created here. So this one here is a custom method, right? So we have the find, we have the find by, and here we have the room ID. So like we said last time, if we go here, we're going to see that we have an attribute called a room, right? This room here, and this room here has an ID. So that was what we just did here. That was the final method we did here. Okay, so this one is out of the way. So now we have implemented 3. So the next one we're going to implement is the one to actually save booking, right? That's to book a new room, to book a new room, right? Okay, so for that we're just going to do here is to go here to check if the user actually enter a valid date. So we're just going to say if booking request dot get check update dot get check out date dot is before booking request dot get check in date. So in this case we're just going to tell the user to enter a valid date. So we're just going to throw there's W, so throw new invalid. So this the exception class we created last time. So we're just going to say invalid. Yeah, so here we're going to pass a message. We're going to say check in. This one we're going to say check in date must come before check out. Before check update. So what we're doing here is that, so for example, the user mistakenly entered, for example, you want to book for a room from the 10th of August, or sorry, from the 10th of October to the 15th of October. And for example, the user entered the check-in date, you put 10th of October, and the check out date mistakenly put 5th of October. So that was not going to work, right? So the check update must be before the check-in date. So that's what we're just going to check here. So if that is not the case, if everything went well, if the date went well, so we're just going to get the room that the user wants to book, right? So we're going to say room equals room service. So here we're going to have the room service. So here we'll have the private final room service. Then we're going to call this one room service. So then we're just going to get the room that the user is trying to book. So we're just going to say room service dot find. This is dot get room by ID. This one here, get room by ID. I will just pass in the room. So we're just going to say room room ID. So let's do the import and we terminate. But meanwhile, this one here is an optional method, so we're just going to put .get. So now we get the room that user is trying to book for. Then if that room is available, after getting the room, now we're going to extract all the booking information from this room, right? So we're just going to say list of booked room. So we're going to say bookings equals room.get bookings. So remember that every room has a booking history, right? So now the first thing we'll do is to get the room that user is trying to book by the ID. Then we're going to get all the booking history for that room. So we're trying to check if that room has been booked for the date that this guy is requesting for, right? That is what we just try to do here. So now we're going to do some validations. So we're going to say Boolean, have the Boolean, and this one here we're just going to say room is available. Room is available. Room is available. This one is a custom method we're going to create because room is available. Available. And here we're going to pass in the booking request. We're going to pass in the booking request and we're going to pass in the existing rooms. So this one here is just like bookings, right? We're going to pass in, but meanwhile, I'm going to check this one here like existing bookings. So that will be clear for us, right? Existing bookings, right? So now we're just going to call this one here and put it here. And okay, so now what we're just going to do before we move further, we're going to create this this method right in here. So I'm just going to say, put my cursor here and create this private method here. I'm going to copy this one here to be the last method. This is my custom. This is how I always arrange my code. So the private one here is like be the last one here. So now what we're just going to do here inside this one, what we're just going to do here is we're going to check different criteria that may different scenario that can happen during the process of booking. So if, for example, this room that we have gotten from database has been booked from 10th of August to 15th of, from 10th of October to the 15th of October, and the user comes again and wants to book the same room from 12th of October to 14th of October, so that room is not available, right? So that room has been booked already. So, or for example, the room has been booked from 10th to 15th, and someone is trying to book that room from 14th to 17th. The room also is not available because that one day someone is still inside that room. So these are all the possible scenarios we try to check here. But meanwhile, what we're just going to do here, I'm just going to paste in some validations I've prepared down before to save our time. And here we have, if you see here, we are using, we are just trying to check the same different possibilities, different scenarios that may happen during this booking, right? And here we are using the non-match method to actually check all these criteria here, all these conditions, the situations here, right? So for example, this one here is we're saying that if booking request.get checkout date is before existing booking.get checkout date, right? Or booking request.get check-in date is after this, and you can see that this one here, there's an overlap here, right? There's an overlap. So if you pause this video and go through all these, you are going to see what we're going to understand everything we're trying to do here. So that is just what we need to, the validation we need to do here. Then after that, now if everything went well, so we're just going to come back here to the savings and actually proceed with our with the booking, right? So now if everything okay, what we're just going to do here is to come down. Then we are going to check if everything is all right. So we're going to say if room is available. So if room is available, so what will happen? So we're just going to say room dot add bookings. So this one here is the booking. Let's go here. So this is the method we created last time, remember? So this is the add booking we created last time when we were creating the entity, right? So that is the method we are using here right now. So just going to say room.add booking, and we're going to have the booking request, this one here. And after that, what do? We're going to actually save the room to database. So we're just going to say booking request, booking repository dot save. So then we'll just save this one. We're just going to say booking request, right? Booking request. So that is what we're just going to do here. And after this, now the next one we're going to do here, we're going to check else. So if there's an error, then we're going to throw a message for the user, telling the user that this room you're trying to book is already been booked for the date you selected, right? So now let's just pass in, let's throw new invalid booking request. So here we're just going to say this room. We just try to put a kind of meaningful message, right? So this room has been booked for the selected dates. Yeah. So okay, so we should say sorry, this room has been. Okay, just say sorry. This room is not available for the selected date. We're just going to say this room is not. Let's remove this. Let's make the message short. This room is not available for the selected dates. Selected. This one is C here. Selected. Okay, so that is just what we'll do here. So after this, now the next one we're going to do here is to actually return. If everything went well, we're going to return the booking confirmation code. So we're going to say bookings.get booking confirmation code. So we're just going to return the confirmation code for the user if the room is booked successfully. But if the room is not booked successfully, for example, because of overlapping, then we're going to send this message back to the user. Okay, just a quick rundown of what we've done here. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. So right here, what we just did here is this is the method that is actually saving the booking, the new booking, right? So this is the room ID. So what we did is that we just take the room ID. We first of all check for the date that the user entered. If the date is valid, then we now get the room with the room ID. So if the room is available, that's if that room actually exists in the database. So what we just did is that we now extracted all the bookings history of that room right here. This is what we did here, existing bookings. Then now we created a private method here to actually check different conditions. You can actually read this and add more of the conditions if you want. But for this purpose, I think this one is okay. So we just check for some conditions from overlapping dates. So if everything is okay, then we'll just come here to actually save the room. And after saving the room, we return the confirmation code to the user. But if the room could not be saved, for example, if this room here, if these conditions are not met, then if there are any overlaps, then we're going to return this message to the user that this room is not available on that date because there are overlapped dates, right? So that is just what we did here. Now, the last method we're going to create here is now we have done get all bookings, cancel bookings, which is delete bookings. Then we have get all rooms by all bookings by ID. We have saved bookings, and we have now the last one we're going to implement here is the find booking by confirmation code, right? So now this is a straightforward one. So what we're just going to do here is to just return. Just go here to return booking repository dot find. So this one also is a special method. It's a finder method, right? So we're just going to say by find, dot find by booking confirmation code. Booking confirmation. Booking confirmation code, and here we're just going to pass in the confirmation code. This one here. Okay, so here we have find by, let me zoom in a little bit, find by booking confirmation code. I hope this one is correct. So this one here is a custom finder method that we're going to create in our repository here. And right here, I think there's a problem here. Let's check what is happening. Cannot resolve property book it. Oh, there's a problem here. This is single double O, not triple O. Okay, so I think that solves the problem. Okay, this one has been okay. We have generated this one before, so let me just remove it. All right, so now this one is a finder method. So if we go here, we're going to see an attribute called booking confirmation code, right? So if we go here, we see that we have an attribute called booking confirmation code. So that is what we use for the JPA finder method we just did here. Okay, now let's go back to the service. So I think we have finished generating everything we need to do here. So implementing all the method we need to implement here. So the next video here, we're actually going to go back to the front end to start creating the components to consume this API we just created. So let's go there and get it done. All right, so coming back to our front end, we're going to start implementing the components that we interact with our back end to consume the booking API we just created. So right here inside the API function files, we're going to create a couple of functions right here. So the first one we're going to create here is the one to book room. So we're going to say export async function book room. This double O book room, and here we're going to have the room ID and the booking object. So we're going to have the try and catch block, and inside the try and catch block, we're going to have a variable that we hold the response from the back end. So we're just going to say await API.post. This is going to be a post because it's a booking. It's a method that we're going to save booking to our database. So right here we are taking the back tick because we are going to handle the group ID that we're booking for. So here we have /bookings /room, and we're going to have the ID of the room. So we're going to say room ID, and then outside here we're going to say /booking, and then we're going to append the object, the booking object that we're going to save to the database. Now take note of this one we declare here. This is exactly what we have in our back end, right? So if we go back to our back end, we're going to see that here we have the request mapping of /bookings, and here we have /room. So we have /bookings /room ID and /booking. So that's exactly what we are declaring right now: /bookings /room ID /booking. So that's exactly what we declared right now, plus the booking object that we appended here. So here we're just going to say return response dot data. Right. So now we have the catch block to handle any error that may occur. So here we're going to check the kind of message from the back end. So we're going to say if error.response and error.response.data. This is response, supposed to be response. If error.response and error.response.data, so we're going to throw new error. So here we're just going to say error.response.data, else throw new error finding room, or error booking error booking room. Then we're going to pass in the message. So here we're going to have, inside here we're going to have error.message. Error.message. Okay, so this is just all. This is the method we need. The first method we need to create here to actually save new booking for us. So the next one we're going to create here is a function that will get all bookings from the database. So let's go export. Export is sync function. We're going to say get all bookings. Get all bookings. And inside here also we're going to have the try and catch block. Const results equals await API.get. And here we're just going to say bookings, right? Sorry, this is bookings. Yeah, bookings. So this is just all we have here. I think let's go back to confirm getting all bookings from the database. Okay, here all bookings. Oh, we made the mistake here. We're gonna have slash here. So this one is all bookings. So this one is slash bookings slash all bookings. So let's go back here to fix this. Slash bookings slash all bookings slash all bookings. Okay, and then we're going to return what we got from the back end. So we say return results dot data, right? And then also we're going to catch any error that may occur. So we're going to say catch. We're going to say error, and inside the catch body we're just going to throw new error. Throw new error. So we're going to say error fetch error fetching bookings. Then we're going to pass in what actually happened. So we're going to say error.message. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here. Is this error? So this is just all we need to do here to fetch all bookings from the database. So the next one we're going to create here is the one that we find booking by the confirmation code, which is all like the one like this one here we created at the back end, right? This one here. So now we are done with this and we are done with this. So the one we create right now is this one here, the one that we find booking by a confirmation code, by the booking confirmation code, right? So right here we just move down here, export async. Function. So this one here we're going to call get booking by confirmation code. Then here we're just going to pass in the string of the, we're just going to pass in the code. So we're going to say confirmation code, confirmation code, and here we're going to go inside the body. This one here we having mistake. So get booking by confirmation code is correct. So in here we're going to have the try and catch block as usual. Just going to define in the catch. Yeah. So here we're going to say const result equals await API.get. API.get. And let's go back to our back end and see. So this one here is slash booking slash confirmation. So I'm just going to copy I'm going to just copy this. What's the matter here? So I'm just going to come here to copy this, and let's go back to our front end. So here we're just going to have slash bookings, then slash this one here. Yeah. Okay, this one we're going to have the $sign here. Okay, so that's just what we need to have here. Then we're going to return. So we say return result the data. Return result the data, right? Okay, and then we're going to move into the catch. So we're going to say error, and here one more we're gonna do some check-ins to what we got from the database. So we're going to say error.response, and we'll say error and error.response. Yeah, so it's response.data. Then we're going to, just like what we do above, we're going to throw new error, this new error, and we're just going to say error dot response dot data. So inside it, we're going to go inside the else block, say else throw new error, so we're going to say error finding booking, then we're going to pass in the remessage. So we're going to say error dot message. So this is the one that will actually help us to find the booking by the booking confirmation code. So the next one we're going to create here is the one to cancel booking. So here we're going to say export is think function cancel booking, and then we're going to pass in the booking ID, right? So here we're just going to say booking ID. Oh my gosh, I've tapped the triple O again. What is the significance of this? Okay, so right here we're just going to have the try and catch block as usual. We'll say catch. All right, so inside the try we're going to have the const result equals await API dot delete. This time around we're going to delete, and what are we deleting? We're just going to say slash bookings. Let's actually go to our back end to see what we define. Cancel. Okay, this is the private one we have. What is happening here? So we have cancel booking. So we have booking slash booking then slash the booking ID. So I'm just going to do us a favor by copying this one here, and we're going to go back to our front end. So here we have, just going to paste this one here, make the necessary correction, and then we're going to have this one here, the $sign. Okay, so bookings slash the ID slash delete. Okay, so then we're going to return. If there is anything from the back end, we're just going to return. So we're going to return result dot data, right? And also we're going to just go into the catch block to catch any error that may be coming out. So here we're just going to say throw new error, and here we're going to say error deleting or error cancelling. Is it correct? Canceling booking. Error canceling booking. Then we're going to pass in the actual message. What happened actually? We're going to pass in here. So we're going to say error.message. Okay. So that's just what we need to do here. Yes, for now, is it correct? Error.message, M-E-S-S-A-G-E, message. Okay, this is correct. Okay, so these are just the few functions we're going to declare right now that we're going to work with. So as time goes on, we're going to come here to add. So like every other one here, I'm just going to put a comment before we move from here. Oh, sorry. Comment. What does this function do? This function saves new booking. To the database. This one is not necessary, but I just put it in case we are looking for. It will help us to find, in case we are looking for a certain function, so it will just help us to find. But we can actually do control find to write the name of the function, but in case we forget the name of the function, so looking through the comment, we actually help us to find. So this one here, this function gets all bookings from where? From the database, right? And this one here, this function get booking by the confirmation code. All right, and this function here actually deletes or it cancel the booking. This function cancel booking. I think cancel is a verb, right? Booking. All right. Okay. I think this is just all we need here. So we have this 1, 2, 3, 4 functions we've created here, and now we're going to start implementing. So we've done with the function we're going to use right now. So now we're going to start implementing the component. We're going to start creating the components that are going to consume this function we just created. So let's go and get it done. Okay, so now we are done with this. So I'm just going to save this. I'm going to save this, and then we're going to go into our project directory. So the first one we're going to create is the booking form. So we're going to go inside the booking folder here. I'm going to close down all these. So now we're going to go inside the booking folder and create our first component here. And this one here, I'm just going to call booking form. Booking form and .jsx. All right. And so right here, we're going to generate our component as usual. So inside here, we're going to create a couple of state variables that we're going to be using throughout this component. The first one is we're going to validate. So we're going to say const validate, validated. So we want to make sure the form is properly validated before submitting, right? So we're going to say set. This one is set. Sorry. So I'm just going to say is validated. Set is validated. And this one here, we're going to have the use state as usual. Yeah, but I'm going to remove these two here. So it's validated. Set is validated, so it's correct. And right here, we're going to set this one to false at the initial state, so that when a user click on the submit button, it's not going to submit because it has to be validated first. So let's do the import. So I'll just use this. So the second one we're going to create here, the const variable, state variable, is submit. Is submitted. Set is submitted. Use state, and this one also is going to be false. All right, I hope this is correct. It's submitted. Set is submitted. Okay, so we're going to have another one, const variable, and this one we're going to say error message. So set error message. Use state as usual. So this one I'm going to set to an empty string. And the last one is const. And the last one here is going to be room price, because we're going to do some validation here, right? So we're going to say room price, and I'm going to set room price. Set room price. Use state, and we're going to set this one to 0. All right, so in here we're going to create an empty, we're going to create another state variable and initialize it to an empty object, const. So this one we're going to say bookings. This is booking container, and I'm going to say set bookings. Set booking. And at the initial state, what we're just going to do here is to initialize this on empty object. So what are the things we actually want from the booking? We have the guest email, guest name, and so I'm just going to copy this and paste a couple of times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe. And now this one here, we're going to have the guest email. After the name, we have the email. And after this, we're going to have the check-in date. Check-in date. This is going to be H here. And then we're going to have the checkout date. Checkout date. And after checkout date, we're going to have the number of adults. Number of adults. Is that correct? Omit L here. Adults. And after this here, we're going to have the number of children. Number of children. Okay, something is wrong here. Check in date. Check out date. What's wrong here? What's the problem here? Expected. Is there something I'm not seeing? Is there something invisible? Oh, I see. Right here. Okay, so here this is just what I want to do here. And after this, now we're going to go out here to create a function to actually handle the input change. So we'll say const handle input. Handle input change. And inside here, have const. So we're going to have name, and value, right? And then we're just going to say equals e.target dot e.target, because here we have the name like e.target.name, e.target.value. That's what we just have here. And then we're going to set the bookings, set booking. So here we're going to spread the attributes. This one is double O booking. So we're going to spread the attribute we've done before, then we're going to add the one we've just gotten from the control. So we're going to go out here to say value. All right, so this is just all we need to do here. And then we're going to set the error message to empty string. Set error message to an empty string. Okay, so this is just what we need to do here to handle the input change. Now, okay, so the next function we're going to create here is the one to actually get the room info. So we're going to say const room info, set room info. So here we're going to have the use state. Sorry, what's use state? Use. And this one here, we're going to just take the photo, the price, and the type, right? So just we're going to have the photo, and now we're going to set the empty string, room type, empty string, and we're going to go to room price, and also empty string. Yeah. Okay, so this is just what we need to do here. Now, what we just did here is that, you know, we try to take the information of the room we're trying to book, right? Like the photo, the type, and the price. So now, having done this, now we're going to get the room price, so we can actually calculate the price against the number of days that the user is trying to book for, right? So we're going to have const. So it's going to be a function. So we're going to have a function to actually, but meanwhile, I'm going to take this one up. We'll cut this one and bring it up here. So all the functions will just be on the same line. The state variable will be at up and will be at the top, and the functions will just be underneath, right? So now the function we're going to create here is to actually get the room price, so that we can actually calculate the room price against the number of days that the user is trying to book, right? So here we're just going to say get room price. This is price, right? So get room price by ID, by the room ID, and here we're just going to set room ID, right? Meanwhile, we're going to come out here. I don't know why my system keeps frozen. So I'm going to say sync, and then we're going to go out here. Yeah, and inside this here, we're just going to do here is to have a try and catch block. I want to say catch. Oh my god, this is not what I want to do. Just catch. Yeah. So inside this here, we're just going to say const response equals await. And this is await. So we're going to get room by ID, the one we created last time. So we'll say get room by ID, and this one here we're just going to pass in the ID of the room we're trying to get, right? So we're going to say room ID, and then after getting this room here, we're going to extract the price to a variable. So here we're going to set room price, this one here, so set room price. So we're going to say response dot room price, because the response contains the object of the room, which is contain the photo, the price, and the type, right? So here we're just going to extract the price and set it here and update the state variable here we've created, this one here, because that's what we're going to use to calculate the number of the amounts to pay, depending on the how many days or how many the duration of the stay of the guest. So here we're going to have the error to catch if there are any. So here now we're going to throw new error, and then we're going to say error. Okay, so that's just all we need to do here for now. I'm going to remove this, and the next one we're going to do here is to use the use effect. So we just inside the use effect, we're just going to call the get room by ID. We just created above right here, get room price by ID, this one here, and we're just going to pass the room ID, right? And now after this, right? No, this one is room ID, pass in the room ID. Then after this, now what we're just going to do here is to I'm going to close this gap, and we're going to pass in the room ID as a dependency, so that when the room ID is changed, it's going to run this function to get the new price, right? Okay, so that is all we need to do here. Are we safe? Cannot find name room ID. Like seriously? Okay, so in that case here, we're going to go up here to declare a param. So we're going to say const room ID equals use params, this one here. But meanwhile, we have the typo here. Okay, so this one is what it's looking for, right? Okay, cool. So now after this, now the next one we're going to create is a function to actually handle this, the form submit. Because right here, what we did here with this one is input change, and now we're going to, we have an error here. This is supposed to be L handle input. Oh, I got a lot of typos. Handle input change. Okay, all right, this is room ID, and this is get room price. Oh my gosh, this is room prints. Man, what am I doing this morning? Can't type. Okay, so get room price by ID. Okay, so here we got the same error. Okay, sorry guys for that. Okay, so having gotten the room price, the next one we're going to create here is a function to actually calculate the payment, the price based on the number of days selected by the guest. So here we're going to have the const calculate payment. So we're going to have calculate payment equals, so we're just going to return. So what we're just going to do here is to get the check-in date and the check-out date, right? We're going to say const check-in date equals moment booking dot check-in date. And so here, before we move further, we're going to import the moment right here. We're just going to do the import. So let's do a quick fix. Add missing function declaration. Now I think we have a moment installed already as a dependency. So let's go here to say import moment. Import moment from moment. I think we have this library installed. Alright, okay, let's check. Let's check. Package.json. Okay, we've not gotten this, so let's quickly get this installed. So I'm just going to command and just control and backtick. So I'm going to have another terminal. So right here we're just going to say npm install moments. Okay, right here we see that moment has been installed for us, so I'm just going to remove this, and right here we have the moment installed for us. So I'm just going to close this for now, and then we're going to come here to say moments from moment, right? Yeah, so we get it here. Yeah. All right, so we're going to go down here to say const checkout date equals moment. We have booking dot checkout date, and after this now we're going to find the difference between these two, right? So we have the const. Now we'll try to get the number of days, so we're just going to say diff that's different in days, so in days equal check equals check in, also this is check out equals check out date dot diff, and here we're going to pass in the check in date, so say check in. Sorry, is check in date, and then we're going to pass in, we're going to come down here, const pay, this payment per day, payment per day. Okay, so this one we're going to have equals room price, then we'll use room price, right? Room price s, set it to 0. So what we're just going to do here is to get the room, the payment, that the amount of the room per day, we get it here, and now we're going to return the price. So here we're going to say return diff, different in days, that's the number of days here. This one is diff, so return diff in days multiplied by payment per day. But I'm just going to change this one to price, so it'll be more clear for us. We'll have the price, right? So here maybe just okay, so here we're going to say price. So that is just all we need to do here to actually get the price, to calculate the price based on the number of days, that is to calculate the payment based on the number of days that is entered, right? So having done this, now the next one we're going to create here is to check the number of guests. So what we're just going to do here, we want to make sure that before booking, at least we should have a one adult. We can have 0 children, right? 0 to 1 or 0 to many children, but we should have at least 1 adult to be booked, right? So that's what we're going to do here before the form is valid. So now we're just going to say const is, we're going to call this one guest. Is guest valid? So this one we're going to set to this, and what we're just going to do here, we're going to take a sorry. This one is as a result of frozening. So what we're just going to do here is we'll have const adult adult count, or we just number of adults, equals parse int. Then we're going to say booking dot number of adults, and also we're going to do this for children. So we're going to have children const children count equals parse int booking.children, and the next one we're going to do here is total count, const total count equals adult count. This one is going to be adult equals adult count plus children count. This one here. So this is the total number of guests. Then we're going to return total count, total count greater or equal to 1, and adults must be 1, right? And adults count greater or equal to 1, greater equal 1. So what we just did here is that we try to make sure that before the form is valid, we want to make sure that we have at least one number of adults, and we may have 0 children, no problem. So we want to have at least the total guest must be at least 1. So that is what we just try to do here. Okay. So now after this, now what we're just going to do again is to actually validate the checkout date, just like what we did at the back end, right? So now we want to make sure that the user actually entered, that is the guest actually entered a valid check-in and checkout date. So for that, now what we're just going to do here is to create another function here. So we're going to say const is checkout date valid, is checkout date valid. So we're going to say return it to a function, and so inside the body we're just going to say if moment. So if not moment, here we'll have booking dot checkout booking. Oh my gosh, stop. So we'll have booking dot checkout dot is same or after moment. Then have booking dot check in. I'm going to make this on the full screen. So we say if not moment.booking.checkout, if booking.checkout is not the same or after check-in date, then what we're just going to do here is to return a message, an error message. We're going to say set. So we're just going to say set error message, and here we're going to say check update must come before check-in date. I'm just going to have a kind of hyphen here. Checkout date must come before this, sorry, this is before check-in date. All right. So that is what we just want to do here. So after this, now we're going to return false. So the form cannot be submitted because the date is not valid. Excuse me. And then after this one here, we're going to say else set error message, an empty string, and we're going to return true. And this one is return. Return true. Excuse me, please. Okay, so right here, what we just did here is that we're trying to validate the number of, we try to validate the guest, right? Number, sorry, this is the guest. So here we try to validate the check-in and check-out date. So the check-out date must be just like what we explained last time. So the check-out date must be maybe same day. You want to check out for same day, right? So you want to check in and check out on the same day. So right here we're going to have the checkout must be the same or after the check-in date before it's valid. So if the checkout date is before the check-in date, is not valid, right? So that is what we're just doing here. So after this, now the next one we're going to do here is to create a function that will actually handle the submit to validate all this we have created. So let's create a function here to actually handle the submit. So we're going to say const handle submit. Okay, so and in here now we're just going to do here is to prevent the default behavior or default submit, prevent default or the form submit. And after that, now we're going to come in here to say const. So we're going to actually validate this form before we submit to the database, right? So we're going to say const form equals e.current target. Then after this, now we're going to come in here to say if form dot check validity equals false if it is false, or not is guest valid, not is guest count. This count, not is guest count valid. It is correct. We should have is guest count valid. We should have this one here from our IntelliSense. Okay, let's correct this here. Guest count valid, or this one is a function. So we're going to say or not is check out date valid. Now if these ones are not valid, then we're going to, this one is valid, it's a function. Then if these ones are not valid, we're just going to do, we're going to stop the form submission. So we're going to say e.stop propagation right here. And then we're going to come out here to say else set is submitted equals true, and set is validated, set is validated equals true. Okay, so that's just all we need to do here to actually handle the submit. This is true. So this one, all we need to do here to actually validate the form before we submit to the database. So this one here, we're going to, this one is oh, I made a silly mistake here. going to I'm going to bring out all this here. This is as a result of frozen system. System is frozen after all I've done. Okay, so what we just need to do here is to, now we have created a function to actually handle the submit. Now we've created a function to check the validity, that's the date, the valid entry date. And we also create a function to actually make sure that our guest has at least one guest to book in the room, and we must have at least one adult right here. And here we've gotten a function to actually calculate the payment for us. And here we've gotten a function to get the room and extract the payment for us. So the last one I'm going to create here is the one that will actually handle the booking for us, that will actually interact with our backend to actually save the bookings to our database. So we're going to say, we're going to call this one handle booking. And now we're just going to, so this one is going to be a sync, and out here we're going to, so we're just going to get the try and catch block, catch, and here we have the error, and inside here we're just going to set the error. So here we're just going to say set error message. Then we're just going to say error.message. And after this, now we're just going to do, we're going to come back here inside the try block. So now we just want to call our backend to actually do the submit for us. So here we're going to say, and remember last time we said that when the booking is done successfully, we're going to generate a confirmation code for the user, right? For the guest. So here we're just going to say confirmation code equals await book room. That's the method last time we created in our back end. We're going to make use of it here. So this one is book room, right? And we're going to pass in the room ID and the booking object. Okay, so then after this, now we're just going to set is submitted to true. Okay, here submitted to true, set is submitted to true. So that is just what we're doing here. Now we are going to create another page. So when this booking is true, when this booking is done successfully, we are going to return a confirmation code for the user. But we're going to navigate to another page carrying along with the confirmation code and some messages from the back end, what is the message we defined last time in the back end, we're going to return to the user. Okay, so now that we have created this, now we're just going to do here is to navigate to another page. So when the booking is successful, is done successfully, so we're going to navigate to another page with the confirmation code and the message from the back end, just like what we did here at the back end a few minutes ago. And here, remember, we say that when the room is booked successfully, so we're going to return this message to the user. So if the room is not booked, if the booking is not successful, we're also going to return this exception back to the user, right? And now this successful message is going to come with the confirmation code. But if the room is not booked successfully, there's no confirmation code, right? So that is just what we're going to do here. So now if we go to our front end, so now for us to be able to navigate to another page, carry this message along, we're going to come here to declare another hook. So just going to come up here to say, under this hook here, I'm going to declare a const variable here, and this one here we're going to call navigate. So we're going to say const. So this one I'm just going to say navigate. And this one we're going to say use navigate. And so now we're going to go down to right here. Excuse me. So we're going to go down here to actually navigate to another page. So here we're just going to say navigate. And here we're going to pass in, we've not declared we've not declared this endpoint yet, so we're just going to put in an empty string, just like going back to the home page. And here, right, we're going to declare an object, a state object. And in here, we'll have the message. And here, we're going to have confirmation code, because this is the message brought from the back end, right? So this confirmation code actually contains the message that we declare at the back end. So if there is an error, we're going to also navigate to the same page, carry along with the error message. So this one here, we're going to change to error. And then we're going to, because we have updated this error message with the error from the back end, so here we're just going to say error message. So we're going to say error message. And this error message is what we declare, this one here. So it's what we declare up here last time, this one here. So we'll say error message, right? Error message. So that is what we're just going along with. I hope we are safe. It is correct. Cannot find name error message. Okay, error message. Let's go back. Okay, it's been highlighted, so yeah, you know that. Okay, so that is just what we're going to do here. So now, before we start creating the UI of our booking form, we're going to create a component called BookingSummary, just like we did at the presentation, right? So, you know, the presentation, we said that we're going to create 3 components. One is the booking form, one is the booking summary, and one is the booking success. So now we are done with the booking form functions, but before we come here to create the UI of the booking form, we're going to create that component called booking summary. So let's go and get it done. Okay, so right now we're going to go inside our project directory, and here we're going to click on the booking folder. We're going to create a new component, and this one we're going to call booking summary, BookingSummary.jsx. Okay, so inside here straight away, we're just going to generate our component. And inside this component, we're going to have a couple of variables that we're going to work with. So the first thing we're going to do here, we're going to destructure some props up here. So the first one we're going to do is the booking, and we're going to have payment, and we're going to have is form valid, and we're going to have unconfirmed. Yes, unconfirmed. So these are the props. I'm going to make this on the white screen. So these are the props we have here. You know, last time we declared when we're doing the booking form. Now these are some of the functions we've declared here, right? Like trying to validate this form, make sure the form is validated before we actually submit the form. And also last time we said that this booking form here is going to be triggered from this booking summary. So technically we're going to submit this booking form from here, from this component here. So these are the props that we're going to use to manipulate this very form here. Now, having done this, now we're just going to go in here and we're going to have a const. So we're going to have a const, so we're going to call check in date. Check in date equals moment, the booking dot check in date. So we'll say booking dot check in, this one here, check in date. And now we're going to do this import. So the next one we're going to do here is the checkout date. We're going to say const checkout date equals moment booking dot checkout date. And the next we're going to have here is the number of days. Const number of days. So we're going to call this one number of days. And now what we're just trying to do here, we're trying to find, just like what we did last time. So we're going to calculate the number of days to display in the summary page, right? That's in the summary component. So here we just have number of days here. So we're going to say equals check out date, checkout_date.div, and inside here we're going to have check-in date. We'll have check-in. This is check-in date, and then we're going to pass in here days, right? So for us to get the number of days, we're going to display inside the component, the booking summary component. So now we're just going to do here, for example, this one's just going to say maybe 5 days, 2 days, 3 days has been booked, right? Calculating from this booking, from this check-in and check-out date. So we're going to display. So this one here is going to be the number of days that we're going to display. Maybe like if the number of days are 6 days, so we're just going to display 6 days. If it is 8, we're going to display 8 days. That's what this one is doing here. So the next one we're going to do here is to come down here to actually check. So we're going to have a const variable. So this one here we're going to use to toggle the booking confirmation button, right? So we're just going to say is booking confirmed. So this one we're going to use to toggle the button in the booking summary component, right? So we're just going to say is booking confirmed. We're going to say set is booking confirmed. And this one, the initial state, we're going to set to false. So we're just going to remove this. And this we set to false. So the next one we're going to create here. So let's do this import. Let's do this import. Okay, can do this manually if taking too long. Let's do this manually. So here I'm just going to come here and say use state here. All right. So having done this now, the next one we're going to do here, we're just going to come down here to say to declare another one, a const variable. So we're going to say const, and this one we're going to say is processing. This is processing. Is processing payment. Set is processing payment. And this one will set to false at the initial state. Right. So right here we have processing payment, and we have set is processing payment. Right here we're going to have, so the first thing we're going to do right here is to create a function that will actually handle when that button is clicked, when the confirm booking is clicked. So we're going to create a function to handle that for us. So I'm going to say const handle confirm booking, confirm booking. Oh, sorry. So inside here we're just going to set is processing payment. We're going to set this one to true. We're going to explain this in a moment. Set it to true. Then after this one is true here, we're just going to set. I'm just going to come here to set the timeout. And what this timeout will be doing is going to just like indicate to the user after the button is clicked, after the confirm button is clicked. So we're just going to indicate to the user what we are doing, that something's happening underneath, right? So that's just what we're going to do here. So here we're just going to set inside here we're going to set is processing, set is processing payment to false. This one is false. And also we're going to set is booking, set is booking confirmed to true. So here we set it to true. We have a typo here, but this guy is thinking. Yeah, so here we set this one to true. Now after this, now we're just going to call the function on confirm. So we're just going to go in here. It's true. So we're just going to go in here to say on confirm, which is the prompt with the structure up there, the function with the structure up there. And right here we're going to come in to set here to a few seconds, maybe like 3 seconds. Okay, so now the next thing we're going to do here is to call the use effect to actually navigate to the success page. So after 3 seconds, we're going to navigate to the success page when everything is done, right? So here we're just going to say use effect. And we're going to clear all this off so we can see what we're doing clearly. And also I'm going to remove this. So in here we're just going to call if. So if is booking is confirmed, so we're going to say if is booking confirmed, then we're just going to navigate. So for that we're going to come here to create we're going to create the hook here. We're going to declare a hook here, const navigate equals use navigate, and then we're just going to come here to navigate, and also we're just going to pass an empty string here, like going to the home page, but we're going to come back later to actually fix this when that page is being created. So right here, let's do the import for this. Let's do the import, and this is navigate. Okay, so here we're just going to tentatively declare this one, though we've not created the component, but we're just going to, we know that the name of this component is going to be BookingSuccess, so we're going to say BookingSuccess. So that's what we're going to. And now we're going to pass in the dependency, the is booking confirmed, and we have navigate. So we're going to pass these two here as the dependency. So when this one changes, then this one is going to we're going to check again the booking if the booking is confirmed or not, right? So that's what we just have to do here. So I think this is just all we need to do right here for now. So the next thing we're going to do here is to actually create the UI of this very component, that is things we want to display right here in this component. So for that here, I'm just going to come inside this div to set some class name, and here we're going to have a card. We have a card, and we're going to have the card body as well, like card body. And also we're going to set the margin top to 5. All right. Then inside this, we're going to have h4 tag. And inside this h4 here, we're just going to say reservation summary, reservation summary. So this is going to be the title of the page. And inside here, we're going to have a p tag. And inside this p tag here, we're just going to have the username, which is the guest full name. So we're just going to say full name. Oh, sorry, his full name. Oh my gosh. So we'll have the full name, And here we're just going to make it bold. So I'm going to say strong just to make it bold. And inside this strong here, we're going to pass in the username, right? So we're just going to say booking.getUsername. So here we're just going to say booking dot. So this one here we're going to say get full name, right? Maybe just it's a username, so you're going to say guest name. This one you're going to get guest name, guest. Oh, what's wrong with my system? It's making me to get typo. I think it's time to project for a new system. Okay, so we'll just say guest name. This one here, guest name. The frozen of the system is actually resulting to typo and it's slowing me down. So now what we're just going to do here is I'm going to copy this one here and paste. So paste this one here, and this one is going to change to guest email. And just going to go down here to paste this again, and this one here is going to be email, right? Email. And this one here we're going to change this now to check in date. Check in date. Yeah, so just check in date. And here we're just going to say inside here, sorry, we're just going to say booking. We're going to say moment, and just to format, we just want to format the date, right? So you're just going to get booking dot check in date. Yeah, booking dot check in date, and we're just going to say dot format and inside here we're just going to pass in some string like the month, the day, and the year. So we're just going to say DD, and we're going to have 1 2 3 4. All right, so now having done this, now we're just going to copy. I'm just going to copy this one here and replace. So I'm going to replace this here with checkout, and here also I'm going to replace with checkout. Yeah, checkout. Okay, so having done this, now we're just going to have the number of kids. So for that, number of days, for that I'm just going to copy this. So we're going to go down here to just change this one here to number of days, number of days. So here we're just going to say number of days here. So we'll say number of days, this one here. So this one will declare. So now having done this, after this one here, we're just going to do here is to go down to actually get the number of guests that are actually coming here to stay, right? So here we're going to copy this one down again, but there's a better way to do this. You can just put this in a table or maybe another form like div or any other format. So here in here now I'm just going to have a div to actually put in the guests, the number of guests that come in here. So okay, so we're just going to go inside this div and we're going to have the h5 tag, and here this one is going to be number of guests. So we're going to call this number of guests, and underneath we're going to have the strong tag just to make it bold. So here we have strong, and inside here we're just going to have, what we're just going to do here is to have the adults, right? Adult, and we're going to have booking dot let's go check what we did here. Okay, number of adults, this one here, we're just going to say booking dot number of adults right here. And now what I'll try to do here is this. So if we have this one here, if we have this one greater than one, then what we're just going to do here is to add x to the adult that we wrote there. So we're just going to add x, right? Or else we're just going to leave it like this, yeah. And then we're going to go out here so here we're going to have booking.number of adults, which is the one we just copy. So what I'm just going to do here is to paste the one we just copied from the other side here, right? So this is just what we need to do here. So actually what we are doing here is that we're trying to check, right? So we're trying to check if number, here we write adults, right? So but if we have one adult, it's going to be adult. But if we have more than one adult, so it's going to be adults, right? So if that's not the case, we're just going to return the normal number, right? That's what we just did here. And now let's go down here to have, I'm going to copy this strong again and go here to paste this. I'm going to paste this here. So here we're just going to have children. Yeah, I'm going to have children. So the children here, we're just going to have booking.children, right? The number of children. So this one we don't want to do any checking here. So we just want to have booking.number of children. So we're just going to remove all this. So we say number of children. Number of children. All right, so this is just what we want to do here. Then after this, the next thing we're going to do here is to actually come out to check. We're going to come out of this div right here. So we're going to say payment greater than 0. So what we're just going to do here is to have, we'll have a fragment in here, and inside the fragment we're going to have the p tag, and inside the p tag we'll just say total payment, and then we're going to have strong here. I'm sorry, this one I wanted to, I mean strong, not drunk. Okay, so I'm just going to remove this one here, the last angle bracket. So inside this strong here, we're going to actually have the payment, and yeah, this is payment. I'm just going to have here the $sign. So this is the payment. Then after this, now I'm just going to close this. Let's make it closer. Then I'm going to come down here to check if the form is actually valid. So if the form is valid, then we're going to submit. But if the form is not valid, we're going to display a message. So right now we're just going to say, is form valid? Is form valid? This one here. And not is booking, and not is booking confirmed. So we're just going to do, in this case, we're going to create a button. Now if this form is valid and the booking has not been, but the button has not been clicked, then we're going to make this button visible, right? So here we're just going to say, we're going to bring in a button, and inside here, inside this button here, we're just going to this one we're taking from React Bootstrap. So I'm just going to come down here to say variant. So we just, this variant here, we're just going to set this one to success, right? So we're going to say success is green. Success. This is double C here, success. And now, after this, now what we're just going to do here is to handle the on-click event. On-click. So if this button is clicked, what we're just going to do here is to, no, not double click. It's just on-click. So when this button is clicked, what we're just going to do here is to handle the confirmed booking that we declare up there, right? So we're going to say handle confirm booking, right? And after this, now we're going to go in here. I'm going to bring this one up. This on click. This on click. So we're just going to go inside the button here. We go inside the button, and so right here we're going to say it's processing. If it's processing payment, if it's processing payments, then in here what we're just going to do, we're going to bring in another fragment, break this down, and inside this fragment we're going to have a span in here, and inside this span what we're just going to have is this. So we're going to set the class of this span to, so we're going to set the class of this span, class name. So we're going to have the spinner, right? The spinner. So we're going to say spinner bordered. The spinner border. And then we're going to say and this one we're going to set to small, not too big. Then we're going to margin right to 2, set right margin. So what we're just trying to do here is that if the confirm button is clicked, we're going to set here, if the we're up here, so if the confirm button is clicked, so we're going to set the payment to true. So if processing payment is true here, then we're going to set the spinner to actually spin on the button, right? So that's just what we're trying to do here. So now we're going to go in here to continue our journey. So we're just going to say row. So here we have we'll say status. So we're going to say hidden. This okay. So we're just going to say true. So we're going to set to true. And now I'm going to just come up here. Oh, sorry, just go out of this span in here. And outside this span here, what we're just going to do here, I'm going to write booking confirmed. Booking confirmed, redirecting, ready to payment. So this is the test that's going to show on the button when this payment is true, right? If this processing payment is true, so this is the message we're going to show in here. So I've done this now. We're just going to come out of this here, and now we're going to have this, and if that's not the case, we're going to just say confirm booking, and we're going to write here, we're going to have confirm booking and proceed to payment. So I'm going to bring this one closer as well. So now what we just did here is that if this process payment is true, if this button is clicked, if the confirm button is clicked, then we're going to show this to the user. So this one is going to, the spinner is going to show, and the text on this button is going to be this one here. But if that button has not been clicked, then this text on the button is going to remain this one: confirm booking and proceed to payment. So that's just what we're trying to do here. Then after that, now we're going to go out of this button. Then the next thing we're going to do outside this button here, we're going to come here to put the S part of this. So S. Then what we'll be doing in here is to so what we're doing in here is to, we're going to check again, is booking confirmed. Then we're going to have a div right in here. So inside this div here, we're going to have a div here, and inside this div here, what we're just going to do here is to just put in here like it's loading, right? So we're going to have another div inside this div, and inside this div here, we're going to have we're going to span this div. So we're going to span this div here, and inside this span, what we're going to do here, we're going to say loading, right? Okay, then we're going to set some classes, class name, and this one we're going to say XR right here. And after this, now we're going to come up here inside this div. We're going to also set some class name, and this one we're going to say spinner border, just like the one we put up there. So we're going to say spinner border, and now we're going to have the text, the primary, like the blue text. So text primary, and after this, now we're going to go in here. We're going to go up to this one here to justify everything here into center, right? So here we're just going to say class name, and inside this class name here, we're going to have the deflex, and we're going to have justify content center, and we're going to align items center. Okay, so that's just what we're going to have here. But meanwhile, also we're going to set this one here, the row here, we're just going to set to status, just like the first one we did right here. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here. Now what we the next thing we're going to do here is what do we have here? This expression is not callable. Okay, we're going to fix this in a moment. So having done this, now the next thing we're going to do here is to actually, we're going to go outside this div. Let me just bring this one here. So we're going to go outside this div and just return none if none of those. Then after this, now we're going to go outside this fragment. So we're going to go outside this fragment and come here to have the last part of this. So this one here, we're going to have a paragraph in here, the p tag, and this p tag here, we're just going to set some classes. So class name. So we're going to say text danger, text danger, right? And here we're going to check. So in this case, now this form is not valid after check in date. Okay, so here I'm just going to bring this p up here, and I'm going to close this as well. Up there, I think we're having an issue up here. Okay, this one, number of days. What did we declare here? So have number of days. I'm just going to make this one number of days, so it will be easier to read. So I think this is just all we need to do right here inside this component. We're still having error somewhere. Number of days. Okay, this is clear. So this one is the booking summary. So what we're just trying to do here is that we're actually trying to trigger this submit form, this booking form here from this component. So this one here is a button here. What is it? So this button here, when this button is clicked, then we're going to handle this one here, this confirm booking, and then we're going to trigger this submit here. This we're going to use that button to trigger this form submit here, right? That is what we're just doing right from here. So technically, we are submitting we are submitting the form from this booking summary component. Okay, so that is just all we need to do here. So the last thing, I think the number 3 component we're going to create here is the booking success component that we're going to create. Okay, let's go and get it done. So now we are done with this. So right here, I want to just take note of this format here. We did I changed the format. The reason why I changed the format is because I just want this format to display 3. This is the month, and this is the day of the month, and this is the year, right? So the MMM actually means, for example, we can just have February. This one is going to actually display the month in three letters. For example, February will be like this. January will be like this, for example, and so on and so forth. So that is what we just did here using this MMM here. And this one here, the day of the month, actually we can just have something like this, like 4th or 5th, just like that. Then the year is just actually 4 digits, right? Just 2023, right? Like 2023. So that is just what we mean by the 4Y there. So that is just the format we want to appear in the summary, in the booking summary component. So having done this now, the next one we're going to do here is I'm going to save this. And now we're going to, the next thing we're going to do here is to just come here to create another component called BookingSuccess. So in here, the booking folder, we're going to create a component called BookingSuccess. And this one here is going to be the JSX. Right away, we're going to just generate our component. And in here, this component is a very simple one. So what we're just going to do here is to create some variables right here. So we're going to have const, because we'll be navigating here with some messages. So we're going to declare some things, some variables that will actually receive that message and display it on the page, right? So I'm just going to say location equals use location and here we're going to have const. So this one is going to be message equals location dot state dot message. So actually we're going to make this one optional. So if there is message, it's going to display message. Then if there is error, it's going to display error. So for that here, now I'm just going to go here to create another const variable to display the error. So just going to say error. And this one is just going to say location dot error. Oh, sorry, the state. Yeah, this is the state. Yeah, the state dot error. Yeah, so this is just what we want to display here, and this one also want to make it an optional. So this is just all we need to do here, and then we're going to move inside here this div here. I'm just going to give a class of container, the bootstrap container. And after this, now I'm just going to go into this div and have the header. Remember last time we created the header component, right? So we're going to make use of the header here. And this one here, we're just going to have the title as booking success, right? So we're going to just have the title. So the title we're going to have as booking success, and underneath this we're going to have a div, and this div here we're just going to give the margin top to 5. So we get class name, and we set the margin, the empty to 5 is the margin top. And inside this one here, we're going to check if there is a message. What we're doing here is that, what is it? So if you remember this booking here, we have, this is the state, right? And this is the message, there's the state, and this is the message, the error, right? So that is exactly what we are doing here right now. So we are getting the message and the error from the state, right? Because remember what we did here, we are going to, when this button is clicked from the booking summary, so we're going to actually submit this form and navigate. You see that this way we are navigating to that page, right? We are actually navigating to the success page from the booking form rather than the booking summary, right? So that is why we just try to catch the variable we declare here. We try to catch them here to actually extract the messaging from them and display on the page for the user to see, right? Okay, so now the first one we're going to see, we're going to test the message. If there's a message, then what we're just going to do here is to create a display of message. Is it correct? Yeah, it's correct. So what we're just going to do here is to create a div. So here we're going to create a div here. Okay, something is wrong here. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to create a div here, and inside this div here, we're going to have, let me break this down. So inside this div, we're going to have the h3 tag. So we have h3, and this tag here, we're going to give a class name of text success, text success, and here we're just going to say booking success. Booking success, and underneath here we're going to have a p tag to actually display the message. And this one also is going to be, we're just going to say the message, because actually we are getting this message from the back end, right? We've already declared this message in the back end. And moreover, I'm just going to be lazy and just copy and paste this. Okay, so now I'm just going to close this, yeah. So this one is for the success message. Now, if that is not the case, what we just want to do here is to return, if there is error, then we're going to return error, right? So then we're just going to come down here and say else, return error, right? So here we're going to have a div. So I'm just likely to copy this one here. Oh, sorry, I've got it. Just to copy this one here and go in here and just paste in, right? So this one here, we're just going to say, let me close this down, let me close this, I'll make it a full screen. So inside this one here, we're just going to change this text to danger, because this one is going to be the error, and here we're going to say error. So if there is error message, it's going to display error message. If there is success message, it's going to display success message. So that is what we just did here, right? Okay, so for that, I'm just going to change this text here to error booking room, error booking room. Then we're going to display the error message. Then if this one is success, we're going to say success room booking success. That we're just going to display success message. So this is just all we need to do right here in this booking success component. So now let's go back to our booking form, booking form. To actually, now we're going to start implementing the UI of our form. Okay, so let's get it done. Okay, so now it's time for us to implement the UI of our form, of our booking form. So what I'm just going to do, I'm going to break this down, and so I'm going to have a fragment right here, and I'm going to move this div inside the fragment, right, like so. And I'm just going to remove this, and okay, there is some, we need to wrap this in the bracket. So I'm just going to have this one inside the bracket, and I'm going to break this down, and break this down. So this is just what I will do. Let me actually push this one up here. I think, okay, are we safe? Yeah, we are. Okay, cool. So now what we're just going to do here is I'm going to go inside this div and give some bootstrap classes. We'll have class name, and this one we're going to say container, and MB match the button to 5. So let's go inside the container. Then inside this container we're going to have another div, and this div here we're just going to call row, right? We could have used the bootstrap React bootstrap component, but just prefer doing this way. But you can actually use components from React bootstrap rather than writing divs and classes like this, right? So I'm just going to put this one in a row, and we go inside the row, and then we're going to have column, right? Okay, so this one here is going to be column. So this one we're going to set to there's a class name, as usual. We're going to say column MD6. Let's just set this one to MD6. And inside this one here, we're going to have another div. And this time around, this one is going to be a card. This one is just like the form we created last time. We have the bootstrap container, we have the bootstrap row, we have the bootstrap column, and inside the column we have the div, like when we're using React bootstrap, right? So the same thing with this. So this one we're using plain HTML Twitter bootstrap. Okay, so inside this one here, we're just going to have this class as a card. So we're going to say class name. This one is actually a class name. Yeah, class name. And inside this class name, we're going to have the card. Card body. And here we're going to have the empty 5 here. That's what we have here. And now the next thing I'm going to do here is to go inside here to actually break in the heading. So we're going to have the H4 tag. We'll make it H4 so a little bit bigger. So here we'll just say so it's going to be the class title, the card title, class name. So we'll have the card and card title. Then inside this title here, we're just going to say reserve room. So this one is actually reserve room right in here. Okay, so now the next thing we're going to do here is to bring in a form component, form control. So we're just going to have the form control and just break this one here. So like I said, I've just convert this one here to React bootstrap. So you can see that we're actually mixing everything together, right? And everything's working together fine. So I'm just going to bring this one from React bootstrap. And then what I'm just going to do here is to set some no validate. And the next one here we'll say validated. Oh, sorry, this is validated. Then we're going to say validated, and then we're going to handle the validated we submitted up there, right? We're just going to say validated. So this one will just say validated, and outside here we're going to bring in, we'll handle the on submit, and now when this button is when the submit button is clicked, we're just going to call the handle submit, handle submit, this one here, handle submit. All right, so we're going to, the next thing we're going to do here is to, we're going to come back to this in a moment. So the next thing we're going to do here is to just go down here to have the form group, form.group, here form group. We'll break this down, and inside this form group, what we're just going to have here is a form label. So we're going to have a form.label, and inside this label, what we're just going to write here is the full name, right? We'll say full name, and then we're going just to come here to say this label belongs to the control called full name, right? So here we're just going to say HTML4. So this one here is guest name, guest. So this one is guest name, and the class of this label is going to be, so inside here we're just going to come down here to have the form control. We're going to break this one down. Let's break this one down, or maybe just let's save and have a performance, right? Okay, so in here I'm going to have the form control, which is the text box, the text field we're going to work with, right? So here I'm just going to say form. Oh, sorry, this is form control. This one here, form control, and inside this form control here, we're just going to say required. Maybe I'm just let's close this form to avoid error. Form control. Let's close this, and now we're going to go inside this form control. So here, let's say required. And let's say type of this one here is text. The type is text, type text, and the ID is guest name, ID is guest name, which is this one here, and the name of this is also the guest name, and after this now we're going to have the value. So the value of this is going to be booking dot guest name, that is the value. And now we're going to give a placeholder. So we're going to say placeholder here, this one here. So here we're just going to say enter your full name, enter your full name, and then we're going to handle the onChange event. Then we're just going to call the handle impute change up there. So that's just what we need to do here. So now inside here we're going to go out of this one here. We're going to what I'm just going to do here is to I'm going to call this one up here because I would like to make this one a self-closing tag, and just remove this one here. So make it a self-closing tag, and then inside here we're going to have the feedback. In case there's any error, we're just going to feedback, right? So here we're just going to say form dot control dot feedback. So here we're just going to say type equals, yeah. So this one type is, we're going to call this one invalid, right? And we're just going to close this. And inside this body here, we're going to declare the message we would like to show to the user when the name is not entered. I'm just going to say, please enter your full name. Please enter your full name. I'm just going to bring this together. It's still valid. So going to bring this down. So right here, I think this is the form here, and then we're going to, so this is the form group. This one actually is a form group, so I'm going to break it down. I'm going to cut it here and bring it here. So it's going to cover, it's going to take, it's going to be for the label, both the label and the text feed, right? So the next one we're going to do here, we're going to have a feed for the guest email. So it's definitely the same thing. So just going to grab this one here, copy, and I'm going to just give some space and paste. So let's paste it here. So this one here, we're going to change this one here from name to email, right? And this one also, I'm just going to change to email. We're going to have Control D to do this, just to change everything at the same time, but in every which way, we'll still get it. Then we're going to say guest email. We're just going to say email, right? Or better still, we're just going to say, just email. And now, right here, we've changed this already, and we're going to change this one as well to email. And the type of this one here, we're going to change this one also to email, right? Yeah. And after this is done, enter your email. So we're going to say enter your email. Okay, we are missing the curly braces. Okay, so this all we just need to do here, and then this one remain the same. So the error here, we're going to say please enter your email. Enter your email. So that is just the message we're going to put here. We're just going to enter email address. All right. So right here we have the feedback. Please enter email address. So the next one we're going to do here. So now we have gotten the form price. We're going to the form. We've gotten the guest name. We've gotten the guest email. So the next one we're going to do here is to have the check-in date and check-in and check-out date, right? So for this here, we're going to bring in the feed set. So I'm going to say feed set and just close this. And here we're going to have the legend. And right here, we're just going to say login period. Login period, right? And this one here, we're just going to have the style of this. We'll set some style to this, like style. And this one, we're just going to say border. Yeah, border. And we'll set this one to 2 pixels. 2 pixels. All right. So now, having done this, now we're going to come down here to have a div. So here we have a div, and inside this div, we're just going to have is another div that's going to represent the column, right? So we're just going to have another div here, right? And now we're going to come up here to actually set the bootstrap class for this, and this one we're going to say row. And in here we're going to say class name, and this one we're going to set column. This one we're going to set to 6. Yeah. And right inside this, now we're going to go inside this div here, and inside this div now we're going to grab this one here. We're going to grab the one we got last time. I think it's still in the clipboard, right? So let's try. Okay, it's still in here. So inside here we have this one here, but meanwhile we're going to do away with this group, right? This form group here. And here we're just going to have the form label and the form control. So here, this form label we're going to change. I'm going to break this down. So this one I'm going to change to check in date. Check in. We're just going to call this one check in and date. And after that, let me just save for us to have a good format. So here we have the check in date, and inside this control here. So here we have the closing tag. So inside this control here, we're just going to come in here to change some of these things here. So this one is going to be the check in date. This one is going to be check in date as well. Check in date, right? So now I'm just going to copy this and replace it here. Replace it here and replace it here. Okay, so having done this, now what we're just going to do here is to check the placeholder here. We're going to say check in date. Check in date. Okay, and now the unchanged is still the same. And now what we're just going to do here is to come down here to, if there's any error, we're going to say please select. Please select a check in date. Please select a check in date. So I'm just going to remove this one here. Now the type of this one here is going to be date. Going to be date. Okay, so I think this all we just need to do here to get this one here, the check in date. And then having done this, now we're going to have another column. This one here, we're going to, because this one here is a row, right? And this one will have the check in date and the check out date. So I'm going to break this down. So this one here is the row inside the column, and it's occupying six columns. It's spanning 6 columns, right? So now I'm just going to copy this one here. So I'm going to copy this one here and come down here and actually paste it here. So this one here is going to be, we're going to change one to check out. So I'm just going to double click this one this time around and Ctrl D, Ctrl D, Ctrl D, right? So I'm going to change it to check out date and escape. Yeah, and this one here we're going to change to check out date, and also this one we're going to say check out date, right? So that is what we're just going to do here. Okay, so I think this is all what we just need to do here to get to just for the check in and check out date. Then after that, now we're going to come down here aside this div here. So if there is any error, because we set some validation right last time for this message, for this check in date and check out date, this one here, we set a message last time, this message here. So now we're going to check and actually display this message if there is any error between this control. So we're going to display this message down here, right? So right here, we're just going to come and say error, is the error message. Is there error message? If there is error message, then just create a paragraph and display for us. So we just have P here, and this one we're just going to say error message. So we're going to say error message. And this one here, we're going to change the class name to danger, right? So class name, we're going to say error. Oh, sorry, this error message. And we're going to say text. Oh, sorry, text danger. Okay, this is just all we need to do right here for this field set. So I'm going to just close the gap. I'm just going to save to have a good format. Okay, so I think we are done with our our check in date and check out date. So the next one we're going to have is the adult, is the guest. That's the guest information, number of guests. So for that now, we're still going to need, I think we're still going to need this one here, the field set here. So we're going to need this, where is it? Another field set that we're going to use for the guest, for the number of guests, right? So now I'm just going to come here to say, we're going to grab another field set. So we'll say field set. And inside here, we're going to have the legend. And this one here, we're just going to say number of guests. And right here, we're going to have just the same thing we have here. This one here, just the same thing we have here. So we're just going to literally copy everything we have here, this very first one here. I'm just going to grab this right here, copy, and where is it? They won't just declare. So I'm just going to go down here to just paste it in, and then we're going to have another div to close it, right? Oh, sorry. Here, so we're going to have another div. Yeah, we'll have a div here to close it up. Okay, so now what we're just going to do here is to make some changes as usual. So I'm just going to come here. So this one here with number of guests. So the first one we're going to have here is number of adults, right? So this one is going to be number of adults. How did we call this last time? Number of this one here, okay. Number of adults. So we're just going to go down here to paste it in to avoid errors. So what is it here? Okay, this one here, we're just going to paste it here, number of adults. And this one, we're going to say adults. We're going to say adults. And so this one is going to be type of this is going to be number this time around. And so this one here, we're going to change this, and change this, right? So, and the value here, we're going to add another attribute here so that an adult must be at least 1. So here we're just going to say minimum of 1, right? That's just what we're going to have here. And the placeholder here, we're going to have the initial placeholder here to be 0. So here is a placeholder, we're just going to set to 0. This is just placeholder, we set to 0. And now I think we're done with the number of adults. So after this now, this one here, placeholder. Okay, so we have it here already. So we have a placeholder here already. So let me just say, we're going to remove this and put 0 at initial state, right? Okay, so now having done this, now I'm just going to close this gap, and here we're going to specify error message. If no adult, if the adult is 0, then we're going to specify a message, we display a message to the user. So we're just going to say please select at least one adult. Yeah. Okay, so after this now, we're just going to go down here to bring in the second one. So we're going to go out of this div here. And then I'm just going to also grab this one here, this div here. So I'm going to grab this one here to be the number of children. So this time around, I'm going to double click this and Ctrl D, Ctrl D, Ctrl D, and I'm going to say number of children. Number of children. Hope this is correct. Okay, I think it's correct, should be correct. So let's quickly dash up there and see what we got up there. Number of children, so it's correct. Okay, so having done this, now the next thing we're going to do, where is it? So the next thing we're going to do here is to actually, so we have changed all this to number of children, and here we can just have minimum of 0. We can have just 0, minimum of 0. Or maybe we can, yeah, we just to validate, right? Or maybe we can just remove it. But meanwhile, we can just leave it like that, or we just remove it. So if there is no children, no problem. If there are children, fine. If there are no children, fine. But adults must be at least one before you can book, right? Okay, so right here, I'm going to have the children. I'm going to have the children right here, children. And I think this just all the changes we need to change here. So this one here, I think no feedback here, because we just want to validate the adults only, no need of validating the children. Okay, so after this, now the next thing we're going to do here is to actually come out of the field set here, and then we are going to bring in a submit button right here. So we're just going to say div, and this div we're going to set in some classes, some bootstrap classes, class name, and this one we're going to say form group. Oh, sorry. What kind of spell is that? We're going to say form group, and we're going to just margin top to 2, and also margin bottom to 2, right? And inside here, we're going to bring in a button. So we'll have the button here. So we'll just say this, and this button we're going to say continue. Yeah, just like the presentation form we showed last time. So this one is going to say continue. So when this one is clicked, it's going to continue to the booking summary components, right? Okay, so this button actually we're going to set in some bootstrap classes. So we're going to say btn. So this one is going to be hotel. There's our custom CSS file, our custom style sheet, and then the type of this one here is going to be submit. So type is submit. Okay, so let's save to get a good format. Cool. So this is just all we need to do here. Then we're going to go out here. So we're going to go out of this form here, 1, 2, out of this form, and then we're going to bring in the booking summary, right? So right here, let's have this div here is actually from, okay, from the row, right? So they're having the same row, so we are sharing the same row, 6, 6. So now we're going to go down here and actually bring in the booking summary we declared last time. So here we're going to have a div. So this div here is going to be 6, class name, and this one I'm going to say column 6, column MD6 actually 6, and then we're going to go in here and check if the submit button is clicked then this one will be displayed. That's if the form is valid and the submit button and the continue button is clicked. This one here. So if this one is submitted, it's going to handle the submit here, right? On the form here, up here, this one here on submit, it's going to handle the submit here. So now we're going to check if this form is clicked, if this button is clicked. So if is submit, if it's submitted, then what we just need to do here is to display the booking summary component. So we're just going to have booking summary, this one here, and then we're going to pass in the props. All right. Now what we just need to do, I believe is, yeah, this is what I'm actually waiting for. So let's allow this guy to generate everything for us. So we just replace them with what we need to do. So here we're just going to put this, break it down, and break it down. So here we're just going to say booking, and is valid form. Is the form valid? We're just going to say valid. Is validated, right? We're going to say validated, is validated, right here. And this one here, I'm going to change, there's an error here. Yeah, this one is actually is validated. Yeah, we're going to set this one to is validated. Okay, so now having done this, now I'm going to come back here to this one. What is it? Payments. So we're going to say payments, and we're going to say calculate payment, right? Calculate payment. And the unconfirm, we're going to say handle form submit. Handle form submit. This is handle booking. Yes, handle booking. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here in our form booking form component. Okay, so let's keep our finger crossed and let's hope there are no errors. But anyways, if there are errors, we can always come here to fix. So what we just need to do right now is to test run our project and actually see what we've gotten so far. Okay, so we're going to place our booking form here. We're going to go to the browser to actually see how it looks like. But meanwhile, before we go to the browser, we're just going to, I'm going to close this, close some of this. And here we're going to go to our app.js. And we're going to declare a new route here called book room, right? So I'm just going to copy one of these because they're like the same thing. Paste it here. So this one I'm going to say book room, and we're going to pass in the ID of the room we're going to book. So here I'm just going to say room ID, and the component here is going to be checkout. The component we just created just now, so we're going to be checkout, right? So that's just all we're going to do. And then we're going to go here. We're going to go to the room card, this one here. And we're going to where the button. So this button here, we have bookings, and this is book now, and we have bookings and booking ID. So this one here, we're just going to say book room, right? Plus the ID. Okay, so that's just all we need to do here. And also, this image here, I want this image to be clickable. So for that, I'm just going to go here and go here. So I want to surround this image, just the same thing like this. So I want to surround this image with a link so that it will be clickable, right? So I just want to say here, oh my gosh. Where are we? Here. So I'm just going to come here to just close it here and save to have a good format. No, this one is close. Right. What's wrong here? Okay. Are we in order? Okay. Let me just remove this to avoid. Okay. So they closed it automatically. So I'm just going to put this one here. Then we're going to save to have a good format, so that this image will be clickable as well as this button here. So now I'm just going to save and save. But right now our back end is not running. So we're going to go to our back end. We're going to go to IntelliJ and fire up our server, right? So right here, I'm just going to click on this play button to run our back end. So let's run it. All right, so here we see that our back end is running. So let's go back to our front end. Let's go back to our browser. Let's go to our browser. So this is our home page, and we see that the the rooms have been loaded from our back end. And let's browse all rooms. Browse all rooms right here. And in here, we're just going to do is let's try to book a room. Okay, good. So here is our reservation form, our booking form. So let's click on continue. So we see that the validation, everything is actually working perfectly. So here I'm just going to have a name. Maybe I'm just going to have Rita, and I'm going to have the email of this, and then I'm going to have a check-in date, October. This October 8th. I'm just going to say October 13th, and then we're going to go to from 8 to 9. This one is going to give us an error. And here we're going to, let's submit this. So we see that we're still having error here. So let's select at least one adult. So right here. So here, let's select. We're going to check this one again because we're not validating this. So let's select maybe maximum of maybe it's a 0. Let's just say 0, and let's click on submit. So right here we see that check out date must be after check-in date. So because here we're having check-in date 13th of October, and here we're having check-out date 9th of October, so it's not possible. So this one here we're going to change. Let's bring this one back to 8th of October, and now let's click on continue. Cool. And right here we see our booking summary. So here we have the name of the guests, we have the email, we have the check-in date and time, the check-in date, and we have the number of days booked. And the number of days booked here is 1, and here we have 250 for the number of days booked, right? And now let's increase the number of days, for example. So here we have increased the number of days here to 4 days, and here we have 4 times 250, we have 1K, right? So here we can actually increase the number of adults, and we'll see that everything is actually updating. Let's go. So here everything is updating here automatically as we change from this form here. So here we have confirm booking and proceed to payment. So if we click on this, we are going to see the spinner that is actually spanning, and it's telling us that it's redirecting. But meanwhile, here we have the booking success here, but we have not declared. I think we didn't route this. We did not route this. So let's go back to our VS Code and actually route this. So let's go to app.js. So what we're just going to do here is to route this success page, right? So here we're going to say booking success. We're just going to copy this one here and paste. So I'm going to paste here, and this one here is going to be the booking success component. Booking. Let's say booking success. This one here, booking success, and this one is going to be the booking success component. Booking success. Do we have booking success here? It's not showing. Let's actually go here. I think we have it. We've created already this one here, booking success. So this is where we're going. So let's go back to our app.js. We should have it now. Booking. We have booking success. Yeah, booking success. So this is the component. So let's make this one full screen again. And now let's save. Let's save. Okay, so because let's go here, let's go to the booking, not booking summary, let's go to the booking form. Booking form, this one here. So this one is the booking success, where we are navigating to when the room is saved, right? So that is booking success, and that is what we have declared here, booking success, right? So let's go back to our browser, and so you see here we have booking error. So we have an error message here, error booking room. Network error is showing network error. That one here, let's go back. Let's just go browse rooms, browse all rooms, and now let's try to book for this room. So let's have James Brown, and we have this email, and let's have on the 10th to 14th. So we have 2 adults and one child. So here we have this. So let's book. So here we say proceed to payment, redirect to payment. So here we're actually having an error. Let's find out what is happening behind the scene. So let's check the console. Okay, no routes. Okay, let's clear off this, and let's redirect again. Let's refresh. Okay, I think we need to let's go back. Let's go to all rooms, and right here we have all the rooms. So let's try to book a room. Let's try to book a room. So here we just have Johnson, we have this email, we have from 9th, and we have to 13th. So we have number of kids, we have number of adults and kids. So we have the reservation summary. So let's proceed to payment and see what is happening. So right here we have this has been blocked. Okay, I see we made a mistake. So let's go back to our back end. So the problem is coming from here. Let's remove this. So the problem is actually coming from our controller. We have not given permission here. Okay, I see. So let's set permission here at cross origin. And this one we're just going to have, I forgot the port last time. So for this now, we're just going to, I think we have the same thing with the book rooms. So the room controller. So let's go to the room controller, and I'm just going to take this from here, and let me just copy this. We can actually centralize this, so I don't need to paste it everywhere. Okay, so let's just put this one here, and let's reload. Let's run our server again. Okay, so right here our backend is running. So let's go back to the browser, and now we're going to let's go back to our home page, and I'm just going to let's clear this off. I'm just going to remove this. So let's browse all rooms, and let's book for a room. So right here I'm going to have Hannah Peters. I'm just going to say Hannah Peters, and here we're going to book from 10th of August to 19th of August. Sorry, October. Here we have maybe 2 kids are coming. We have 4 adults and 2 kids. So continue. So right here we have the information, the booking summary, and then we're going to proceed to payment. Okay, so here we have the booking success, and we have room booked successfully. Your booking confirmation code is this. So this is the message we defined right last time in our back end, right? So this is the message we declare here. Let's make this a full screen. Booked room. Yeah, so this is the message we declared here last time that we are not showing on the browser. So let's go to SQL Workbench and see actually if the room is booked or not. So this is a booked room. Let's refresh. Okay. So right here we have one room has been booked. Booking ID for adults, 2 children. This is the booking confirmation code, and the check-in date and check-out date. So this is the email of the. This is the email, and here we have the guest full name. There's a mistake here. And here the total guest is 6 because here we have 4 adults and 2 children. So we have the total guest 6 and room number 1. So here we are going to work on this name. There's a mistake with there's a typo error, I think. So but so far so good. We see that our room has been, we're able to book a room right from our browser to our back end, right? Okay, so I'm just going to zoom this out. And let's go back to VS Code. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do here is to let's search what actually happened. Let's find out what happened here. Let's find out what actually happened with the guest name. Okay, so let's go here. The booking form. So right here we have guest name. This was supposed to be full name. Okay, let's go to our back end and see. So booked room, let's go here. So this one, yeah, this was supposed to be full name, right? So let's just take this one. Let's just take this and go back to our front end and replace this here. This full name, supposed to be full name. And let's go to our form and actually replace this one here with full name. Where is it? Get name. So this one is full name. So this one is full name, and this one also we're just going to make it full name, right? So that solves the problem. Let's just use this opportunity to correct something here. And that message, that success message, I noticed that the error is green. Okay, so this one I make it danger. Error cannot be green. Error is danger. Okay, so that's just what we have here. So let's save this again. Let's save this again, and let's go back to the browser and let's go and book another room. Yeah, so let's book for triple suite. So let's search a room. Let's search a room to book. So let's find all the suite we have. So we have new triple suite. We have single suite with beach view. Let's book for this. This one is 350k per room. And now let's actually enter the name. So who's going to book for this? So say Rita. Rita is going to book for this. Rita. Why are we not having catchy? Okay, Rita, Alfred. And then we're going to have Rita email. So we'll have Rita at email.com. And then we're going to book from 14th of October to 17th of October. And right here we're going to have this, and then we're going to have one. Let's take note of this. This room number 14, and room number 14 is booked from 14th of October to 17th of October, right? So let's go and let's save. Right, so this one is booked successfully. Now let's go back again and book the same room. I think it's a new triple room. But meanwhile, let's check our database and let's refresh. Okay, so the name is being rectified, right? So room number 14 is being booked. So let's go back to our browser, and I think it was new. Let's go to suite. Okay, this was the room we booked, right? So this room was booked from 14th. So let's try to book this room again. Let's try the validation, right? So this room was booked from 14th to 17th already. So let's try to book this room from 11th to 16. This one shouldn't be possible because the room has already been booked from 14 to 17. Now we're trying to book the same room again from 11th to 16. Should be possible, right? So let's have this, and let's have the email, the guest. So who is booking? Rita again is booking. So let's Go, and let's try to submit and see what happens. Okay, so see here we have the error message, sorry, this room is not available for the selected date. So we see that our validation is actually working because this room was booked from 14th to 17th, right? And now we're trying to book again from 11th to 16th, and the room is occupied, so that is why we're having this error. So we see that our validation is working. So let's go back here. The next thing we're going to do here, let's actually come here on this page here. On this very page, we need the room info. So we need this very room info to display here, with the room image, the price, and the type, and some of the info to display along here, side by the form. So let's go there and actually bring in the room info here. So let's get it done. All right, this is just a quick one. This video has, the length of this video has exceeded the amount of the length I can upload on YouTube at a time. So YouTube will not allow me to upload everything here at a time. So you know, the maximum length of YouTube is like 12 hours. You know, so this video has exceeded 12 hours already. So what I did here is just to break down this video into 2 parts. Now we're going to stop this video here as a part 1. So please, I encourage you to follow up with the part 2, because that is where we're going to bring in the security module, because we're going to be using JWT authentication in this very application to actually secure the user booking and to take care of the admin module and so on and so forth. So I really encourage you to follow on with the part 2. Okay. Please stay tuned. I'm sorry for the stress, but it's based on the YouTube criteria. You know, I cannot upload video more than 12 hours, but this video is far more than 12 hours. So, and there are a lot of things we're yet to cover in this video. So please follow up part 2 and get the rest of this video. Thank you for staying tuned, and thank you so much. I love you and encourage you to actually invite your friends to my channel, and so that we can actually do this together. Thank you, and stay tuned. See you in part 2 of this video.